local infrastructure. Besides, once he takes down the Sin Lord, all this workforce and structure will continue to serve him. It feels just like playing a base building game. And she is really getting things done quickly. Livia warns her subordinates not to slack off and to remember their lifelong loyalty to the great king who saved them. They all salute instantly. Rhea flatters her, saying the workers fell in line immediately. But Livia warns that these stubborn converts need a taste of pain to know their place. You should learn a thing or two. Livia feels incredibly proud of her new role. Laughing off Xita, who is stuck guarding the gate on the 100th floor. She will take care of the Lord now. Just as a system notification confirms her new appointment and upcoming Red Moon knowledge, she is urged to work with her Lord to stop the Red Moon from invading their world. Livia stares at the screen in complete confusion, wondering what this strange alert is since she has never seen it before. She grabs one of the monsters, demanding to know if he sees this weird screen. The terrified creature begs for mercy, seeing absolutely nothing, but wonders if she is talking about the Red Moon. It is a name he has heard somewhere before. He recalls that those who complete 5-star class advancements might encounter this, though he cannot be entirely sure if it is true. Livia examines the statue in front of her, wondering if this dark idol triggered the notification. It seems she will have to ask her Lord directly about this mystery. Clasping her hands, she calls out to the Supreme Lord, but receives only silence as he fallen back asleep. With no response, Livia understands that her Lord is prone to these sudden sleeps, no matter how hard they try to call out to him. Waking him up is a real headache. She wonders when he will return to his peak and finally lead their charge against the human world. Over in the Holy City, the meeting atmosphere is incredibly grim, as Ophelia thanks everyone for gathering today. She apologizes for calling an emergency assembly due to the sudden and dangerous circumstances they face. Augustine chimes in. The high priest does not need to be polite, since everyone already knows why they are here. So they should get straight to business. Agreeing, she skips the pleasantries, confident they have all received the notification about the massive world version update. Chief among those changes, the terrifying demonic conversion options and the newly opened pathway to the Goblin Kingdom are their primary topics today. First and foremost, she deeply hopes that absolutely nobody chooses to join the demonic faction. Turning is a complete betrayal of humanity, leading to absolute damnation. But some members whisper that the temptation was almost too strong to ignore. His neighbor agrees, noting that just facing Zeta alone feels like trying to scale an insurmountable mountain. And knowing the even more terrifying Sin Lord stands right behind her makes their mission seem completely impossible. Buck speaks up, noting that their last brutal defeat left a lingering darkness in everyone. This sudden world update is timed perfectly to exploit that exact inner weakness, serving as a highly effective demonic temptation designed to break their spirits. Lina tells them not to lose hope, pointing out the newly available alliance routes. Shrugging, he agrees that this is the sole reason why the public has not completely panicked yet. Otherwise, chaos and massive riots would have erupted weeks ago. Ophelia waits for the murmurs to quiet down before explaining that the gateway to the Goblin Kingdom only operates as a strict one-way passage. If they can complete the Alliance quest and unlock the entrance to the Elf Kingdom this time, the rewards will undoubtedly be massive for everyone involved. Tangjian understands this well. But to complete this mission, they first have to get past Theta. While they cannot handle a god-level enemy on their own, the Elf Kingdom actually possesses godlike powerhouses. Perhaps they could try reaching out to them for some much-needed backup. Theta is the strongest king of original sin. Defeating her would mean they have what it takes to take down all the other sin kings as well. And once they gather the 5 counter-sin divine artifacts, while securing the other 2 counter-sin items from that mysterious figure, the elves probably won't reject their offer of cooperation. After all, his ultimate goal is also to slay the Sin Monarch. On this point, they all agree. Lin Na and the others chime in, saying they have no objections and fully support it. Ba Ke agrees as well, expressing his support. However, he warns that they must establish contact with the Elf Kingdom immediately, Since time waits for no one. Right now, most people are still just watching. And some might even risk taking the plunge to join the demon side first. Having anticipated this, she reveals that she already made a pact with the elf kingdom beforehand. Gazing at her staff, Euphemia draws a magic circle, summoning Alan. The crowd is amazed by the high priestess. This man is Alan Lauren, a level 160, 6th tier royal court mage. He speaks up, greeting the humans and introducing himself as Alan Lauren, the eldest son of the prestigious Lauren family. He expects them all to remember his name clearly. Hearing this, one onlooker snaps, wondering who this guy thinks he is. And what is so impressive about being level 160 anyway? The person next to him quickly warns him to keep his voice down, explaining that the Laurens are a powerful elven family, and offending them will bring severe consequences. Euphemia cautiously greets him as the respected Lord Lauren. She thanks the Elf Kingdom for responding, and asks how Her Majesty the Queen feels about their proposal. Licking his lips with a sleazy grin, Alan asks if she is the human high priestess, noting she is indeed a stunning masterpiece. Ophelia scowls at his rude remarks. As Augustine's eyes crackle with electricity, Lin Na frantically tries to keep everyone calm and collected. Alan pulls out a sacred scroll, preparing to read the official decree of the Elf Queen, to answer the plea of their human friends. The Elf Kingdom is fully prepared to help them destroy the Sin Monarch. But this assistance comes with a few major conditions. He announces them clearly. First of all, absolutely no humans are permitted to set foot inside the Dragon Spirit's secret realm, as it is strictly for elves. Second, they must search for the missing elf princess, Lilith, and escort her safely back to the kingdom. Third, the class temple must hand over 60% of their Red Moon cores to the elf temple. Hearing this, Lin Na scoffs in disbelief. Tang Zhan narrows his eyes, trying to piece things together. Ophelia also scowls at the ridiculous demands, muttering about how insanely greedy these elves really are. Why ban them from the Dragon Spirit's secret realm? Who does this arrogant guy think he is? If they want someone found, they should do it themselves, as the mighty elves shouldn't need help tracking down their own princess. One furious warrior threatens to join the demon temple instead, just to come back and slay this shameless jerk, shouting his absolute refusal. Trying to monopolize the treasures of the Dragon Spirit's secret realm, the Shiva Kingdom will be the first to object. He mutters to himself that Bigano went through hell to tame that dragon, so the legacy of the Eternal Devourer must never fall into other hands. Slamming her staff onto the floor, Euphemia releases a burst of holy light, demanding order. Alan acts pitying, sighing over how poorly behaved and uncultured humans still are. Before turning to ask the High Priestess for her thoughts, she replies that the class temple has no issue with the second and third conditions, but the first one directly threatens the core interests of many nations. Urging him to reconsider, he scoffs, pointing out that entering the realm requires taming a massive dragon, and asking how many human nations actually qualify for that right anyway. Ophelia replies, naming the Long Xia Federation, America, and Britain. China and the Shiva Kingdom both have their own dragon tamers, and all relevant files have already been sent over. Alan scrolls through the screen to take a look, before throwing out a final demand that allows others to enter under one condition. However, the person who tamed the Black Dragon is strictly forbidden from entering. On top of that, they must hand that tamer over to the Elf Kingdom. Tang Zhan is the first to object, slamming his fist hard onto the table. Angrily, Tang Zhan demands to know what this is supposed to mean, asking if this absurd demand is directly targeting Longsha. Smirking, Alan mockingly asks if they feel targeted, claiming they are mistaken because the Elf Kingdom has absolutely no need to target any human nation. To him, they are all equally insignificant, with absolutely no difference. As for the reason, she makes it clear she has no intention of explaining. It is entirely up to him to agree or not. Tokugawa quickly advises Tangzhan, suggesting the elves surely have their reasons. Does Longshai not have a saying about helping others succeed, compared to securing a powerful ally like the Elven Kingdom? A tiny sacrifice is practically nothing. Is it not? Aso chimes in, reminding the god of war that this concerns all of humanity. He tells them that Longxia really should make a small sacrifice here. This is not even their own demand, but a vital request from their esteemed elven allies. Is he really willing to lose the Elven Kingdom's support over something so trivial? He tries to take the moral high ground. If his stubborn actions cost them the Elven Alliance, making it impossible to defeat the world boss, and forcing them to side with the demons, then Longxia will be remembered as the ultimate sinners of humanity. Lin Na asks with annoyance if that is not going a bit too far. Augustin notes that he has the perfect villainous face. But where is old Tang going, seeing Tangzhan right before him? Tokugawa stammers, asking what the god of war is staring at. There is nothing on my face. Without warning, a massive fist smashes directly into his face. Talk about instant karma, sending the man flying headfirst. Catching sight of Tangzhan closing in, a terrified Aso shrieks, asking what he wants. A heavy blow immediately strikes his back as Tangzhan coldly states that two useless fools have absolutely no right to lecture Longxia. Tangzhan clasps his hands, telling Ophelia that despite not knowing their reasons, this is still a massive matter that directly concerns the fate of all humanity. Their nation of Longxia is willing to take responsibility and bear some losses. However, while their people might skip the dragon spirit secret realm, they will absolutely never hand them over to the elves. Having said his piece, he walks away. That is all, he tells them, as he has other things to do. Meanwhile, a trembling Tokugawa groans, complaining that the blow was incredibly heavy and painful. Aso is in no better shape. Holding a deep grudge, he silently vows that Tangzhan will pay dearly for this humiliation very soon. Indeed, he will start by targeting that highly praised genius of Longxia first. Su Yang witnesses this entire scene playing out. The Elven Kingdom, Sakura Nation, and Shiva Kingdom, are they all targeting him now? How incredibly bold of them. The overwhelming aura radiating from him terrifies his maid. While she trembles, Su Yang reflects that anyone challenging a sovereign's authority deserves severe punishment. In his eyes, a single punch from the god of war was far too gentle. Flames suddenly engulf the room, terrifying the maid into asking what is wrong. Su Yang turns around with a casual smile, assuring her that everything is fine. He asks to continue the massage, noting his shoulders are still a bit sore. As the maids resume massaging him, Su Yang quietly warns himself that he accidentally let his dominant aura slip out. He needs to show more restraint in his daily life to avoid drawing unwanted attention. But thinking it over, something about this situation feels a little off. While he can easily understand the hostile attitudes of Sakura and Shiva, why is the Elven Kingdom deliberately targeting him? Especially when they seemingly have no clue about Lily's actual whereabouts. Could they simply be looking to seek revenge for AK? But the problem is that absolutely nobody knows about his connection to the Black Dragon. They surely wouldn't hold a grudge against him just because he killed it. Shaking off the headache, he decides to simply ask Lilith later. Upon hearing this, Lilith lets out a forced laugh. He means AK no way. Those hypocrites have absolutely zero interest in avenging him. In fact, his death actually makes things much better for everyone else. Intrigued, Su Yang asks why that would be. She explains that the elves are far from united, constantly plotting against each other. They might act polite in public, but they are always backstabbing. Su Yang sighs, realizing it is just typical royal drama. Su Yang deeply ponders the situation. If it has absolutely nothing to do with AK, the answer must lie with the Black Dragon itself. Or more accurately, the entity that once plunged them into endless fear and darkness. The Ancient Devourer. Their sheer terror of the Ancient Devourer makes them extremely hostile. They remain highly vigilant against any Black Dragon. If so, their sudden demands actually make a lot of sense. Inside the dragon spirit's secret realm lies the legacy of both the ancient devourer and the nameless hero. To prevent this powerful legacy of vengeance from falling into anyone else's hands, the greedy elves naturally want to keep all of this information completely to themselves. They certainly do not want explorers in the dragon spirit's secret realm, let alone someone who tamed the black dragon, to uncover it, to keep the legacies from being claimed by outsiders. The elven race naturally refuses to let anyone else participate in exploring the secret realm. But looking on the bright side, this only proves how incredibly confident they are in securing the legacy. Too bad for them. Su Yang has no intention of letting them have their way. Su Yang asks, so they said they want to bring you back. Lily shakes her head frantically, not going. Not returning. Absolutely, not returning. She reminds him, remember, you promised not to kick me out of the house. You can't break your promise. I never want to go back there again. Su Yang replies, of course. Of course I won't kick you out. So please stop crying. He gently pats her head to comfort her, secretly suspecting that the elven royal family has nothing but dark motives for a poor princess who carries such a heavy royal curse. His own conscience simply won't allow him to hand her over and send her back to that absolute devil's den. However, Lily had already shown her face to the public before the black dragon was officially captured. If the elven royalty formally announces her existence, it is only a matter of time before someone out there recognizes her. He needs to get her to safety before that happens. Or at least prepare some solid countermeasures. A system notification pops up. Wait. Could it be bad news? Tang Jian has sent a new message, knowing he needs to play his part perfectly. Su Yang heads out to the gate where the old man is already waiting. He asks war god Tang Zan, what brings you here to find me? Tang Zan replies, Su Yang, I came here to tell you something. Hope you can be calm. You might not participate in the dragon spirit secret realm this time. He pretends to be shocked and terrified. Why? Clearly, I have already tamed the black dragon. Haven't I? Why won't you let me participate? Tang Jian answers, this is the request of the Elven Kingdom, and they even want us to hand you over to them. Su Yang acts alarmed. What? He asks, have you agreed to them? The old man frowns, of course not. Even though our progress in conquering the abyss is currently stalled and we need to cooperate, we can only compromise so much. And handing him over is out of the question. Neither Tang Jian nor the Longxia nation will ever agree to hand him over. And although Su Yang had already expected this loyal stance from his country, seeing the old man's genuine protective attitude still deeply touches him to the core. He pats his shoulder. Tang Jian reassures him, rest assured. Although you cannot participate in the dragon spirit's secret realm this time, the country will definitely compensate you. And we will never let our new genius suffer a loss. Su Yang accepts. All right. I believe in you. He sees him off. War god Tang Jian. Go carefully. He calculates according to the time. Tomorrow is the day the dragon spirit's secret realm opens. He wonders silently, are you two level 9 powerhouses from the Sakura Nation and Shiva Kingdom ready to receive the surprise I am going to give you? Meanwhile, in the Sakura Nation, at the Asuka house, next to her red dragon, Asuka Makiko sighs dejectedly. Father said the boy who tamed the black dragon cannot participate in tomorrow's secret realm. What a pity. She continues, I originally wanted to use this opportunity to interact with him more. Luckily, he is not coming. I do not want to fight with that kind of violent person. Over in the Shiva Kingdom, Otto is wholeheartedly advising Bigano, this is your opportunity. And also the opportunity of our Shiva people. He advises when you enter the secret realm, use the stone tablet to suppress the remaining dragons, if necessary. Bigano calmly replies, then, just directly kill them. I will do that. Uncle Ado, Bigano adds, and I am now really looking forward to tomorrow. That guy who tamed the black dragon cannot come. So that is even better. Up in the sky, a pack of massive dragons flies over, making onlookers shout out, everyone look. People whisper, those are the dragon knights from the Elven Kingdom. And there are 6 of them. Is not this lineup way too powerful? Another adds these elves are not as friendly as they look. I am starting to feel really worried now. Eric, the third prince of the Elven Kingdom, a level 220 Dragon Knight, scowls in deep irritation and says, I did not expect that 3 more humans would tame legendary dragons recently. This is completely beyond any of their prior calculations. Alan, riding his dragon nearby, replies, only the devil knows what they did. But it is not a big deal anyway. He sneers anyway. When this dragon spirit secret realm ends, they will not have any dragon riders left alive. Eric reminds him, do not be so hasty. Once we successfully conquer the human world, your Lauren family will surely be able to occupy a massive, rich territory. He continues, the human population and breeding speed are as fast as animals. So, by then there will be plenty of women for you to play with. Li Ya watches them fly, while Asuka Makiko excitedly rides her red dragon. Alan mutters with extreme impatience, I simply cannot wait until that day comes. Alan sneers after entering. I want to satisfy my craving first. Prompting Li Ya to remark, my impression of the elves is a bit disappointing. Asuka Makiko adds, my own instinct is telling me to stay far away from them. Tokugawa steps forward to advise, no need to worry. Let's just keep everything looking normal for now. Li Ya reminds them, but remember not to be stubborn when facing danger. Surviving is more important than anything else. Do you understand? Biganu and his men are discussing how the Elven Kingdom is expanding way too fast, bringing along so many people. They came here just to guard against Tang Zhan. Since nobody knows if he will break his word, he takes off immediately, saying goodbye to his uncle, while a voice calls out behind him to do a good job. Showing the raw strength of the Kingdom of Shiva is their top priority now. Eric flies past and asks the beautiful Zizi if she wants to team up later. Meanwhile, Athos stands by a glowing magic circle, quietly thinking that those 6 new fat sheep from the Elven Kingdom are a fantastic surprise. Those fools probably think they are completely invincible inside this secret domain, but they have no idea that these guys possess a stone tablet capable of taming dragons. If they can kill those targets, they will secure 8 dragons. And nothing could possibly be better than that. It is absolutely brilliant, making it impossible not to get excited. Suddenly, a massive blast shatters the ground, and Ado curses someone just launched a forbidden spell. And they are actually slaughtering the elves? Glancing up, he yells to ask if they are completely mad. It is Augustin. He raises his staff, unleashing wild lightning elements, before swinging it down to release 2 devastating blasts of raw energy. Another massive explosion erupts, burying the entire area under a sea of fire. Watching this, Su Yang realizes that controlling a 9th turn powerhouse like this is truly an incredible feeling. He silently commands the Grand Mage Augustin to put on a great show for him. A glowing projection sphere floats right above his palm, showing the entire battle in real time. Su Yang takes off on the back of his black dragon, intending to inherit their bloodline next. His eyes burn with absolute ambition as he prepares to devour everything in his path. Roaring flames engulf the entire area, with Augustin standing right in the center of the chaos. Tokugawa rushes forward, screaming that Augustin has lost his mind and they must stop him immediately. He calls out to Ado, telling him to get up so they can all charge together. Otto's eyes flash with a dangerous purpose, calculating light as he charges with his sword. But fortunately, he is blocked just in time. Tokugawa curses, demanding to know if he has also gone completely mad. Right after that, one of his eyes flashes crimson, forcing a mind control command, instantly losing his sanity. Tokugawa swings his blade at Atto, slaughtering everyone in his path. Blinding sword strikes flash through the air as a massive pillar of lightning crashes down from above. The 2 of them team up to assault him. Meanwhile, Su Yang notes that the absolute command only lasts for 1 minute. He expects them to cause absolute chaos during this brief window while he makes a clean escape. Once the mind control wears off, Augustin stands frozen in place, utterly confused about what just happened, staring at the devastated battlefield with absolutely no survivors. Augustin starts to worry that this is going to cause massive trouble. Someone screams in frustration, demanding to know what just happened and why their mind and body suddenly lost all control. Athos points out they were definitely manipulated by someone using a strange technique, leaving Tokugawa completely stunned by the revelation. He is absolutely positive his intuition as a priest cannot be wrong. Someone was secretly controlling them. And even Augustin fell victim to the exact same spell. To control all of them so easily without anyone noticing is insane, making them wonder who could possibly be behind it. Suddenly, a massive gate swings open, shining a bright light over them. Augustin explains that regardless of what just happened, he remembers seeing a massive black dragon fly straight into the dragon spirit dungeon, right in the middle of their chaotic fight. He asks if anyone else saw it. The others confirm they both saw it too, wondering if this implies that the Dragon Kingdom is behind the whole setup. He is not entirely sure about the details, but he is confident it was not Tang Jian. Knowing the warrior well, he is absolutely certain the man would never stoop to such underhanded tricks. More importantly, Tang Jian is a warrior class user, so there is no way he could manipulate their minds and force them to fight. That absolute command power can definitely only be pulled off by someone with a mental capacity that completely dwarfs their own combined strength. Athos completely agrees with this logic, while Tokugawa wonders who else it could possibly be if not Tang Jian. He asks if it could be Su Yang, but then scoffs, asking if they are telling a joke. That kid is only a low-ranking 5th turn user, so there is no way he could control 9th turn demigods like them. Tokugawa quickly admits he was just thinking out loud, while Augustin notes that bizarre and unexplainable things have been happening non-stop ever since the Abyss Demon raid began. It is incredibly strange, but he decides to put the mystery aside for now, realizing they have much more urgent matters to attend to than overthinking everything. Due to being under mind control, they just accidentally wiped out the entire royal guard of the Elven dynasty. Those soldiers are already back, respawning inside their temple, which means it won't be long before the Elven dynasty finds out. Once they do, it is highly likely to completely ruin their peaceful relations. Since the Dragon Spirit dungeon is officially sealed, they have no way to capture Su Yang for interrogation anyway. Their best move is to proactively contact the Elven court first to see how they want to handle things. The other two quickly agree with the plan, raising no objections at all. Deep in the Dragon Spirit realm, pillars of energy erupt through the mountain peaks. Xizi, riding a red dragon, asks if she is scared. Is it possible that monsters exist in this realm that even the proud dragon race fears? Ganu quietly realizes this has to be the lingering aura of the ancient devourer. Countless years have passed, yet this terror remains burned deep within the blood and souls of all dragons. Flying alongside her, Eric offers her a ride on his dragon. Noticing she is struggling, she flatly rejects him, saying she does not need his help. From behind, Eric calls out to Alan. Is he actually planning to finish things by taking action directly on the dragon, holding up an ancient dragon fang? He knows only this relic can suppress the ancient devourer's terrifying pressure within a dragon's blood. Humans possess nothing like it. Can a mere beast tamer really hope to control a dragon without such a powerful artifact in hand? The small stone tablet in Bigano's hand glows as he mocks them for celebrating too early. Once he uses the tablet to seize control of their dragons, he will wipe them all out in a single sweep. A deafening sound shakes the area, leaving Leah shocked. A dragon roar has the boss finally arrived. Zizi disagrees, realizing this roar is something else. She screams in shock. It is the black dragon. There is another one here. Why are they so terrified? Meanwhile, Su Yang calmly counts them one by one, noting that this is shaping up to be quite a massive feast. Bigano feels his own mount trembling. Why is the green dragon terrified again, even when the power of the stone tablet is fully active? Is this black dragon really that unnatural? Eric screams in anger, demanding to know how a black dragon entered when they agreed they were strictly banned from the realm. Alan grits his teeth, muttering that humans are truly shameless, untrustworthy, and utterly vile creatures. A scout rushes over on a dragon to report to Prince Eric that their mounts are panicking and completely unable to fight. He barks back, asking why they are afraid when the black dragon's tamer is just a weak 5th-tier trash. He orders them to crush the boy while he handles the beast. The other riders obey and charge forward. Following Prince Eric's command, they launch an aggressive assault, shouting for the black dragon brat to go straight to hell. A massive vortex suddenly sweeps them away as Su Yang coldly tells them to die. He unleashes a devastating sword slash, declaring they are the ones who are finished. The system notifies him that he has defeated the level 152 Elven Knight, Agas. He has also eliminated the level 147 Elven Knight, Karen, along with the level 148 Elven Mage Bem and the level 150 Elven Archer Havoc. Total experience gained is 5,210. Alan watches in utter disbelief. Did he really just wipe out 4 of their top elites in the blink of an eye? Eric adds that he could not even track his speed. How can a mere 5th-tier human possess this level of overwhelming power, brandishing a hidden treasure? He realizes this human is extremely dangerous. To take him down, he must play his ultimate trump card. Just then, a massive maw snaps shut, trapping Eric inside. Struggling desperately, he screams, demanding to know what kind of monster has caught him. "Let me go. You bastard. Release me right now." Alan knows he is completely outmatched. With even Eric helpless, his only choice is to run, but a sudden blast of flame strikes him squarely in the back. Alan crashes heavily to the ground in sheer agony. Su Yang stands over him with a cold glare, planting his foot firmly on his face, while Alan desperately screams, asking if he knows who he is messing with. He tries to scream his title, but Su Yang coldly warns him that anyone who crosses his path will pay 100-fold. No matter who you are, even if you are a god, I will end you. Suddenly, a voice barks out, commanding him to stop, but blood already splatters as a flock of giant dragons approaches. A voice arrogantly warns the brat not to get too cocky. They claim they were only careless before, but this time, they are absolutely going to take his life. He merely smirks, asking if they rushed back to life just to die again. The attacker curses, screaming that he is dead meat. A massive torrent of fire erupts from the dragon's mouth as the attacker gloats. Assuming he has been burned to ash, Leah is highly curious, wondering why these elven dragons suddenly seem so full of energy when they looked completely exhausted just moments ago. Shizi points toward them, urging her to look closely at their eyes. She realizes the color of the dragon's eyes is completely different now. They must have used some kind of forbidden mind control magic on the beasts, a standard spell that always carries extremely severe side effects. The fact that they would resort to such a drastic measure proves those elves are absolutely determined to kill Su Yang. Sweeping in from behind, Alan laughs maniacally, gloating that they should kill him and see if he still dares to act so arrogant. As Alan stares down at the thick smoke rising from below, a sudden surge of raw energy shoots straight up, catching him completely off guard. Stunned, the giant dragons scramble to dodge, screaming for it to stay back, but they are all instantly blasted by the overwhelming firepower. As the silhouette of the black dragon emerges below, a beast shoots upward, demanding to know where it is being taken as the dragon soars higher. He intends to completely eliminate any hidden threats. Zizi looks up as they vanish from sight, while Leah quietly observes the battlefield. Facing this kind of onslaught, he does not take a single scratch and easily strikes back. Looks like those Elf Kingdom fools just ran out of luck. The two dragons freeze completely still, hidden behind a tree. Biganol holds his breath in absolute terror as his green dragon cowers beside him. He can't help but wonder the entire elven squad was wiped out in seconds. Is this Su Yang guy even human anymore? A head-on clash would be suicide. meaning his only play now is to bide his time and strike from the shadows. Over in the respawn zone, Alan is absolutely losing his mind over dying yet again. That kid is a monster. And after dying twice, their levels have tanked so hard that winning is completely off the table. Pulling out a teleportation scroll, he tells his squad they have to flee back to the city since the dungeon entrance is locked. Suddenly, a blast of power shreds the scroll. As Alan freezes in shock, Su Yang closes in asking if they really thought they could escape. Riding high on the black dragon, Su Yang unleashes a devastating slash while Eric, falling from the beast's mouth, screams desperately for someone to save him. Su Yang coldly tells him not to waste his breath. If even a Tier 7 fighter can't escape, what can they do? Prompting Alan to fake a smile and beg for a deal. He asks what Su Yang wants and promises to give him anything to make peace. But the young warrior simply responds with a cold smile. Su Yang demands his life instead. And seeing Alan turn pale, he mocks him, asking why he is suddenly so scared when he wanted him dead just moments ago. He recalls how Alan arrogantly forced Long Xia to hand him over. Wondering why that pride vanished so quickly as the elf desperately begs for forgiveness, Alan pleads that they simply failed to recognize his greatness, and that they genuinely realize their massive mistake now. He begs for mercy. But Su Yang cuts him off. It is far too late. Especially since he already knows the true ugly nature of AK, asking if they expected to leave alive. The truth hits Alan, realizing it was Su Yang who annihilated AK. He coldly promises to keep slaughtering them over and over until their levels drop to 0, leaving them permanently dead and unable to respawn. Su Yang's chilling vow strikes absolute terror into Alan's heart. But with one quick swing, blood splatters as another slash cuts him down. The remaining Dragon Knights scream for him to stop, reminding him that humanity is supposed to ally with the elves. They warn him that if they don't make it out, the alliance will collapse, and humanity will be completely doomed. Without them, humans won't be able to defeat world bosses, advance the world quest, or unlock God-tier class transfers. They desperately ask if he even cares about the disastrous consequences, raising his dragon bone blade. Su Yang shrugs it off before delivering a slash so powerful it seems to tear the air itself apart. System alerts quickly chime, announcing the permanent deaths of the level 1 elf knight Agus and the level 1 elf warrior Karen, followed immediately by the permanent death of the level 1 elf mage Behem. And finally, the level 1 elf archer Havoc is eliminated, leaving only Eric, who has just been spat out by the beast. Noting he is the last one left, Eric sneers back, calling him a coward who only relies on underhanded tricks. He challenges Su Yang to free him and face him in a real stead. Fair battle to settle the score. Su Yang gestures for him to bring it on, promising a clean death, while Eric immediately draws his weapon, the Enchanted Storm, calling it Su Yang's own foolish choice. Eric unleashes his Gale Slash, whipping up a violent storm that begins to swirl fiercely around his body, channeling the tornado into his ultimate Hurricane Slash. He smiles, absolutely confident of his victory. But as the dust clears, Su Yang stands completely unharmed with 90% of his health remaining, leaving Eric absolutely speechless and questioning reality. Su Yang actually compliments the blow, noting that a Tier 7 attack is much stronger than the Silver Dragon. Eric can't accept that his absolute strongest strike only shaved off a mere 10% of his enemy's health. It makes no sense. How could a mere Tier 5 class completely shrug off his ultimate? Realizing the truth, he shrieks that his opponent is a world boss in disguise right before another blade strikes him down. Su Yang simply smiles, congratulating him for guessing right. System alerts flood the screen, confirming the death of the level 220 Dragon Knight Eric, while a terrified Biganul watches from the shadows, seeing that even a direct, full-power surprise attack failed to scratch him. Biganul realizes he must escape and warn his family to handle this monster themselves. Turning to flee, he finds Su Yang already blocking his path, followed by a system alert confirming the permanent death of Biganul. Meanwhile, Hezi and Leah rush to the scene, completely dumbfounded to realize that the brutal dungeon announcements they just heard were absolutely real. Leah demands an explanation, understanding why he slaughtered the corrupt elves, but questioning why he had to eliminate Biganul as well. He explains that the Shiva kingdom had already plotted to murder everyone present, leaving him with no other choice. Striking first was simply a matter of survival, making his actions a clear case of preemptive self-defense. Su Yang adds that the dragon's spirit mystic realm is definitely no training paradise, warning them that this zone hides terrifying dangers that are far beyond their wildest imagination. He warns them that it is best to stay put and avoid wandering off. Otherwise, he cannot guarantee their safety from whatever unexpected disasters might happen next. With those words, the black dragon takes off. Below, Shizi looks up and waves, shouting to see him later. He quickly does the math, defeating 6 elves, 1 rank 7, 1 rank 6, and 4 rank 5 plus the rank 6 Biganul and that 7-headed dragon. Just scored him over 30 million experience points. While this amount would have absolutely thrilled him in the past, it feels like a drop in the bucket compared to his massive accumulated stash. Valuable gear drops are promising, but unusable for now. So he sets them aside. A unique system notification pops up: the Devour Athos Dragon Bone Greatsword. Its stats are insane strength and spirit, both 500 plus 5,000. Speed, 500 plus 5,000. With extra durability and resistance. He inspects the weapon, wondering why the stats grew so evenly instead of giving a much bigger Devour reward. Then, an evolution prompt warns him that he must slay a Blazing Sun rank dragon to complete his evolution and raise his Devour limit to 20,000. He realizes with surprise that he has already hit the ceiling for his initial devouring stage. While this task seems challenging, he is in no rush. Right now, he holds a mysterious necklace, which speaks of a nameless hero buried in this very place. He wonders if this ancient warrior was the original owner of his Dragon Slayer heart. It seems his theory is spot on. He directs the black dragon forward, wondering if the pointing light will guide them straight to the ancient devourer. Thick mist quickly rolls in and blocks his vision, making it impossible to see anything in front of him. Fortunately, the Dragon Slayer heart in his hand begins to glow, serving as a reliable guide through the heavy shroud. He orders Athos to charge, finally bursting out. But his relief is short-lived. He freezes in sheer disbelief as a massive skeletal dragon suddenly looms before him. He wonders if this colossal structure is the physical body of the ancient devourer. Absolutely thrilled by its sheer scale, even his massive black dragon Athos looks like a mere lizard compared to this colossal skeleton, which is truly a terrifying sight to behold. To slay a beast of this size, the nameless hero must have been godlike, or perhaps even higher. He feels its excitement as the dragon roars. Witnessing the legend is cut short as the black dragon suddenly halts in mid-air. He guesses that this area might have a strict no-fly zone, especially as heavy dark mist begins to swirl around them and reform right before the giant skeleton. Staring at the structures, he wonders if they are the colossal arms of the ancient devourer, or perhaps he should climb along this skeletal path to reach the peak, finding the ritualistic nature of it quite fun. Suddenly, purple light flares inside the eye sockets of the skeletal dragons. Su Yang finds himself completely surrounded, wondering if these are the beasts he previously killed. Since they have somehow all resurrected, he suspects a powerful necromancer must be lurking nearby. Energy charges in their jaws, swirling into a tempest of fire. He smiles, gripping his dragon bone weapon, wondering if this is the ultimate trial left by the devourer and the hero. Without wasting any time, he takes action and leaps high into the air, preparing a massive area of effect strike. He watches the skeletal dragons look up in unison, only to be instantly shattered to pieces by his relentless downpour of slashes. However, a green healing energy quickly pulls the shattered bones back together. He knew they would recover. shouldering his greatsword. He decides it is simply time for another round. After all, this is not his first time slaying skeletal dragons. No matter how many times they rise, he is ready to put them down. With one massive strike, he shatters their bones completely. With a roar from his dragon, the bones pile up into a mountain. He still does not fully understand the meaning of this trial, but he is glad to have finished it after taking quite some effort. Mounting up, he rides toward the peak where a massive vortex suddenly forms. He wonders what is coming next, but the vortex violently pulls at him, forcing him to quickly grab onto the cliffside to catch his breath. That was incredibly close. Before he can even relax, he suddenly screams out for Athos. A dark mist is forcefully invading the black dragon, causing it to writhe in agony. Just then, soft footsteps echo from nearby. A figure holding a sword slowly approaches the edge of the cliff. He chuckles dryly at the endless surprises. As the opponent thrusts the blade down, he quickly dodges, clinging to the ledge with one hand. The stranger's eyes gleam, locking onto him. In an instant, a deadly chase begins as the opponent repeatedly stabs downward, forcing Su Yang to desperately dodge every strike. He almost has a chance to leap to the very top, but a sudden sword slash forces Su Yang to twist mid-air to evade, finally securing a narrow opening. His opponent's eyes glow a fierce crimson in the dark, looking incredibly eerie. Su Yang is stunned. Was that the ancient devourer's attack in such a confined space? Flight is completely banned, and they even added a deadly assassin to finish off any intruder. This is truly a deadly trap filled with absolute malice, and it somehow reminds him of a legendary game developer from Britain. Su Yang lifts the dragon bone blade. The black dragon he went through so much trouble to tame just vanished like that, leaving him incredibly frustrated. Whether this guy is the ancient devourer or some unnamed hero, he is getting chopped into pieces today. The opponent speaks in fragments flame. Qualification checked. Trial passed. Meanwhile, the black dragon begins to regenerate as surging energy wraps around its body. He watches in amazement as Athos's body begins to reform. Could this continuous burning be a test to judge his bloodline's purity? If the dragon cannot endure this, it will face permanent death. He urges Athos to hang in there before turning to the stranger, asking if he is the unnamed hero. But the man only responds by asking who he is. Su Yang introduces himself as a warrior from Longjia. Yet the stranger simply repeats his eerie question, demanding to know who he is. A wave of anxiety hits Su Yang. Why ask that twice? Could this mysterious fighter have actually seen right through his hidden identity? Has he somehow sensed that Su Yang is also a Sin Monarch? That should be impossible. Staring at the stranger's weapon, Su Yang gets an incredibly bad feeling, but before he can process it, a shadow flashes forward, forcing him to gasp at the sheer speed. This is bad. A massive pillar of crimson energy erupts, sending heavy shockwaves rippling through the entire area. He staggers backward, expecting to crash hard. But something is completely off. There is absolutely no pain, and his health bar has not dropped a single bit. What on earth is happening? The stranger suddenly mutters in confusion. Repair failed. Using. Who are you? Su Yang leaps high into the air. The situation might be confusing, but he needs to take this guy down first. His opponent is incredibly agile, slipping past the strike and immediately retaliating with a dangerous counter slash. Su Yang blocks with his dragon bone blade, and the two clash in a blur of motion so blindingly fast that they leave no afterimages. Flashes of sword light collide repeatedly, and Su Yang gradually finds himself pushed onto the defensive. The warrior leaps high for a finishing blow, and panic grips Su Yang as the blade rushes toward him, but in a wild move, he uses his teeth to clamp down on the sword. With the enemy's weapon locked, Su Yang quickly swings his own sword to strike back. He pulls the captured blade from his mouth, amused that his maxed-out physical stats have somehow made even his teeth incredibly strong. Thick smoke screens the battlefield, and Su Yang knows this fight is still far from an easy victory. After all, this man is a legendary hero. But now that he has lost his primary weapon, his combat power is heavily drained, making his defeat just a matter of time. Let's do this. But suddenly, the hero drops to the ground, catching Su Yang off guard as he mutters in realization, "So it is you. This sword belongs to you now." The glowing crimson sword now rests safely in Su Yang's hand. Before fading away, the hero leaves a final plea to slay someone named Glorious. Though Su Yang has absolutely no idea who that is. Slay Glorious? But who could that possibly be? If they are tied to the legend of the unnamed hero? Could it be a former ally? Suddenly, the system alerts him that a new user has been detected, beginning a resistance check and successfully identifying a system error. An unknown binding imprint is detected as the system unlocks the weapon's true traits, displaying a transcendent tier blade called Crimson Rainbow. Now masterless with a heavily damaged imprint, he curiously inspects Crimson Rainbow, wondering why so much of its data remains completely unknown. What exactly is this transcendent tier? Could there actually be a weapon grade higher than divine rank? And what on earth is a repairer anyway? Before he can think, a new screen pops up, confirming the transcendent blade. Crimson Rainbow. Repairing it requires Red Moon cores, which triggers a restoration process to bring its energy up to 152. Su Yang is stunned. It actually needs Red Moon cores to repair instantly. A glowing crimson crystal materializes in his hand. Deciding to test it out, Su Yang taps the confirm button on the screen. Glowing energy threads instantly wrap around the crystal, raising the sword's charge to 153. So one rare Red Moon core only yields a single point of energy. Talk about a massive money sink. A thunderous roar echoes. He smiles in relief, recognizing Athos's roar, watching the dragon appear before him. Su Yang realizes it has successfully completed the ancient inheritance ritual. Where did those eerie flames go? A system notification pops up, confirming that the necro flame monsters were completely devoured and incinerated by Athos. Unless Athos runs completely out of energy, these undead creatures are practically immortal, bound to rise again and again. He recalls how this unique trait strongly reminds him of a necromancer, which essentially means this giant black dragon is transforming into a massive, scale-clad necromancer. Or better yet, maybe he should just call it a necro-dragon instead. Glancing at the massive skeletal remains nearby, Su Yang notices that even these dragon bones have been resurrected, meaning they have officially become Athos's loyal new, undead minions. Watching the giant black dragon and his skeletal horde soar into the sky, Su Yang begins to picture an insane future. If he lets Athos devour enough elite monster bosses, he will easily amass a massive, unstoppable, undead army. This is no ordinary necromancer, this is literally a Lich King, the ruler of the undead. Talk about an absolutely overpowered inheritance. Strangely, floating numbers like 43, 53, 54, and 145 begin appearing above the dragon bones. Su Yang gets curious. Where on earth did these floating numbers come from? Because they definitely were not there before. Wait, could this actually be linked to his crimson sword right then? A sudden surge of raw energy erupts around the skeletal dragon, numbered 42, having just delivered a slash. Su Yang decides to test it out by activating the repair function instantly. The dragon bones vanish, leaving only a brilliant glow. He stands there completely stunned as a system notification flashes. This repair will increase crimson pollution by 0%, with 111 energy restored. Su Yang stares at the crimson sword in utter disbelief. Is this thing literally erasing the rules of reality? To think it can instantly delete even undead creatures that are supposed to be completely immortal. This ability is just way too broken to be real. But why did the notification pop up twice, with the second time still displaying 0%? Does that mean reaching 100% carries absolutely no penalty or price to pay? He remembers that the nameless hero tried to use repair on him earlier, and it failed completely. Could there be something special hidden inside his body? Or does it have to do with his unique system? He asks his system if it knows anything. But when it remains silent, Su-yang decides to put the mystery aside for now, since there is no response. He lets it go for now after all. Athos successfully claimed his powerful inheritance, and Su-yang secured a totally game-changing divine weapon. Even though he did not gain a single experience point from this run of the Dragon Spirit Dungeon, his massive haul has far exceeded his wildest expectations. Still, those Scarlet Moon crystals are incredibly rare right now, and his only realistic option to get more is by waiting for a random Scarlet Moon invasion event. The class advancement temple might hold the answers he needs, so he will have to find a reliable contact to quietly extract some information from them. But for now, his top priority is to get out of here. As the magic portal begins to open under the watchful eyes of two giant dragons, Kiko stares blankly at the massive energy column off in the distance. Leah asks in disbelief if the exit has actually opened up so suddenly. But Kiko quickly tells her to go on ahead while she waits behind. When Leah questions if she is waiting for Su-yang, both giant dragons suddenly begin to tremble in sheer terror. As Leah wonders what is going on, Kiko instantly knows it must be him, and sure enough, the black dragon appears, soaring in from the horizon, unleashing a heavy pressure. Su-yang calmly commands Athos to tell those noisy dragons to shut up. Athos approaches the two beasts and lets out a single, low growl, instantly forcing them into absolute silence, which leaves Leah utterly confused as to why they are suddenly frozen in place. Kiko notices that the black dragon's size has grown significantly, making her wonder if it managed to unlock some massive new power inside the dungeon. Su-yang steps down and politely thanks them for their hard work, letting them know the exit is open and they can finally head out. He adds that he expects them to keep quiet about everything that just went down in this place. He explains that keeping silent is safer for everyone involved. And while Leah seems to hesitate, Kiko immediately agrees and promises they will never utter a single word about what occurred here. She admits that looking into his eyes, she can tell he is truly a good person at heart. She mentions she wanted to chat with him some more, but sadly there is no opportunity for that today. Taken aback by her words for a brief second, Su-yang watches the portal activate as Kiko waves goodbye, wishing him well until next time. Su-yang lets the compliment sink in, quietly amused that she actually considers him to be a good guy. She is certainly highly perceptive, but with the chaotic situation waiting outside, he absolutely cannot exit looking like this. He needs to come up with a clever plan. And right then, he recalls Rhea's distinctive appearance. Based on his theories, since the world has already unlocked faction quests, if humans can turn into demons, then demons should realistically have a way to join the human side as well. This is definitely something he needs to test out and confirm. Instantly activating his dual-class system, Su-yang teleports back to his demon castle, chuckling softly as he notices how incredibly lively this abyss of devils has suddenly become. A system alert flashes, indicating that the one-way entry restriction for the abyss has officially been deleted. This means the trapped demons are now completely free to step out into the human world, which beautifully confirms his initial theory, proving his prediction was right. After all, if an ordinary demon wanders out of the abyss, they will basically just be serving themselves up as free experience points for humans. But what if he is actually the monarch of original sin? Su-yang summons Sita, commanding her to heed his call. Sita emerges, declaring herself as his humble servant, arriving at his grand summon. Her great king, she feels his power returning, promising that his grand glory will finally be restored. Su-yang asks Sita if she can cross through the gate of the abyss right now. Unsure, she tells her monarch that she must try first. So Su-yang commands her to go, deep on the moving plains of northern Siberia, right by the -30-degree abyss gate. Two shivering guards complain about how much longer they must endure this miserable place, joking that even a demon would freeze solid out here. Sita steps through, immediately realizing that her overall power has been heavily suppressed. The two guards freeze in pure terror, wondering if demons have actually managed to escape into the outside world. One guard frantically urges to report this to the high priest, but Sita simply finds them too noisy. With a quick flash of crimson light, she instantly takes both of their heads. Her solitary figure silently walks down the frozen path. Sita stops, deciding that, since she confirmed passage through the abyss gate, it is time to report back to her lord. Upon hearing this, Su Yang is surprised that even though she can pass through, her power has weakened to the level of a mere demigod. He wonders if this happens because the Ascension Staircase expansion has not launched yet, making the world temporarily unable to handle a true God-class being. Even so, Sita's raw stats and power still completely outclass any other 9th-tier demigod-class ranker out there. Besides, there are only 6 or 7 of those 9th-tier demigods outside the Dragon Spirit's secret realm anyway, meaning wiping them out will be an absolute piece of cake. Su Yang commands her to travel the world and punish the disrespectful in his name. She instantly accepts the order, and Su Yang shows her a projection, telling her to bring one specific person back. He explains that when he is asleep, that person will act as his proxy, representing him completely. Sita is shocked to see the image of a mere human. Not long ago, near the teleportation array, Augustin was demanding answers from Tang Zhan, accusing him of breaking their pact and demanding to know why Su Yang entered the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. And why, after he showed up, did they suddenly start fighting each other and even attack their own elven allies? Tang Zhan is just as clueless, stating he has nothing to explain and has no idea why this happened. Augustin is left speechless, while Ashley declares that the royal guard's honor cannot be stained. He demands to take Su Yang to the elven court for questioning once he emerges, and orders Tang Zhan to come along to explain himself too. He advises Tang Zhan to use this time to think of a good excuse. Tang Zhan coldly responds, asking if Ashley even has the strength to interrogate him. Ashley threatens that if Tang Zhan remains stubborn, he will not hesitate to get rough. Leah announces their return, but Hizzy immediately senses the heavy atmosphere, asking why everyone looks so incredibly serious. Tokugawa gets a bad feeling, asking why only the 2 of them returned and where Su Yang is. Augustin grabs Leah's hand, demanding to know where the people from the Elven Kingdom went. As they try to explain, Hazy quickly cuts in, saying they were separated the moment they stepped inside. Only she and Laya were teleported to the same spot, but even they got lost afterward, lying smoothly. She adds that they found no treasure and barely escaped with their lives. Before they even had any idea of what was happening, a blinding light flashed, teleporting them straight back to the entrance of the secret realm, which they found already opened, so they simply walked out, suggesting the others might emerge shortly after them. Swallowing her lie, Tokugawa stammers, wondering if that is really what happened and calling it a pity. Ashley reasons that if her story is true, someone must have successfully claimed the realm inheritance, meaning the others should have also been teleported back to the entrance just like them. But why have they not come out yet? Could something terrible have happened to them? He grabs both girls, declaring they must come to the Elven Kingdom for questioning. But Tokugawa stops him, shouting at Augustin to get his hands off, stepping up to protect them. He warns that these girls are theirs and not for outsiders to drag away, pointing a finger. Ashley threatens that if they keep interfering, they can forget about any future alliance with them. If anything happens to the 3rd prince and the eldest son of the Lauren family, they will pay a heavy price. Su quickly steps in, urging both Augustin and Tokugawa to consider the bigger picture. Compared to those unawakened geniuses, they are the ones who must complete the world quest and unlock the god tier, the actual hope for the future. Just imagine what would happen if they suddenly lost their elf allies. Once the Sovereign of Sin descends upon the world, who among them could possibly stand against him? It is a grim thought that leaves both of them hesitating. Eslian is pleased with his reaction, noting that he seems to be the one truly ready to form an alliance. She promises to report his goodwill to the Queen of Shiva, Su quickly nods in agreement, though both old men secretly think he is just a shameless, scheming hypocrite. A tiny pitch-black rift suddenly tears open in the sky, slowly expanding right before their eyes. Augustin instantly recognizes the dark aura as Sitha, utterly shocked as the demigod king of pride steps out of the spatial rift. Eslian wonders in utter disbelief how she could have possibly escaped from the demonic abyss. She sneers with pure contempt, mocking them as nothing but a bunch of pathetic, worthless trash. Augustin immediately goes on the offensive, realizing her massive aura has actually weakened quite a bit. Activating his forbidden spell, True Record. Her profile pops up: Sitha, the demigod king of pride. Her level, health points, attack, defense, and speed stats are all completely hidden. He figures that, while her exact abilities remain a mystery, there is no doubt her power has plummeted to the level of a mere demigod. Augustin quickly urges everyone to put aside their petty fights to defeat her together, calling it an unprecedented chance. While Sitha mockingly dares them to all come at once, Augustin takes command, assigning Tang Zhan as the vanguard while ordering the rest to support them, since they cannot damage her at all without taking down the Sin King first. He rallies everyone to launch a massive, coordinated strike right now, he mutters in realization. Leaving the main offensive in the hands of his comrades, Su plans to help them first, ready to flee if things go south. Suddenly, the Benevolent Knight skill activates, boosting nearby allies' physical attack by 20% and restoring 1% of their health every second for 30 seconds. The Beast Cheer takes effect, boosting attack by 15% and increasing nearby allies' magic defense by up to 10% of their maximum health. Augustin slams his staff down, unleashing the mighty Heavenly Thunder Cataclysm, followed closely by Tang Zhan's devastating ultimate Shattering Fist. A barrage of attacks rains down on Sitha, engulfing the sky in scorching fire, leaving her shocked that they actually managed to wound her. Augustin's side cheers, shouting that she is not invincible and urging everyone to push harder to finish her off. Sitha sneers at them, calling them nothing but pathetic, helpless ants who, despite bringing a tiny surprise, could never hope to win with such pitiful, minor damage. As a massive black hole opens up, she commands them all to be sucked inside. The system alerts them to Dark Domain, which is Sitha's exclusive skill that pulls all enemies within 500 meters into a barrier, slashing their overall stats by 50%. Those caught in the crushing gravity scream out in sheer panic. They scream, wondering what this thing is as they get dragged in, while Augustin wonders why 3 specific people remain completely unaffected, unsure of what is happening. Leah and Hizi run over, desperately calling out to Lord Tokugawa and Master Augustin. Behind them, Tang Zhan remains perfectly fine, just as a sudden blast strikes directly behind him and Leah. Su Yang steps forward to activate the Soul Imprint, leaving Tang Zhan completely stunned by the sudden command. Though initially confused, Tang Zhan quickly grabs the other 2 and flies away, leaving Hizi thoroughly dazed, watching them vanish through the rift. Su Yang sighs in relief, glad to have bought some time as he bids farewell to the legendary Tang Zhan. Su Yang turns his gaze towards Sitha, sensing that things are wrapping up on her end, while she wonders if this weak human is really the representative. But why is he so incredibly weak? Lightly landing on the ground, Sitha openly admits she has no idea why the sovereign chose him, noting that calling him a mere ant would not be an exaggeration at all. He casually brushes it off, stepping past her to remind her to drop the pride because he needs her help right now. He is off to pick someone up, leaving Sitha to comply with a deeply unsettled heart. For just a fleeting second, she could have sworn she felt the sovereign's true presence, dismissing it as a mere illusion. Su Yang returns to his safe villa, where Lilith is watering plants in the garden before sensing a sudden, powerful gust of wind. A dark shadow suddenly sweeps past toward the villa, causing the watering can in her hand to crash to the ground. Lilith collapses to the ground in terror as a dark mist shapes itself into a massive claw. Grabbing her and demanding she come along, she screams to be let go, demanding to know who they are. As the dark energy retracts in an instant, standing nearby, Su Yang simply watches as the portal snaps shut, restoring quiet peace to the estate. Augustine sits on the dirt in complete defeat. Tokugawa mutters in despair that they have failed again, claiming the gap is simply too massive to overcome. Suddenly, Augustine remembers a crucial detail from just moments before, right before being sucked in. He hurriedly asked if anyone had seen Tang Zhan. Tokugawa replied that they had not. Edo chimes in with a revelation, explaining that right before being pulled into that dark void, he saw Tang Zhan standing completely unaffected. Just like Sita, it looked like they never even viewed him as an enemy. Augustine is shocked, asking if Atto means they are being set up. Atto admits he has a highly unsettling suspicion. He suggests that Tang Zhan and Longjia might have betrayed humanity to work with the demons. But Augustine immediately rejects the idea as impossible. Tang Zhan is simply not that kind of man, and there is no way he would ever turn his back on humanity. Eto coldly counters, reminding Master Augustine that although they are close friends, now is certainly not the time to be shielding a potential traitor. He turns to the crowd, asking if the others present saw the exact same thing. A voice from near the tree speaks up, confirming that Sita indeed showed absolutely no hostility toward him during the entire encounter. That makes the situation highly suspicious, leading others to wonder if their legendary war god has actually betrayed them. Atto continues his manipulative scheme, urging them to remember how they inexplicably started slaughtering each other while waiting just outside the dragon spirit mystic realm. Such a terrifying influence is completely beyond any logical explanation. He asks who could possibly control them all without anyone even noticing. It is a feat that seems utterly impossible for a mortal without some form of dark demonic assistance. To make matters worse, Su Yang, who was originally banned from entering, has now successfully stepped inside the dragon spirit mystic realm. The ones benefiting are clearly Su Yang and Longjia. Augustine finds himself unable to argue, as the pieces truly fit. An unseen force capable of manipulating him without his knowledge is far beyond what even a ninth-turn demigod could ever hope to wield. Tokugawa loudly objects, declaring that the logic is completely flawed. He reminds everyone that alongside Tang Zhan, there were also Hiroko from his own nation and Leah from the Eagle Federation. Tokugawa asks if those girls are also suspected of conspiring with demons. Edo silently curses, realizing he nearly overlooked those two weak girls in his rush. Quick on his feet, he fabricates a sloppy excuse, claiming Tang Zhan kept them hostage so he could monopolize the secret realm entirely. Tokugawa is easily swayed by the lie, admitting it is possible. While Atto notes that despite not knowing Tang Zhan's exact situation, he remains the only one who suffered almost no losses, since the gap in their power is widening by the second. They absolutely must find a way to take him down. With Bigano's current fate unknown, only those two young girls possess any real knowledge of what transpired inside the secret realm. If they can just ignite a clash between the girls and Tang Zhan, there is still a solid chance to claim those secrets for themselves. The grand ambition of building the Shiva kingdom cannot be allowed to crumble once again. He loudly declares that Tang Zhan's actions are highly suspect, prompting several others to agree that despite being hard to believe, the theory actually has some merit. Concluding that time is running out, he urges the group to hunt down Tang Zhan immediately, but just as the words leave his mouth, Tang Zhan teleports directly behind him and lands a massive fist straight to his face, sending Edo flying backward. He warns the conspirator that another slanderous lie will earn him an immediate trip to the respawn point. Augustine steps forward to demand an explanation, insisting that Tang Zhan clear the air. They want to know why he escaped Sita's barrier, why he suddenly vanished, and where he has been this entire time. Tang Zhan calmly replies that he has nothing to explain to them. If they genuinely doubt his loyalty, they can simply travel to the holy city and let the high priest pass judgment. Leah steps forward to verify his story, explaining that the war god had escorted both of them directly to the Longxia border before immediately heading back. Hiroko adds that the older warrior was acting very strangely back then, behaving as if something else was completely controlling him. Augustine reasons that if Tang Jian is willing to face the holy city, the chance of him colluding with the Abyss Demon is highly unlikely. After all, everyone knows the high priest has the mystical ability to detect any lie. Tokugawa begins to wonder if that young kid Su Yang from Longxia might be the one colluding with the Abyss Demon, a suspicion that both leaders secretly share as the potential mastermind. Yet, they dismiss the idea almost immediately, finding the very thought of a mere teenager being behind this utterly ridiculous. How could a newly promoted fourth-turn fighter possibly possess the raw power or the authority to pull off something so massive? Augustine decides they will head to the Holy City for a final ruling from the High Priest, which will also address the ongoing issues with the Elf Kingdom. Nursing his bruised face and a burning grudge, Athos vows to make Tang Jian pay as the group finally arrives at the gates of the Holy City. Upon hearing the news, Ophelia asks if they are absolutely sure they never colluded with the Abyss Demons. If that is true, did they really not notice when they were being controlled? The group confirms that they indeed had no idea. A bright light appears beside Tang Jian. Only then do they believe Tang Jian was telling the truth. No wonder he was so confident without showing even a shred of hesitation. She speaks up to address the two girls if everyone else is clear. Then regarding their own account of the events in the Dragon Soul secret realm, are they absolutely certain they did not lie about a single thing? Shimmering lights appear right above the heads of Leah and Hiro. But both of those lights quickly fade away. They panic silently. They are doomed, never expecting the Holy High Priestess to have this power. Su Yang. It is not that I did not want to cover for you, but this High Priestess is simply too sharp. Augustine snaps at Leah for daring to deceive him, while Tokugawa barks at his niece Hiro, demanding to know what she is hiding. He warns that if she refuses to tell the truth, even her father's pleas won't save her. While Tang Jian silently wonders if all of this actually connects back to Su Yang, he had already questioned everyone from Wu Yun and Bai Ling to Shui Qian. Before this, Tang Jian had thoroughly dug into the boy's background, questioning his classmates, the guild he joined, and even the very temple priests who knew him. Their opinions of Su Yang varied wildly, calling him a powerful genius with a calm demeanor who was definitely not some ruthless monster. Even if he really was somehow linked to the Abyss, why would he get himself and those two young girls involved in the first place? If it turns out Su Yang truly has ties to the Abyss, how should he even treat the kid going forward? Should he eliminate him or what? Ophelia warns them that, since their lies have already been exposed, trying to hide anything else is completely pointless now. In fact, hiding things that do not even need to be hidden might just backfire on them. If they do not wish to speak out here, they can follow her to the confession room, where she will decide their fate. Leah quickly whispers to her companion, wondering if the priestess's lie-detecting power extends to those other secrets, which prompts Hiro to suggest they should just come clean and share everything. She pleads with the high priestess to let them enter the confession room, where they will reveal absolutely everything to her. Ophelia agrees and guides them into the room. But before disappearing inside, both girls turn back to glare directly at Ado, leaving him feeling utterly baffled. About 10 minutes later, Ophelia steps out of the confession room with them, pointing her staff directly at Ato Hazan. She demands to know if he planned to incite Biganu of the Shiva Kingdom to slaughter everyone inside the secret realm. Ato panics internally, stammering out that he had no idea, while silently screaming in terror over how the High Priestess could possibly know about this. Could it be those two girls? Did they somehow capture Biganu? No. That should be completely impossible. She exposes his crime, stating that according to Hiro and Leah, Su Yang exposed Biganu's plan in the Dragon Soul secret realm and killed him. Since those two girls did not participate, the court must now judge if Su Yang is guilty, or if Biganu, meaning Ato Hazan himself, is the culprit. Therefore, He only needs to answer her question with a simple yes or no. The crowd behind them gasps, wondering how a mere tier 4 like Su Yang could kill a tier 6 like Biganu, but that detail does not matter right now. The real issue is Athos. That miserable bastard. Scheming behind everyone's backs. Yet he still tries to desperately deny it, stammering that he did not do it. But the lie-detecting light flares up and then dies down immediately, letting Ophelia know that the truth has finally been laid bare. In the name of the Holy Priestess, she temporarily grants execution rights to Tang Zhan, sentencing Athos Hazan of the Shiva Kingdom to 3 death penalties. To be detained in the Holy City, he drops to his knees in utter despair, while Tang Zhan erupts in fury, noting that neither he nor the participants from the Sakura and Eagle America kingdoms had any issues. This means Athos was completely trying to frame Su Yang for his own crimes. Was he not? The man still stubbornly argues, shouting at Tang Zhan not to slander him, claiming that while he had those intentions, he never colluded with the Abyss. Furthermore, he screams that Su Yang is not entirely innocent either, as he slaughtered the elves inside the secret realm. And there was even an elven prince among them. If he is guilty, then Su Yang is guilty too. And their entire Longxia nation is just as guilty. Their nation's crime was obstructing the creation of the Elven Alliance, which he claims is far more detestable than anything he ever did, calling them the true betrayers. Tang Zhan suddenly throws a massive punch directly at him, roaring for the absolute filth to die. The sheer force of the blow sends Athos flying into the distance. But he revives, panting heavily as Tang Zhan continues to mercilessly beat him down. He declares that he is not finished yet, instantly incinerating the man with a blast of fire, before warning him as he revives once more. He tells him to rot in prison and await his final judgment, while Athos growls back, threatening that Tang Zhan had better watch his back. Right as those words leave his mouth, 2 sharp spears press against his neck. He knows his plot is ruined, and soon, his kingdom will face the consequences. The only thing left to do is find a way to flip the board, sending out one final desperate message to his brother. Before getting sealed away, Athos sends a desperate message to the Elf Kingdom, telling them Su Yang killed their prince and that the Shiva Kingdom is joining the Abyss. He wants them to join the demon faction to help him get revenge. As Athos sneaks the message out, a faint light flashes, leaving Su Yang completely speechless at the sight. The Shiva Kingdom actually wants to join the demon faction. Of all the moves to make, they literally walk right into a trap. Su Yang gladly watches him get locked away. Oh, Athos, even with all those clever schemes, how could he ever predict that the guy he is trying to spite is actually the Lord of the Abyss Demons himself? Athos is clearly running out of options, backing himself straight into a tight corner. If the Shiva Kingdom joins the demons, Su Yang can torment them however he likes. He is more than happy to accept this wonderful little parting gift. Athos can go ahead and blame him all he wants. After all, the old man brought this entire disaster upon himself, so there is really no point in complaining. As for the Elf Kingdom, aside from Lilith, every single elf he has ever met is incredibly arrogant. They all act like they are some supreme, noble race, constantly looking down on everyone else with pure disgust. If he did not know any better, he would think every single one of them possessed power like Sita. That explains their sheer madness. But they are just a fallen race that once held a god rank. Just wait until Su Yang ascends to become the Lord of Sin and claims true godhood. He will show those stuck-up elves who the real boss is. Once that happens, keeping an arrogant elf around as a mere slave will be a walk in the park. With the meeting wrapping up, it is time to get down to actual business. Su Yang looks up at the towering demon god statue. Earlier, because of the dragon spirit realm and the constant fear of drawing suspicious eyes from the holy city, he had to hold off on leveling up for quite a while. But now that those nagging worries are completely gone, he can finally go all out to break through to the demigod stage. The archdemon Livia watches him approach with clear curiosity. She asks why her lord would choose such a weak, pathetic creature, to be his envoy. It is something that truly puzzles everyone. But Su Yang simply warns her not to ask too many questions and just follow orders. She frowns, barely holding back her growing frustration. Livia relents, privately realizing that their lord's decisions are far beyond their control anyway. It is probably much smarter to just build a solid relationship with his new representative. Damn it, she thinks. Why did Sita of all people get to take on the representative's task? She is more than capable of handling it herself. And this bitter defeat eats away at her. The system suddenly pings, showing he has reached level 100, having hit the 4th transition limit. He now begins his 5th transition promo quest. There are 2-star and 5-star options listed. Su Yang is thrilled to see this process is pretty much identical to the standard job temple. This means he could potentially set up a VIP system for the Demon Temple too. As Su Yang analyzes the entire setup, a brilliant plan quickly forms in his mind. First, he will have the most powerful demons tackle the 5-star advancement quests in the temple. If everything goes as expected, they will likely run right into the Red Moon Forest. Once there, they must slay the Crimson Wither beasts to harvest rare Red Moon cores. Then, using his authority as the Lord of Sin, he will simply order them to hand over those cores. Why are those Red Moon cores so incredibly rare? It is simply because almost nobody can actually finish the 5-star transition quest. But if he can pull a few strings to mass-produce 5-star class advancements, he will easily harvest a massive stockpile of those valuable Red Moon cores. This would not only bring in endless wealth, but also solve his high-tier weapon charging issues. The Fai Hong sword will be fully powered. With that kind of power, he could tear through gods and demons alike. It is absolutely perfect. Just then, the system chimes with a 5-star promotion quest, offering double rewards. The first objective requires him to slay 10 5th transition demon class users. The second requires slaying 10 non-demon class users of the same level. Upon completion, his class will advance to the legendary Demon Soul Reaper. On top of that, his very life tier will evolve, boosting all base stats by 50%. Third, he will gain brand new class skills. And fourth, 1,000 free attribute points. Su Yang rubs his chin in deep thought. It is an old rule: the shorter the quest description, the bigger the catch. This task sounds brutally hard right now, and things are only going to get much more difficult down the road. Anyone who can pull off this 5th transition is basically a genius. But trying to skip tiers and kill a 5th transition user as a mere 4th transition is almost impossible. This quest will widen the gap even further, separating the merely talented from the truly God-chosen elites. As for Su Yang, killing a 5th transition opponent is nothing more than a walk in the park. First, he decides to wander around the demon abyss and easily clear off that first objective. Meanwhile, inside the Ganges temple of the Shiva kingdom, Amino is pacing back and forth anxiously, dying for any scrap of news. As long as Bigano can successfully secure the legendary Ancient Devourer inheritance, then absolutely no one can block the rise of the Shiva kingdom. When that happens, they can easily surpass both Longsha and the Eagle America Federation to become the ultimate powerhouse. An alliance with the elves completely unnecessary. Simply slaying the Lord of Sin is more than enough to activate the legendary world quest. A sharp chime rings out. He grins with excitement. The news has finally arrived. But the moment Amino reads the message, his smug smile instantly vanishes. What do they mean? Bigano failed and was killed, leaving his entire body trembling in absolute shock. How is this even possible, when Bigano was the very son he was most proud of, possessing a genius beast-taming talent that far surpassed his own? Once the boy fully matured, he was guaranteed to reach the 9th transition. Absolutely guaranteed. Yet somehow, a 4th transition trash managed to completely murder his genius son. His brilliant genius son is gone. Bracing himself against the table, he struggles to stand. With the truth exposed, his brother is doomed. The Job Change Temple will be knocking on his door any second, forcing Amino to make a choice. and joining the Akuma means betraying all of humanity. A dark path with absolutely no way of ever turning back. But Bigano cannot die in vain. Forced to the edge, he growls that they left him no choice. In Ofima, Ato is officially locked away. Next, let's look at what's happening with the young man named Su Yang. Augustine speaks up, admitting that while they can barely believe a fourth transition, Su Yang defeated a sixth transition Bigano. It is not entirely impossible, but how on earth did he slay the seventh transition Elven Prince? Eric, it is simply too absurd. Li Ya immediately swears her words are true. Begging for their trust, he shakes his head, explaining that it is not about disbelief since the high priest verified it, but the scenario is just incredibly nonsensical. He demands to know exactly what went down back then, asking her for every detail. She explains that Su Yang seemed to use a bizarre, unseen item to completely trap and control Eric, admitting she has never witnessed anything like it. Eric was clearly fully conscious, yet he remained completely unable to move, use items, or even cast a single skill. The control duration is unknown, but at least from what they saw, it remained active. Ba Ke turns to Lin Na, asking if that sounds exactly like a confinement status. But normally, when a lower tier class holder challenges a higher tier powerhouse, both the raw damage and the crowd control duration should be drastically and heavily reduced. She agrees, pointing out that level suppression is basic, common knowledge among class holders, which is precisely why so few ever dare to actively challenge an opponent of a much higher tier. Augustine knows this very well. But common sense simply does not apply to Su Yang anymore. Perhaps the boy concealed his true level, or that item is so ridiculously powerful that it completely bypasses the level suppression effect. Tang Jian counters that whatever method Su Yang used, it was strictly a counterattack, not a senseless assault on an innocent person. Because of that, he firmly believes the boy is innocent, completely innocent. Tokugawa coldly counters that, while they might not see a crime, the Elven Kingdom will absolutely view it as an unforgivable offense. Whispers break out. He did absolutely nothing wrong. It was purely a matter of self-defense. But will the elves see it that way after losing one of their top princes inside the dragon spirit realm? If they fail to provide a proper explanation, their entire future alliance will fall apart. Suddenly, a panicked messenger bursts through the doors, shouting frantically for the high priest as he whispers the urgent news to Ophelia. She slams her staff hard against the floor, declaring the meeting immediately suspended due to an extreme emergency. It turns out Ato instigated Amino to push the Shiva kingdom into joining the Akuma and right at the local abyss entrance. All the royal guards have been defeated. Lying motionless on the cold ground, Amino, the mastermind behind this scheme, reasons that if they cannot rule through the legendary inheritance, then they will gladly embrace the Akuma path. Once they grow stronger, the great Lord of Sin will protect them, giving their people ample time to rebuild so they can finally launch their ultimate revenge. Just wait. Once they return from the abyss, the Ganges River will completely overflow their entire land. Asura arrives with a report. Priest Amino demands the current situation. Instantly, the warrior reports. Over 20,000 elite class holders have already been successfully transferred, marching straight into the dark abyss layers in an orderly, controlled wave to maintain a steady and constant rate of demonic infection. So far, more than 1,000 people have already completed the dark transformation, quietly moving toward the demon city and completely ceasing all of their mindless, aggressive attacks. In the distance, another panicked scout sprints toward them, shouting to Priest Amino that disaster has struck. People from the class transition temple have arrived, and they have already captured quite a few people. Many commoners are being easily convinced by the temple, refusing to go down into the dark abyss. Amino is shocked to receive the news, demanding to know what is going on. He asks if there are still any Brahmins or Kshatriyas moving right now. The scout replies, 70% of the Brahmins have been moved, while 60% of the Kshatriyas have already migrated safely. To buy time, Amino orders that the Brahmins must be sent through first, while the remaining Kshatriyas will lead the commoners to block the class temple and stall them. The subordinates shout in unison. Understood, gritting his teeth in fury. He thinks those worthless commoners can never stop the class temple, meaning he has no choice but to abandon some of the Kshatriyas. He silently vows, just wait, because sooner or later he will return to reclaim everything. But for now, he must focus on escaping deep into the abyss. Meanwhile, down in the pitch-black 20th floor of the abyss, those who successfully turned into demons are gathering. They chat excitedly, celebrating how good it feels now that their basic stats have boosted by a solid 4% after the transformation. The guy next to him scoffs, saying he only got 4%, while his own stats jumped by 6%. Nearby, 2 other demon players are gossiping, wondering what the Grand Demon City actually looks like. One asks if there will be beautiful succubi in the city, and his friend laughs, promising he will fully enjoy himself if there are. Still, they continue sharing the rumors they have heard. Word on the street is that the class temple has allied with Longzia to target their Shiva kingdom. Those damn Longzia players are probably just jealous of how insanely fast their kingdom is developing. But it is absolutely fine. Once they grow much stronger under the mighty Lords of Sin, they will launch a massive counterattack and wipe out those annoying Longxia bastards first. He also heard that the Elf Kingdom has quite a favorable impression of their Shiva Kingdom. Once they finalize their grand alliance, their Shiva Kingdom will surely hold a highly respected position. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo as someone emerges from the shadows. Spotting Su Yang with half his face obscured by darkness, the man aggressively demands to know who he is. Su Yang calmly tells him to guess, which only infuriates the guy, who screams to die for daring to scare him. A blinding beam of light blasts straight at Su Yang. The explosion erupts with intense heat. Yet his health bar remains at a perfect 100%. He calmly speaks up, telling everyone not to panic. Su Yang explains he is a guide sent from the Demon City to lead the newly transformed players there. The crowd gasps in absolute shock. A guide, with a completely harmless smile on his face. He explains he was actually among the very first to join the demon faction, receiving this special quest from the demon high priest to show all newcomers the way. One of them nods, telling him to lead the way immediately if that is really the case. Leading the way, Su Yang invites them to follow him. He takes them to a massive statue, explaining, this is the Demon City. And, as their faction grows, more strongholds will be built. This place is easily comparable to the grand holy city of the class temple back in the real world. As for the demon statue, it serves as the only respawn point for all demon class holders right now. If any of you happen to die, you will end up respawning right here. The leader praises the setup, admitting this abyssal demon path is much more exciting than he expected. Staring at Su Yang's back, he asks if he is British, Chinese, Korean, or perhaps from Longzia. Su Yang turns around and casually reveals he is from Longsha. 2 guys in the back smile, greeting their new Longzia friend and saying it is nice to meet him. They then ask if the Demon City has similar safety rules to the real world, such as class holders being completely unable to attack one another inside. With a thoughtful look, Su Yang replies that there are indeed rules, and anyone who fights will be severely punished by the high priest. He adds that he heard the punishment is incredibly terrifying. Looking quite worried, the player asks about the area outside. Surely the deep abyss does not have such annoying restrictions, right? Su Yang smiles, confirming his guess. Confirming this, he states the abyss has absolutely no rules, making it a lawless place where the strong prey on the weak. Suddenly, a heavy pressure radiates from Su Yang, freezing the entire group in place. One of them nervously asks what he is doing as he wipes his sword. The demon players stand frozen, sweat pouring down their faces in pure terror. Su Yang swings his blade, barely missing a guy's head as the survivors scream, asking if he is playing with them. They yell to kill him. But Su Yang lets his blade do the talking, as a brilliant flash of sword light erupts. With a satisfied smile, he watches everything unfold perfectly, according to his own plan. The sole survivor stutters in absolute terror, asking if he is insane and if he is not afraid of the demon high priest's wrath. Su Yang replies that attacking inside the demon city carries an absolute death sentence, and even the demon high priest has to obediently follow the rules. Raising his sword, he declares that right here, he is the only rule. With one slash, fresh blood splatters everywhere. The survivors scramble to escape, yelling to run and report this to Lord Amino immediately. But floating high above, Su Yang declares that since they are already here, they can just stay forever. Horrified screams from the fleeing crowd echo through the entire area. The system updates his current quest progress, showing 5 Tier 5 Demon class users killed, and 0 non-Demon class users killed so far. Su Yang knows very well that the population of the Shiva Kingdom alone is more than enough to complete his class transition quest. Time to keep hunting, as he must complete this Tier 5 advancement quest within 1 day. Clutching a sinister purple flame in his hand, Su Yang tosses it behind him, letting the wildfire explode outward. He leaves to resume the hunt, absolutely determined to finish his Tier 5 advancement quest before the day ends. As the flames gradually die down, Livia approaches, quietly thinking that the representative chosen by her lord is definitely not simple. He is only at Tier 4. Yet he easily slaughtered a Tier 6. But what could her lord's true purpose be in choosing him? Could he really help her lord awaken faster? Or is a weakling like him simply not enough for such a massive task? Deep inside a jagged, rocky gorge, the dark air hangs heavy over a field of scattered corpses. The system alerts him that his Tier 5 quest to kill 10 Tier 5 Demon class users is complete, prompting Su Yang to sheath his sword. The next phase is to eliminate 10 non-Demon class users of the same tier. Pulling up the system interface, Su Yang figures there must still be plenty of untransformed Brahmin nobles lingering in the shallow levels of the abyss. Once dead, they will respawn at the transition temple in the Shiva Kingdom. And if they run around spreading bad rumors about him, it will get incredibly annoying. To pull off this quest successfully, it looks like he will have to camp their corpses. Sensing a presence, Su Yang spins around and asks Livia if she is there. She steps forward. I'm surprised he actually managed to detect her. She admits he has some skills, asking what he wants. While he smiles at her slightly softened attitude, Su Yang points his blade directly at her, acting as the official representative. He orders her to command all demon classes in Demon City to go down to the shallow abyss to hunt 10 untransformed Tier 5 Brahmin nobles. As the chosen representative, he demands she order the demon class users in Demon City to head to the shallow abyss and eliminate 10 of those untransformed Tier 5 Brahmin nobles. His sharp blade hovers barely 1 centimeter away from Livia's forehead. Terrified, she complies instantly, though she is still fuming inside over how a weak little representative dares to order her around like this. But since this is ultimately her master's will, she decides to go along with him for now. Meanwhile, the class users are busy checking the new system notifications on their screens. They chatter excitedly, noticing a new quest and joking that their boss clearly dislikes those newly arrived Brahmins. They rally the group to go show those arrogant newcomers what they are truly made of. As a demon hunts down the newcomers, one panics and asks what they are doing. Since they already joined the demon side, the attacking demon coldly apologizes before telling them to just go ahead and die. Across the temple steps, columns of light shoot up as respawned players curse in anger, complaining that the demons have gone completely mad. To reach the abyss, they now have to breach the temple defenses again, which will surely be heavily guarded. Wondering how they can possibly make it through, a crafty player slyly suggests using a few Shudra commoners as human shields. The others quickly agree, noting that the temple guards would never dare to mindlessly slaughter innocent hostages. After all, those low-class peasants are nothing but disposable tools. They should feel deeply honored to serve as sacrifices for their return to the abyss. But before they can finish, a barrage of sword strikes flashes, sending their heads flying as blood sprays everywhere. Su Yang steps out, muttering that he initially felt a bit guilty, but now it seems killing them is purely a public service. Glancing toward the distant respawn pillars, he prepares to run this deadly assembly line all over again. 1 hour later, the system confirms his Tier 5 quest, logging 10 out of 10 Demon Mage class kills. It also registers 10 out of 10 non-Demon Mage class kills. Standing among the pile of bodies, he lets out a sigh of relief at finally finishing. Reading the details, Su Yang sees that completing this advancement has unlocked a hidden class quest, the Song of Darkness. The quest description notes that following a blood blessing ritual, a massive power will offer a deadly temptation. Those chasing ultimate strength will plunge straight into the dark abyss as they grasp for greater power. Mission Objective 1. Reach the 60th floor of the abyss and solo the Star Brilliance rank Primal Demon boss. Abyssal Roar. Objective 2. Retrieve the core dropped by the boss, which holds a fragment of the Wrath Sin King's power, and take it to the demon statue to complete the fusion. He cheers in excitement. This is awesome. Another hidden quest has finally popped up. Su Yang compares it, finding this quest quite similar to his previous hidden class change mission. Back then, he had to swap the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon essence with Black Dragon blood. But this time, he's wielding the power of Wrath. This gets him wondering if he can fuse using the primal dark power of the Sin Monarch directly. Just how insanely broken would the result be? Su Yang heads straight for the door, deciding it is time to go pay this Abyssal Roar guy a visit. Behind him, the others slowly begin to fade away. Deep within a gloomy swamp lies a dragon skeleton. Where the black dragon lands, a nearby demon panics. It's a giant dragon. They can't mess with that. Run. Meanwhile, the black dragon streaks forward at extreme speed. The system chimes in, announcing the Star Brilliance rank Primal Demon boss. Abyssal Roar. At level 150, it sits right ahead. The Primal Demon looks surprised, asking who he is to dare challenge it all alone. Su Yang shoulders his dragon bone sword, telling the beast to skip the intro since he's in a rush. Feeling insulted, the boss snarls that the reckless human will pay dearly for his sheer ignorance and arrogance. A brilliant beam of sword light erupts from below. 5 minutes later, the primal demon crashes to the ground. Unable to believe its defeat, he casually remarks that it takes a hit much better than the silver dragon. But that's really about it. Su Yang approaches with his sword, ending this. In absolute desperation, the demon fires a last-ditch strike, screaming for him to die. The primal demon laughs triumphantly, asking if he saw that coming. It gloats about keeping a hidden trump card, a devastating true damage attack that completely ignores defense, meaning certain death. But as the thick smoke gradually clears away, Su Yang's figure is revealed. He asks if it's done being noisy. Shocked, the demon stares as his health remains at 98%. He asks if it has ever heard of the classic smoke never kills rule. Seeing that 98% health, the primal demon literally cries. Wondering who the real boss is supposed to be here, Su Yang confidently delivers a final, brilliant slash, confirming that he obviously is. Standing amid the ruined battlefield beside the colossal corpse on cracked ground, his mysterious figure looms. He wonders if this is the demon core required for the hidden quest. In the past, he probably would have been pretty thrilled, staring coldly at the glowing gem in his hand. He sighs that this kind of stuff just doesn't catch his eye anymore. Su Yang ponders and continues. To obtain the primal dark origin of the Sin Lord, he must venture deep into the abyssal territory. However, since he cannot enter right now, he can only bestow this power upon the Sin Kings, so they can transfer it to him later. But as of now, he still can't enter. So his only option is giving this power to the Sin Kings to hand over to him later, returning to the Demon City. Everyone is still busy constructing the Grand Fortress, including Su Yang's private mansion. Lilith runs toward him, breathing a sigh of relief as she asks where on earth they actually are. He explains it is the Demon City within the abyss. Lilith's eyes widen, her cheeks flushing red with a mix of confusion and disbelief. She questions how a human could achieve this. Su Yang just smiles confidently, pointing toward the two maids behind him. The reason is a bit complicated, but basically, hearing that the Elf Kingdom was hunting her again, he decided to bring her to a safer place. He reassures her that she is safe here, and these maids will handle her daily needs, so she should feel free to ask. After some hesitation, she relaxes and leans back, staring down as she mutters that she will trust him, since he is the one saying it. Standing alone in the quiet room, Lilith gently clutches the edge of her shirt. It belongs to Su Yang, making her wonder if he is truly just a human being. Everything he does is simply too hard to believe. Blushing deeply, she lowers her head to hide her sudden embarrassment. She quickly whispers that she doesn't care whether he is human or demon, as long as it's him, amused by her adorable worry. Su Yang smiles gently and pats her head, calling her silly before reassuring her that he is definitely human. He just needs to take care of a few things that transcend humanity. Meanwhile, in the elf court, a figure kneels before a glowing throne at the end of a long hall. A voice asks Chief Knight Esleon why he returned, since he was supposed to escort Prince Eric. The figure on the throne asks why he has returned at this hour. The queen's face hardens with cold majesty, her gaze drilling into Knight Esleon as he kneels before her in absolute shame. Sweat beads on his forehead and his body trembles. Your Majesty. Prince Eric failed to return from the pocket dimension. Rage flares as the queen screams, "What did you say? What on earth happened to my dear son Eric?" Kalo steps forward with a grim face. Chief Knight, speak clearly. What about Lord Alan? Esleon slumps against the floor, a vivid memory of a terrifying figure with purple wings flashing through his mind. I still do not know the full details. At that moment, I was only negotiating with the humans outside when the King of Pride ambushed us. Only those humans know the real truth. Unable to contain her fury, the queen swings her scepter, unleashing a sudden, violent tempest. Useless, she snaps. Why should I even keep you alive? Kalo remains quiet, stepping in to soothe her boiling anger. Please, Your Majesty, calm yourself. The Chief Knight failed. Yes, but holding the humans accountable is our absolute priority right now. A cold, venomous smile plays on her lips as her eyes narrow. She tilts her head with a chilling command. Very well. Grand Mage, go to the human world and demand an answer from those filthy, foolish creatures. If they refuse, our elven bows and staffs will make them our slaves long before the demons can even destroy their world. We obey. Your Majesty, they shout in unison. Back at the sacred temple, Ophelia stands alone, deep in thought. Sava's Pandora's box has finally been forced wide open. Once other nations see Sava prospering from siding with the Abyss Akma, who can say they won't follow chaos, will consume the entire world. Who will be left to stand against the Red Moon? She closes her eyes tight, a heavy weight pressing down on her. Ophelia stands isolated in the vast, empty hall, her grip tightening on the long, powerful scepter. A voice breaks her silence, announcing that an envoy from the Elven Kingdom has arrived outside the holy city already. Heavy footsteps approach, leaving a trail of solid ice along the floor as a chilling display of sheer authority. Kalo struts in with absolute arrogance. Have you humans prepared yourselves to pay the price for your utter foolishness? Kalo delivers a chilling threat. I have no time to waste on you. Hand over the killer of Prince Eric and Lord Alan right now, or else. He turns back, eyes cold as ice. We will gladly transition from your allies to your masters. Buck and Lena instantly react in shock. What did you just say? What do you mean by that? Mind your words carefully. Calo Lorenzophilia narrows her eyes in pure mockery, even if your temple can actually offer God-level advancements. But as far as I know, the last person to actually reach God level was 200 years ago. That legendary figure is long dead. We are both godless races. So where does this blind confidence come from? Calo turns around. Completely unfazed, you speak the truth. Yet we still have a level 500 demigod. And 2 others over level 450. Calo Lorenz. 9th turn Grand Mage of the Elves. Level 453. And unfortunately for you, I am one of those 3. As soon as he speaks, their faces turn pale, and the entire hall freezes in silence. Tang Zhan slams his fists onto the table in defiance. So what? Level suppression is just a number. If you are not a god, you can still bleed. Our nation of Longxia has a long history of crushing stronger foes through sheer grit. If you do not want to join forces against the Abyss demons and choose to invade our world instead, then go ahead and try us. Calo sneers with deep contempt, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. If it were only a simple matter of level differences, you might actually stand a chance. But what if I told you we already possess and have fully equipped 2 divine artifacts? The room falls into a heavy frand. Suffocating silence. Calo smirks good. At least you know when to shut up. Calo continues his calculation. Eslian mentioned that a kingdom named Sava has shown far more cooperation than the rest of you. So who represents Sava here? Euphemia steps in. Remaining perfectly composed, Sava fell and joined the Abyss demons. They are no longer one of us. Oh. And here I thought you humans stood united. In that case, Calo fixes them with a piercing gaze. Who actually wants an alliance? And who is ready to deliver the killer? Breaking the heavy silence, Tokugawa bows low in a submissive posture. Lord Calo, I know exactly who the culprit is. It is Su Yang of Longxia. Tang Zhan leaps to his feet, teeth clenched in pure rage. How dare you? Tokugawa. But Tokugawa ignores him. Pointing a finger, he is their leader. And the strongest one among us. He used his power to block our vote to hand Su Yang over to your kingdom, standing firm before the towering Gat. The old man refuses to reveal where Su Yang is hiding, offended by such blatant defiance. Gat channels his magic and roars out. Do you have a death wish? Okul and Euphemia glare back, confidently daring him to take his best shot. Gat spins around as realization hits. Damn it. He thinks those rumors of secret domain survivors were about these 2. Pointing triumphantly, Tokugawa smugly declares that they know all about Su Yang's crimes. Shocked by the baseless accusation, Akiko stands frozen in the hall, dwarfed by the dark shadow of the traitor Tokugawa, slamming his fist onto the table. Lord Augustin sinks deep into thought as the gravity of the situation hits home. Gat stands tall and makes a chilling demand. If nobody knows where Su Yang is, he will drag these 2 secret domain survivors back for interrogation. He questions High Priestess Euphemia, leaving Akiko completely filled with dread, knowing that once they are dragged to the Elf Kingdom, things will spiral out of control. As she silently calls out for Su Yang, a spatial portal suddenly rips open right inside the temple, swirling with dark, purple energy. Stepping through the rift, Livia notes that this must be the legendary holy city of the human world. Floating gracefully in the air, Livia mutters a sarcastic sigh, killing 1 minute and saving the next. That great walker really knows how to keep her busy. Meanwhile, Su Yang sits back. Having watched the entire confrontation unfold, he scoffs coldly. The Elven Queen, trying to enslave humanity, is just plain ridiculous. Standing with his back turned, the ruler of the Abyss smiles, confident that he will never let such a farce take place. Seated majestically on his throne, he commands Livia to teach that arrogant elf a serious lesson and bring both of the captured girls safely back. With a subtle, confident smirk playing on his lips, Su Yang mutters that he cannot wait to see the unique power of envy in action. Back in the temple, The tense crowd finally begins to disperse. Ever the brown-noser. Tokugawa urges Akiko to tell the Elven Court absolutely everything she knows about Su-yang. He warns her that this is her chance to repay her nation, demanding she avoid angering Gat and the Queen unless she wants to be branded a traitor to her own homeland. His cold words break Akiko's heart, leaving her deeply hurt by how quickly he threw her away after claiming to care. Tokugawa has truly gone too far this time. Euphemia watches them leave, her face filled with sheer disappointment and disgust. She snaps at Shogun Tokugawa, demanding to know how a national leader can stoop to such pathetic groveling. Tokugawa just throws back a cunning look, secretly thinking that as long as he keeps this high-ranking elf happy, his own pride does not matter at all. Gat cuts in coldly, declaring that it is time to head back and report everything to Her Majesty the Queen. Pleased with the spineless flattery, Gat grants Tokugawa permission to accompany him to the Elven world, promising to help him gain a few easy levels there. Bowing in deep gratitude, Tokugawa immediately uses his binding magic to force Akiko and Leah to follow, and the entire group finally sets off into the bright afternoon sun. But halfway there, Tokugawa eagerly asks Gat what they plan to do if Tang Zhan stubbornly refuses to hand over the person who killed Prince Eric. Gat turns back with a cold, ruthless glare, casually stating they will just execute the man and replace him with a more cooperative leader. Hearing this, Tokugawa sneers to himself, convinced that Tang Zhan is finally going down. But right then, Gat suddenly halts in his tracks, causing the distracted Tokugawa to bump straight into his towering back. Both men look up into the clear blue sky, spotting a mysterious figure floating silently high up above the clouds. Who is that? Cold sweat pours down Tokugawa's face as his system completely fails to retrieve any of her profile information, his sheer survival instinct screaming that this floating woman is an absolute monster. Sensing the immense threat, Gat spins around and raises his hand, unleashing waves of terrifying magical pressure that warp the air around them. Hovering above, Livia looks down with cold, merciless eyes. Smiling triumphantly, she mocks their useless struggles, claiming all of their powers for herself. She casts a massive energy net that seals the entire area just as a flashing system notification pops up. It reveals her title, Livia, the Sin of Envy, capable of stealing and using any opponent's abilities for herself. While cursed, her terrified targets are completely blocked from using their powers for 10 minutes. This absolute magical seal will take effect unconditionally on anyone with a lower tier than her. For equal tier opponents, the skill matches up their raw attributes, leaving Gat utterly horrified as he feels his immense power completely drain away. Scanning the stolen skills floating in her hand, she smirks with pure contempt, muttering that every single one of them is just completely worthless. Useless trash. Livia smirks. Watch as I improve this absolute trash of a spell. From high above, Livia unleashes a massive wave of fire, violently consuming the entire battlefield. Ultimate forbidden spell, Grand Meteor Flame Annihilation. As the flames close in, Eldage starts in absolute horror, unable to believe his own eyes. How is this possible? Worse, her spell is even more powerful than his, with the attack growing stronger. He desperately tries to counter by casting the 9-fold Seraphim Halo. But as he raises his trembling hands, he notices something terrifying happening to his body. It failed. Utterly impossible. Just like that, he is obliterated by his own signature technique. Seeing the disaster, Tokugawa frantically flees in absolute terror, screaming for someone to save his life. Livia tilts her head with a cold, ruthless stare and extends her clawed hand. Try this. Without hesitation, she casts her next ultimate forbidden spell, Wind God Surveillance. Zizi and Li Ya stand completely frozen in shock, their eyes glued to the horror as they tremble from sheer terror. Sweating profusely, her face is a mask of pure panic and helplessness as she whispers what to do. The two girls stand completely helpless in the empty clearing, utterly crushed under Livia's overwhelming energy pressure. They stare in shock as a massive, pitch-black pillar of energy suddenly erupts right in the center. Livia suddenly appears and commands them to follow. While far away, Ophelia senses a massive shift. An incredibly massive power has erupted, and the auras of both Elder Gay and Tokugawa have instantly vanished, back at the safety of the temple. Tokugawa collapses onto the floor, trembling violently after narrowly escaping Livia's deadly grasp. Terrifying. What on earth just happened out there? Covered in sweat and grime, he shakily begins to recount the details of their nightmarish encounter. He explains that shortly after setting out, he and Elder Gay met an unknown, mysterious woman. She easily sealed their skills and used Elder Gay's own destructive magic to instantly obliterate them on the spot. Ophelia's eyes widen in shock at a level of magic completely beyond human understanding. This level of sheer destruction is impossible for a fifth-turn demigod to unleash. Could one of the kings of original sin have entered the human realm? She immediately demands to know the locations of Shizi and Liya. Tokugawa admits he did not see them, noting that since Gay and he were instantly wiped out, they could not have survived. Ophelia silently pieces together these bizarre occurrences, her sharp gaze scanning the distant horizon. She recalls that the last time Shizi and Liya were outside the Dragon Soul realm, Zeta spared them too. Back then, everyone assumed it was Ida's plot to frame the Longxia Empire for conspiring with the Abyss. But now, Ita is sealed deep within the Holy City prison. Yet those girls were spared by a king of original sin once again, drenched in sweat. Tokugawa hesitatingly asks if she means there is some mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes. Suddenly, Su Yang's face flashes clearly in her mind. It has to be him. Su Yang is at the center of everything, meaning the king of original sin is actually acting under his direct orders. From behind, Livia watches Yizi and Liya with a deeply puzzled and thoughtful expression. She truly cannot fathom what her sovereign's representative is thinking. Wondering why he keeps bringing so many random women back with him, they finally find themselves standing before the ominous Devil City, staring up at the towering jagged spires in disbelief. Terrified, they ask Livia what on earth she expects them to do here. Suddenly, the massive gates slowly creak open as a familiar, soothing voice tells them to relax. Su Yang casually steps out from behind the heavy door to greet them. Noting that it has been a very long time, he offers them a warm, gentle smile, politely greeting the two bewildered girls as if they were old friends. Shocked to the core, both girls sweat nervously as they stare at him, demanding to know how he could possibly be here. He casually dismisses Livia, telling her she can leave, then steps forward to stand directly between the two stunned girls. He explains that while he cannot fully disclose his reasons for being here right now, they can rest assured that they are completely safe. Still unable to process the situation, Shizi stares blankly at Su Yang as if she is looking at a ghost. She starts to ask him what is going on, but when he calmly asks what is wrong, she lowers her head, too sad and confused to speak. She quickly claims it is nothing, but her mind is already racing with endless, terrifying theories. This place is the Demon City located deep in the Abyss, the headquarters of the demon race, which naturally stands in direct conflict with all of humanity. Since Su Yang actually showed up here, does that mean he is also a member of the demon race? Makiko stands there in complete silence, deeply lost in thought, until Su Yang suddenly breaks the quiet by calling her name. Miss Makiko. Su Yang gives her a knowing smile and explains that he saved her from that elf simply because she chose to trust and help him. On top of that, she had even said his eyes proved he was a genuinely good person. His face suddenly turns quite solemn, his eyes narrowing slightly with deep focus. A massive ancient castle looms before them, its sharp spires piercing the gray sky with a heavy cold, lonely pressure. So, what about now? Standing in a place like this, does she still think he is a good guy? Suddenly, the entire room falls dead silent, feeling a sudden wave of panic. They stammer in shock, while Makiko bites her lip, caught in a massive internal conflict. A few seconds later, Makiko's eyes fill with fierce determination, clenching her fists tightly. She whispers that she still believes in him. Or rather, she truly hopes she can trust him. There must be a good reason for all of this. And hearing her words, Su Yang smiles with absolute relief. Su Yang thanks her warmly, letting Lena finally breathe a sigh of relief. Realizing even the king of original sin obeys him. One wrong move around him means instant death. Yet seeing Makiko happily thank Su Yang makes Lena pretty confused. Does Makiko seriously believe Su Yang is some kind of saint either way? He saved them from the elves, which is what matters. He is their savior. And that is plenty. Next, he leads them to a secure place to stay. He tells them to stay put for now, promising to take them back once the storm outside finally passes. They agree. Soon, night falls, leaving the house completely silent in the deep. Quiet, dark. Sitting on the massive bed, Lily crosses her arms and pouts, teasingly asking if he brought home even more beauties just to build a harem. Su Yang walks over and gently lifts her chin, asking if she is jealous, which she quickly denies, burying her face in the pillow. She complains that ever since he arrived, he has been too busy to spend time with her. She does not even mind the other girls. She just wishes he would make a little more room for her. He shrugs with a playful smile, asking what else he can possibly do now that she has put it that way. The bedroom door shuts tight as he promises to take very good care of her tonight. The oil lamps flicker and fade into the quiet night, leaving Su Yang sitting in deep thought, resting his chin once he claims the dark origin power of the Monarch of Sin tomorrow. His 5th class advancement will finally be complete. With all of his accumulated experience, he should hit max level instantly and immediately unlock the 6th class advancement quest. His face clearly reflects deep calculation and immense caution. Right now, everything in the demon abyss is moving perfectly according to plan. But the elf world remains a pretty dangerous threat. Perhaps he can wait for the cooldown on the monarch's power to end, and then immediately resurrect the Sin of Wrath. He will send him to scout the situation first. Rising from his chair, Su Yang keeps plotting, thinking that if the elves' power is lower than expected, he can easily let the kings of original sin conquer the entire elf world first. Once he finally defeats the Monarch of Sin, he will rule over 3 massive factions all at once. Humans and demons can live in perfect harmony, but those pesky elves will have no choice but to become slaves. Standing by the window, he stares out into the distance, eagerly anticipating their next move. He wonders what kind of terrified faces they will make once they finally receive his little gift from the abyss. Oh right, he almost forgot about those folks from the Shiva Kingdom, especially since almost all the nobles got transferred here, including that trash, Amino. Su Yang gets ready and walks out with purpose, reminding himself that even a civilized man has to settle his scores. It is finally payback time. And as morning breaks at the temple, Euphemia is left deeply questioning everything. Every single clue points directly to Su Yang, making her wonder if he truly is connected to the Abyss Lord. Because of that, she immediately orders a full check on Su Yang's class advancement history. Standing right before the massive statue, Euphemia studies the screen, knowing a 5-star class advancement is quite a heavy struggle, even for the most talented geniuses. But if Su Yang is actually the avatar of the Abyss Lord, completing this 5-star quest would be incredibly easy. She wonders if the priestess who originally handled his class advancement might actually know something important. Over in the class advancement temple of Tianling City, a bright beam of light completely envelops Bai Ling. Could this strange phenomenon be a sacred statue summoning? She has absolutely never witnessed anything like this before. Emerging from the blinding aura of light, Euphemia speaks directly to her, calling herself the 3rd-generation great priestess of the holy gods. Acting through this sacred statue, beneath a soft shower of falling white feathers, she delivers a direct, absolute command. demanding to know every single detail concerning Su Yang immediately. Hearing this, she slumps onto the cold floor in sheer disbelief, trembling at the mention of Su Yang. Bai Ling looks up at the powerful figure, shocked that even the great priestess knows him. She eagerly promises to share every detail of his legendary exploits, but the moment she speaks, the priestess's divine composure completely shatters. Her eyes shoot wide open, a hopelessly flustered expression taking over her face, lost in her memories. Bai Ling's eyes sparkle with pure admiration, a soft blush creeping onto her cheeks. They first met in Dongling City, when Su Yang was just a regular warrior, but nobody could have predicted the sheer scale of the miracles he would soon pull off. Euphemia slowly closes her eyes, hanging onto every word with intense focus. Meanwhile, Bai Ling continues to ramble on, passionately listing each of his spectacular victories. Every single class advancement was a perfect 5-star rank, plus defeating the Crimson Wither and taming the Black Dragon. Looking down with a shy smile, she seems completely enchanted, so much so that her cheeks are burning bright red with excitement by the end of her tale. That is everything she knows about Su Yang, and she hopes the priestess is satisfied with the story. An awkward silence fills the room as she tries to get a response, but Euphemia just stands there, tightly clutching her staff in dead silence. Why does she look exactly like someone deeply in love? This is definitely a major miscalculation. Snapping back to reality with a dead serious expression, Euphemia demands to know if there are any other secrets hidden between her and Su Yang, demanding absolute truth in the name of the sacred statue. She leaves no room for secrets, causing Bai Ling to sweat profusely as intimate memories of Su Yang flash through her mind. As she stammers out a weak response, Euphemia sighs and presses a hand to her forehead, visibly drained by her own racing thoughts. Shaking it off, she instructs her to let Su Yang know she wishes to speak with him the next time they cross paths. Her eyes narrow with deep suspicion as she tries to reassure herself, desperately hoping that she is simply overthinking things. Standing alone in the vast hall, Euphemia stares up at the massive stone statue, her heart weighed down by an immense burden. With Lauren dead, the elves might completely shift their allegiance, and now, even she can no longer see a clear path forward for their future. She silently prays for a divine blessing to guide humanity safely through the dark times ahead. Meanwhile, back at the Demon Palace, a group of Shiva people gather in the courtyard, frantically asking their high priest if he has heard the news. The demons are hunting their kind, but convinced it must be a terrible misunderstanding. He resolves to personally seek an explanation from the great priestess. Suddenly, a massive demon towers over them, demanding to know if he is Amino, who nervously confirms his identity. A giant, clawed hand instantly grabs him by the collar, pulling his terrified face inches away from a mouth full of razor-sharp fangs. By order of the demon great priestess, he is accused of showing absolute disrespect to the sovereign and has been sentenced to death. The surrounding Shiva people cry out in sheer panic, begging the beast to wait because there must be some sort of mistake. They swear that Priest Amino would absolutely never show any form of disrespect toward their great ruler. He desperately pleads, swearing he has never uttered a single word of disrespect, but the demon just stares back with a cold, terrifying grin. He coldly informs him that this is the direct will of their great sovereign, and if he has any objections, he can take them up with the ruler himself. Standing tall over the helpless priest on the ground, the beast barks an order to his soldiers to drag him away immediately, left behind in utter terror. The remaining people whisper among themselves, completely lost on what they should do next. Over at the demon's sacred temple, Livia barks a harsh command to bring the traitor who dared disrespect the sovereign forward, dragged in by massive guards. Amino continues to desperately scream out his innocence, begging them to believe him. Another prisoner chimes in, expressing his deep hatred for humanity and begging for a chance to prove themselves as loyal warriors. But before he can even finish his sentence, a guard violently slams him face first onto the cold ground, shoving Amino's head flat against the floor. The guard announces to Lady Livia that the blasphemer has finally been delivered. Standing tall and proud, Livia casts a cold, merciless gaze down at the pathetic figure trembling right beneath her feet. She scoffs at how a mere insect like him dared to cross their lord, while Amino frantically swears he has never committed blasphemy. Her eyes narrow with lethal intent as she warns him that a worthless worm like him has no right to speak to her. With a casual flick of her hand, she unleashes a blast of energy that sends him flying across the room, slamming hard against the brick wall. Just then, Su Yang steps out from the shadows, noting that he must be incredibly confused as to why he was sentenced to death for blasphemy. He tells him to look up to find his answer. The man's pale face is filled with utter shock and terror, sweat pouring down as he struggles to lift his head and see. Amino's eyes widen in absolute shock. Su Yang. How is it you? How could this even be possible? Su Yang stands there casually and asks if this is the very first time they are meeting. He introduces himself, explaining he is Su Yang from Longxia, and currently serves as the representative of the Abyss Lord, the monarch of original sin. He tells him he can basically think of him as the crown prince of the abyssal demons. He grabs Amino's chin tightly, forcing the man to stare directly into his cold, unforgiving eyes. He points out that Amino and his brother Atta once planned to kill everyone in the Linglong realm, including him. Squatting down to eye level with Amino, who is sprawled on the floor, Su Yang mockingly remarks that after their plan was exposed, their entire nation defected to the demon side, calling it a pretty clever move. Amino's face is frozen in pure terror, his eyes wide open in complete disbelief. He gasps, asking how he knows these secrets and if he has been watching him this entire time. Turning around, Su Yang coldly asks if he ever considered that plotting against others would eventually bring divine retribution. He tells him that first, he should go and meet his son in the afterlife. Atta is next. Soon, he will follow them straight to hell as fear takes over his final moments. Consumed by rage, Amino lunges at Su Yang with a lethal strike, yelling that he is a demon and he will take him down with him, unleashing the myriad poison snakes. Livia sweeps her hand with immense power to shatter his strike, calling him insolent for attempting to assassinate her lord's representative. She tells him his crimes are piling up, and since his skill is perfect for torture, he can take his time enjoying it. Just like that, his agonizing screams echo endlessly. The snakes open their massive jaws to devour him, biting and tearing at Amino's body until there is absolutely nothing left. The ultimate payback. Su Yang orders them to drag him off and end his life quickly, which they immediately obey. Su Yang coldly orders that all the new demon class users from the Shiva kingdom be demoted to the lower class, serving as slaves under her command. Understood, she replies. Standing in the grand hall, Su Yang contemplates that the Shiva kingdom is handled. And now it is the Elven kingdom's turn. With a sharp, furious glare, he looks into the distance, noting that there is also that annoying clown Tokugawa prancing around. Every single one will pay. Over at the Elven court, a soldier cheers that Lord Ha has finally returned. Clutching his bleeding wounds, he wonders who that damn woman could possibly be. With that level of overwhelming power, there is no way she is just a human expert from the mortal world. Thinking back on her appearance and stance, he wonders if she might actually be a high-ranking demon from the abyss. Ha limps inside, muttering to himself about how he will explain this to the queen, knowing she is going to fly into a rage. Seated on a throne beneath a colossal tree, the queen rests her chin on her hand, smugly noting that the Grand Mage has finally returned. She demands to know where the killer who took Prince Eric's life is. Ha suddenly drops to his knees, bowing his head to the floor to report that the culprit has finally been identified. He is a kid from Longxia named Su Yang in the human world, and he is also the one who tamed the Black Dragon. Nearby elves mutter in utter shock, questioning how anyone could possibly tame a black dragon, and how such a thing is even possible. Another whispers that the Black Dragon is an ominous sign that must be slain, wondering how Her Majesty will choose to handle this threat. Crushing the armrest of her throne, The queen barely suppresses her boiling rage as she demands to know where this Su Yang is. Ha Trombless. Reporting that they originally had 2 survivors from the Linglong realm who knew the entire truth. However, on the way back, he was suddenly ambushed and attacked by an incredibly powerful demon. All his subordinates were defeated and killed. And the current fate of those 2 survivors remains completely unknown. The queen narrows her eyes coldly. Ha continues to shake, explaining that the abyssal demon's power was terrifying. And if he had to guess, she must be at the rank of a monarch of original sin. The elves whisper among themselves, shocked that even the Grand Mage could be defeated so easily. How could any demon be this insanely powerful? Another interrupts, pointing out that the real concern is whether a monarch of original sin can actually leave the abyss and enter the human world. If so, they could easily use the human world as a stepping stone to invade the elven world. Bowing respectfully, an elder elf warns the queen that based on what the Grand Mage has said, the true strength of this abyssal demon has likely surpassed all of their wildest imaginations. He suggests that while they continue searching for Prince Eric's killer, they should speed up their plans to form an alliance with the humans, prioritizing the threat from the abyss first. Suddenly, the chamber erupts into absolute chaos. Others quickly agree. They support the idea. With a sigh, the queen declares that since everyone is in agreement, she will temporarily set aside her personal grudge in the name of the goddess of nature to form an alliance with the humans and wage war against the abyss. However, she narrows her eyes in warning, stating that Prince Eric's death must still be investigated, and the killer's blood must be offered as a royal sacrifice. In the name of the divine goddess of nature, she vows to let the queen's honor shine across the other world. Secretly, she feels deeply uneasy, knowing that the Elven Kingdom has already slaughtered a total of 95 black dragons, and in the Giant Dragon Kingdom, black dragons had actually gone extinct a long time ago. But until now, there had never been a black dragon carrying the bloodline of the ancient devourer. She smirks triumphantly, thinking that the human who managed to tame the black dragon could not have possibly unlocked the bloodline of the ancient devourer so easily, as it surely could not be a mere coincidence. The scene cuts to Su Yang. He looks completely satisfied, feeling his long-lost power surge back into him the moment he reconnects. He did not expect that regaining this power would make him feel so incredibly happy. Just you wait, because it will not be long before he becomes incredibly powerful. But he knows that all authority must ultimately belong to himself. Otherwise, everything he builds would be nothing but a fleeting illusion in the end. Just you wait, because it will not be long before he becomes just as incredibly powerful as that. A glowing sphere of light rises in his hand. With the sudden appearance of Sita and Livia, both humans and elves will surely remain on high alert for a very long time to come. Because of this, neither side will dare to act recklessly anymore. This quiet window of time is the absolute perfect opportunity for him to rapidly improve his own strength. With this powerful artifact, he will easily be able to bypass its quest restrictions and turn it into a devastating weapon in his hands. The system displays the details of the demigod artifact. The King's Armor of Rage. Equipment restriction. Special restriction. Destroyer. Slay 100,000 Diamond Tier Demons. Slay 1,000 Star Tier Demons. Slay 100 Bright Moon Tier Demons. And slay 10 Solar Tier Demons to unlock. Attributes: Health plus 2 million. Strength plus 5,000. Physical resistance plus 5,000. And endurance plus 35%. Passive trait: Desire to destroy. During battle, for every 1,000 enemies defeated consecutively, all of his attributes will increase by 1%, lasting until the fight ends. Active trait: Wrathful One. When rage exceeds the limit, the destroyer will receive a massive 200% attribute boost, lasting for 10 minutes. Su Yang thinks to himself. He muses on the requirement of slaying 100,000 Diamond Tier, 1,000 Star Tier, 100 Bright Moon Tier, and 10 Zolar tier demons. That is definitely not a small number. Even a demigod class tier expert would spend massive amounts of time and effort to accomplish this. But raising his hand, he knows that with the power of the Sin Sovereign, a mere blink is all it takes. Su Yang tightens his grip, activating the omniscient monarch authority. The demons outside the castle look up excitedly as his image projects across the sky, calling out to the supreme monarch, believing their supreme monarch is watching over them. Su Yang clenches fist, demanding they sacrifice their very lives for his sake. The system alerts that he has slain a level 143 star tier primal demon, gaining 1,920,000 experience. He has also slain a level 178 bright moon tier primal demon, gaining 18,320,000 experience, and a level 232 solar tier primal demon fell, adding 110 million experience to his total pool. The total experience gained reaches 5.3 billion. And after a 40% deduction is made, his grand total reservoir now sits at 13.28 billion. Extremely satisfied, he laughs, realizing that this is what true efficiency looks like. And it feels absolutely incredible. The artifact unlocks flawlessly as green ancient runes intertwine. Su Yang calls it perfection, then orders Sita to come to his side, bowing her head respectfully. She awaits his command. He hands over a dark magic orb and orders her to deliver it to his representative. Sita obeys without hesitation. Su Yang narrows his eyes at her, asking how she truly feels about his representative. She bows lower, stating that the representative is chosen by the sovereign, and his decisions are not for them to judge. Su Yang sighs inwardly, seeing that she remains overly cautious and hesitant to express herself around him, behaving completely differently from others. At that moment, Livia's voice echoes, requesting to report an urgent matter to the sovereign. Requesting an audience? She mentions resisting the Red Moon invasion, which instantly catches Su Yang by surprise. Livia steps inside, explaining that the news arrived so suddenly that it even left her quite confused for a moment. She asks what the Red Moon actually is. Su Yang stares at them in silence, realizing that the Abyss demons have apparently never had to face a Red Moon invasion before. Otherwise, Sita and Livia would surely have known about it. However, this presents a unique opportunity. If the class transfer temple already has a fully developed mechanism regarding the Red Moon, then he can easily adapt it for his own forces here. He begins to explain what the Red Moon is, but suddenly pauses as a strange thought strikes him. The scene shifts elsewhere, where a glowing crimson gate suddenly appears. Local demons watch in sheer shock, wondering what this blinding red light is. Before the camera cuts to the mortal world, hundreds of people flee in terror, screaming that the Red Moon has finally arrived. Meanwhile, a bright flash of light erupts right in front of Livia and Sita. Sita looks highly confused as a massive crimson portal suddenly begins to form and slowly creaks open right there before their eyes. A monster called the Scarlet Wither, a whisperer of chaos, steps out at level 100. Sita raises her hand with deep contempt, calling it weak prey. She unleashes a magic blast, but the attack unexpectedly passes right through the beast, leaving Sita completely stunned. Livia barks out in pure frustration, "What on earth are you doing? Can't even handle this garbage. Step aside and let me do it." She raises her hands, unleashing dozens of lightning bolts straight at the demon. But the next second, Livia freezes as her entire attack is completely neutralized. Something's not right. It feels as if this monster is existing in a completely different dimension, leaving no feedback of a hit. Su Yang silently analyzes the scene, noting that even God-tier boss attacks fail to do anything. It looks like the legend about the Crimson Decay only being defeated by a hero is actually true. So how do you actually deal with a hero possessed by a demon king? He raises his hand as a dark crimson sphere of magic begins to condense, unleashing pure dark power. The demon suddenly freezes in place, then gets violently pulled back toward the glowing red portal. Theta gasps in absolute shock, "My king. You." Dozens of light beams are instantly sucked into the massive portal before it suddenly violently detonates. Out of the flashing debris, a massive, ominous crimson eye slowly manifests. Su Yang stares right back at it with perfect calm. "Bring it on. I'm not the same person I was before," he declares. Suddenly, he finds himself standing in a blood-red dimension, surrounded by endless piles of skeletons. Is this the actual world inside the portal, or just some mental illusion? Su Yang immediately braces himself, scanning the red horizon. Looking up at the massive eye, he feels an overwhelming pressure so intense that even he, the king of the abyss, feels a sudden wave of tension. The giant eye flares with a blinding red light, forcing Su Yang to his knees as he angrily slams his fist into the ground. "You think you can completely suppress me?" He unleashes a burst of magic. "This is nothing but a cheap mental illusion. Shatter." The illusion instantly crumbles to pieces. Su Yang smiles to himself, realizing this turned out to be quite an unexpected harvest. Who would have thought a power stronger than the Lords of Sin actually existed? Is this exactly why the Class Change Temple remains so incredibly wary of the Crimson Moon? What kind of hidden realm actually lies beyond that bottomless Crimson Gateway? Theta cries out in a panic, "My king." Your soul signature suddenly fluctuated. Livia is equally worried, asking if their master had been corrupted by that crimson energy. Su Yang calmly dismisses their concerns, telling them to keep moving forward while he explains what they are dealing with regarding the Crimson Moon. All around them, ancient torches flicker with an eerie, ghostly green flame. A moment later, Theta rubs her chin, repeating the words "Crimson Moon Invasion" and "Crimson Cores." Livia holds her head, complaining that it's a bit too much information to process at once. Su Yang replies, "Instead of overthinking, real experience will make it clear. I just used my senses to scan the entire abyss, and that crimson energy is definitely tearing through the dark depths. This means any demon class who achieved a perfect class change can now trigger the Crimson Moon Invasion event." Livia asks for clarification, prompting Su Yang to issue his command, "Livia, as the demon high priest, you will spread the legend of the Crimson Moon. Once those red gates manifest, make sure to slaughter every single heretic that steps through them, and offer their Crimson Moon cores to me. Anyone who manages to collect 1,000 Crimson Moon cores will be rewarded with a fraction of my source power." She bows deeply in respect. "Your will is my command, my king." Su Yang muses to himself, realizing this world is far larger and more complex than he ever imagined. Becoming the true Lord of Sin is definitely not his ultimate limit. One day, he will surely surpass that crimson entity and uncover the world's greatest mystery. Elsewhere, Ophelia looks incredibly anxious as she notes that it hasn't even been half a month since the last Crimson Moon. From abyss outbreaks to world bosses and the elf realm, one crisis after another just keeps piling up. Kneeling before a colossal statue, she prays for a sign showing when the true savior will arrive to lead his faithful followers away from this hopeless future. Switching scenes. Su Yang opens the door and quietly enters his room. "I'm home," he calls out, as a trembling Lilith rushes over to hug him, crying about a terrible nightmare. She dreamt of a massive crimson moon opening its bloody jaws to swallow him whole. Su Yang gently pats her head, asking if she really has that little faith in him. "Why didn't you dream about me completely shattering that crimson moon instead?" he jokes. Lilith shakes her head, calling him her only support. But their warm moment is suddenly interrupted as Theta appears. Noting how busy the proxy seems to be, Su Yang coldly steps in front of Lilith, calmly stating that he is busy and will likely become even busier. He tells her to speak up quickly, prompting an annoyed Theta to hand over a magic orb, saying the Lord ordered her to deliver this package. Su Yang helplessly watches as she vanishes instantly, not bothering to linger around for even a single second. "It seems she has a pretty bad impression of me," he sighs. Elsewhere, A desperate demon claws his way out of bubbling lava, but quickly sinks back down. Another demon eagerly grabs a glowing crystal, claiming the Crimson Moon core as his own. He boasts about trading it for the Lord's source power to become a god. But a flash of light suddenly slices him in three. Theta looks down with absolute disgust, wondering how a lowly insect dared to covet their king, clutching the Crimson Moon core. She questions why their glorious lord would ever choose that guy as his proxy. It is bad enough that he is as weak as a mere ant. But being totally obsessed with lust is a direct insult to the sovereign's great dignity. Theta happily looks at her reflection in the crystal. The sovereign decreed that whoever offers 1,000 Crimson Moon crystals will receive a spark of his very own primal energy. She is determined to work even harder. Absolute certainty that her sovereign must fill her completely. She tosses it into the glowing red gate. Theta's eyes flash with excitement as she yells to kill now. While dozens of crystals gather inside the crimson portal, Theta grins with pure satisfaction, her gaze dripping with bloodlust. Another monster steps out from the portal, its voice echoing that her sin of arrogance will be sacrificed right at its feet. The demon fully emerges, a crimson wilt and blazing chanter. Classified as a true god-tier entity, Theta is visibly furious. How dare these heretics and their senseless words judge the original sin before her own pride? They will crumble into nothing but dust. A black arrow appears in her hand, and Theta fires it high into the sky. The arrow cuts through the wind and pierces the demon's chest, but he calmly pulls it out, stating such hollow pride is completely worthless before snapping the weapon into pieces. Whether it is her or this vain world, everything will eventually be crushed by the Crimson Moon. He unleashes the apocalyptic blood tide spell. Suddenly, a massive crimson wave, teeming with terrifying eyeballs, floods the area. Theta stares in absolute shock. The demon coldly declares that this is the final end for anyone who opposes the Crimson Moon. Theta quickly forms a dark magic sphere. She soars high into the sky, expanding her domain as a blinding light envelops the entire battlefield. The demon is utterly stunned. Is this a barrier space? And how on earth is it so massive? Theta looks down with absolute contempt, telling the self-righteous insect to experience true terror as a powerful magic strike rains down, slicing right through the demon's body. A grave sin of arrogance, the crimson light streams are quickly sucked back into the portal. A second later, the gate shatters. Theta scoffs that it was nothing special, but suddenly gasps as she coughs up blood before slowly landing on the ground, just as the sovereign warned. The enemies inside the Crimson Gate share the same level as their target, meaning they can actually hurt her. She wonders who that monster's target from 100 years ago actually was, asking if they reached the throne. Before receiving 8,000 Crimson Moon crystals for defeating the god-tier Crimson Wilt Blazing Chanter, Theta cheers in absolute surprise. 8,000 crystals is more than enough to exchange for 8 streams of the sovereign's primal power. She smiles warmly, resolving that this time, she will have the sovereign fill her even more than the last. She simply cannot wait any longer. Suddenly, she pauses, wondering when this crimson energy stained her hand and why she cannot seem to wash it off. Seeing no immediate side effects for now, she decides to ask the sovereign about it during their next meeting. Cutting back to Su Yang, he raises a glowing red orb, deciding it is time to complete his class advancement quest as a crimson circle wraps around him. The system announces that the quest is being verified and is now complete, rewarding him by upgrading his Demon Spirit Mystic Dancer class to Demon Spirit Harvester. Passive skill effects are boosted by 150%, unlocking a brand new passive ability called Endless Harvest. Defeating targets awards harvest points, with a larger level gap yielding significantly higher amounts of harvest value. He can spend harvest value to enter the harvester state, boosting all attributes by 20%, reducing mana consumption by 80%, and increasing damage by 200%, costing 1 harvest point per second. Second, he ascends to the legendary stage, breaking through his biological limits and gaining 50 basic attributes. Third, His class skills are updated, and he receives 1,000 free attribute points. Su Yang levels up incredibly fast. Talk about an absolute level up spree. He wonders when he accumulated so much experience, realizing he can jump multiple levels at once. The system displays, level up successful. His maximum level limit has now been extended to level 150. Currently, his accumulated experience pool stands at 13.28 billion, consuming 4.6 billion to level up from 100 to 150. Su Yang, human race, level 150. Class is Demon Spirit Harvester, with his strength reaching 26,421. Speed at 13,644. Spirit at 14,766. Along with resistances and durability, Su Yang mutters that his spirit attribute is now complete, easily exceeding the requirements for the forbidden spellbook given to him by Al Gil Season. But with his current power, most enemies can easily be dealt with using just basic attacks. The system notifies that the hidden quest, Song of Shadows, is complete. Path integration confirmed. Initiating the final fusion. As a dark magic vortex wraps around him, Su Yang looks at his hands in surprise. Finding the fusion process goes unexpectedly smooth. There is absolutely none of the intense pain he felt during the previous fresh blood blessing ritual. He wonders if his repeated connections with the Sovereign of Original Sin have granted him higher compatibility. But suddenly he senses a massive surge of magic erupting. Evil energy explodes. Su Yang gasps, wondering what this is. While outside the castle, Livia is shocked, wondering if this aura belongs to the Sovereign's descent. Hundreds of demons fall to their knees, shouting, "Long live the king," as a suffocating pressure covers the entire sky. Leah looks out the window, highly alert, wondering if it is an enemy raid. Hazy replies that she is not sure. But an incredibly powerful pressure just erupted. She gazes outside, noticing the source is coming directly from the demon temple. Lyra's face fills with worry as she wonders if these demons are performing a ritual. Who on earth could make all of them bow down like this? Could the legendary Sovereign of Original Sin have actually descended? Hiko anxiously watches Lyra sink to her knees, asking what is wrong and begging her to use far sight magic. This cannot be real, she thinks. As Lyra promises to check, Hiko gasps in shock, wondering how it could possibly be him. Inside the tower, Su Yang stares down at his own hands. This is the ultimate dark power. Watch as the system unlocks his fallen demon harvester form, unleashing the fused dark energy. Absorbing the power grants him a 5-minute limit while fusing with the source energy of the Sovereign of Original Sin. This colossal power allows him to strip authority from the 7 deadly sins. He smiles with satisfaction normally. He would only unlock this after defeating the Sovereign of Original Sin. Yet here it is. Even if only for 5 minutes. Still, 5 minutes is plenty of time to handle almost any crisis. This is the perfect reward for his class promotion hidden quest. Absolutely incredible. Theta's sharp voice echoes from behind, calling him a mere proxy and mocking his immense nerve. How dare a simple puppet pretend to hold the Overlord's power and make the Abyss kneel? She reminds him he is nothing but a toy on strings. Su Yang turns with a cold smirk. A puppet, he muses, looks like it is time to correct their reality. He unleashes his newly acquired skill, telling them to feel this absolute strength with their own bodies as magical dark spheres blast straight into Livia and Theta. Instantly, both of them collapse hard onto the floor. Theta asks, with a shudder, how he dares to repeatedly abuse the supreme power of their overlord. Livia gnashes her teeth, vowing to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a pink glow erupts from them, and a panicked Theta realizes her power of pride is gone. Livia frowns, her power is vanishing too, and she cannot believe it is possible. Su Yang replies coldly that a proxy does not just obey the overlord, they wield authority in his place. He asks if they finally understand. Theta stares at him, her inner soul trembling with a sudden chill. It feels as if she is no longer facing a mere proxy, but the true overlord himself. Shaking off the thought, she tells herself that it is absolutely impossible. If the overlord had truly descended, why would he ever care about a fragile young elf girl facing Su Yang? Theta finally admits his formidable strength, but insists a proxy remains just a proxy, while they will follow his commands. She warns him to remember his proper place. She will never tolerate any insult to the absolute dignity and honor of their overlord. Su Yang issues a chilling warning with or without her power. She is still completely helpless against him. Theta turns to leave, looking back to say she hopes he is worthy of this power. Livia chimes in, promising they will be watching his every move. As the two walk away, Su Yang smiles faintly, thinking that the prouder Theta becomes, the more satisfied he actually feels about it. After all, who could possibly refuse such a beautiful and loyal subordinate? He then shifts his attention to the glowing blue system screen. His current dark fusion allows him to activate his fallen state 4 times, with 3 uses still remaining. At his current 5th tier physical strength, hosting 1 dark origin source is his absolute limit. He will need to reach the 6th tier to push further. With a smirk, he decides to check the 5-star quest for his 6th promotion. The system displays his trial to defeat the Demon Lord. The 90th floor of the Abyss belongs entirely to the Demon Lord Lovik. In the brutal abyss, where only the strong survive to claim territory, his task is to solo the Radiant Moon rank boss, Demon Lord Lovik. Proving his true worth, he chuckles at the challenge of soloing a Radiant Moon boss at tier 5. It is impossible for others, but honestly, he is completely used to this by now. He stares at the flickering magic in hand. He is highly curious to see how many attribute points he can gain by devouring this boss with his gluttony power. Eager to finally test out his new authority, flying deep into the 90th floor of the Abyss, Su Yang speeds forward in his dark dragon form. He lands right before a flight of massive stairs where a grinning demon explains Livia's newly established rules, explaining how the last 10 floors of every 100 are reserved strictly for demon nobles to develop. That includes Demon Lord Lovik, level 195 of the Radiant Moon rank. The demon demands to know whose subordinate he is to break the rules, asking if he has no fear of Livia's punishment. Su Yang steps up the stairs silently, wondering why Livia made such a rule. Is she planning to expand her demon faction now that the demon city has appeared? Quite ambitious, he thinks. The demon laughs loudly, declaring that no matter who his master is, the ultimate law of the Abyss is survival of the fittest. The strong live and the weak die. Dozens of sharp spikes fly towards Su Yang as he instantly shifts into his half-demon form. Su Yang speaks coldly, telling him to prepare for death. Instantly, the system announces his new skill, the Sin of Pride. Anyone judged as weak can never inflict damage upon him. He mocks the demon, declaring that a weakling has no right to challenge him. The demon stammers, falling back in terror and begging for mercy from the Grand Arbiter, crying out that he was blind to his presence. Su Yang points his sword at him, explaining that he wants to test a newly acquired power. Su Yang warns him to obey every single command without question, prompting Lovik to quickly pledge his absolute loyalty to save his own skin. With pride already tested, Su Yang orders that they try greed next. The system notification details that activating greed requires sacrificing one of his own items to steal a piece of equivalent rank from his target. With an endless abyss of greed, Su Yang asks the trembling demon if he has any stellar rank gear on him. The terrified demon desperately nods, offering to hand over all his stellar and lunar rank gear right away. Rejecting the offer, Su Yang pulls out his outdated stellar dagger to use as a sacrifice and activates his greed skill. As his dagger shatters, the system reveals he has gained a stellar rank shield, called the Demon's Roar, providing permanent control immunity and 50% damage reduction. The new shield leaves Su Yang feeling pretty satisfied with the result. Even though it is not an offensive skill, the passive buffs are still absolutely broken. Using this ability allows him to strip his opponents bare, leaving them completely naked while he fights in god-tier armor. Smiling faintly, Su-young prepares to test Sloth, a skill that creates a special zone around his body. Inside this zone, all items, in gear, and skills are completely neutralized, as a strange pink barrier envelops both him and the demon. Floating upward, Su-yang tosses a magic scroll to Lovick and orders him to attack with everything he has. Lovick reluctantly prepares to cast the spell, warning his master that it is a highly destructive forbidden curse. Su-yang quietly watches the incoming spell, which suddenly vanishes into thin air right before making any actual contact. While Lovick gapes in absolute shock at the vanishing spell, Su-young silently notes that the barrier drains his mana pool at a terrifying rate. Even in his powerful harvester mode, he can only maintain this defense for about 3 minutes at most. Blushing slightly, Su-yang quickly turns his head away and decides to leave his lust skill for another day. Kneeling down to flatter his master, Lovick asks if he was satisfied, earning a cold nod of approval from Su-yang, claiming there is still one final task left. Su-yang suddenly unleashes a deadly slash that demands the demon's head. Blood splatters across the floor as the scene shifts over to the majestic elven castle. Frowning, the queen asks if Princess Lily is currently being held by Su-young. Carl confirms that their secret spies in the human world actually saw Princess Lily entering and leaving Su-yang's estate, but she recently vanished and is highly likely being kept hidden by him. The queen becomes absolutely furious. She rages that the vile human Su-yang not only tamed the catastrophic black dragon and brutally murdered her son Eric, but has now dared to kidnap her precious daughter Lilith. Such insolence is an utterly unforgivable sin. Rising to her feet, she invokes the sacred goddess of holy nature to issue a royal decree demanding that Su-yang be hunted down and completely obliterated by any elf who crosses his path, as dozens of elven warriors roar for his blood. The queen commands her secret arts minister to return to the human world to secure an alliance for their upcoming crusade against the abyss. To aid him, she temporarily entrusts Carl with their royal artifact, the goddess-protected branch of the sacred tree. The artifact will first shock the ignorant humans, showing them that the elves possess power far beyond their wildest imaginations. Secondly, if the Lord of Original Sin attacks again, the divine artifact will execute him on the spot. Carl humbly accepts the powerful staff bestowed upon him. Carl vows to spread the goddess's holy radiance and royal glory across both the ignorant human realm and that disgusting abyss, ensuring those weak, foolish humans realize that absolute submission to the elves is their only path to survival in the end. The queen formally dismisses the court, commanding Carl to follow her. She leads him to a secluded lake elsewhere in the castle. As she drops royal blood onto the branch, she explains to a stunned Carl that it will guide him to the cursed princess. While a brilliant light erupts from the staff, Carl wonders if that useless girl is truly worth wasting precious royal blood over. Glancing at him, she notes that only royalty are normally permitted to wield the divine staff. By using her own blood to activate it, she has finally unlocked the staff so Carl can wield its true power. Kneeling to accept the weapon, Carl feels the sheer, uncontrollable magic power surging through his veins from the incredibly strong artifact. Placing a droplet of golden magic onto Carl's forehead, she orders him to track down Lily, promising that the primordial blood will lead him straight to her. Carl bows and departs, leaving the queen to gaze silently back at the sparkling lake. She wonders what Marita discovered that made her so obsessed with finding the cursed princess, even wasting precious royal blood to do so. Resting on a sturdy branch, the sister whispers that this is divine guidance she will understand soon enough. Marita Sevilla, an elven grand priestess, represents the ultimate priority for the continued survival of the royal court. Back inside the elven castle, a messenger bows deeply to report that the order to eliminate Su-yang has been delivered, and they are ready to strike at any second. The leader replies that this is their perfect chance to redeem themselves, and they absolutely cannot afford another failure like last time. Understood. Su Yang spots them through the magic circle and growls in annoyance at their relentless pursuit. Exactly how many Scarlet Moon cores would his flying deity sword need to wipe out a demigod? But his real worry is Lily, since they specifically mentioned her name. He wonders if they have somehow managed to pinpoint her exact location, or maybe they have another trick to track her. He grows curious, wondering what kind of chaos would unfold if the elves leaked his own location, as familiar faces flash through Su Yang's mind. A heavy thought strikes him. Will his own kind end up branding him a traitor for colluding with abyss demons? But he quickly shakes off the doubt. It does not matter. Because history is always written by the victors. Once he slays the monarch of sin, every single doubt will vanish into thin air, standing before the statue. The system chimes to confirm that his 6th job advancement trial to become a demon lord is finally complete. Going from the 4th to the 6th advancement in just 2 days is insane. And Su Yang jokes that the system should award him a title for ultimate grinding. The notification pops up, confirming the 6th advancement is complete and raising his level cap all the way to level 200. His current reserve of stored experience is a massive 8.13 billion points. Consuming all 8.13 billion experience points instantly pushes his level up to level 173 for his 6th advancement reward. He gains 2,000 free attribute points, and his passive skill amplifier upgrades to a Tier 2 Fire Forbidden spell, Pale Flame Purgatory, along with the Tier 2 intermediate skill, 9-fold Pure Slaying Slash. Su Yang's stats receive a massive update. Strength is at 43,551. Speed is 21,386. And Spirit reaches 31,109. Feeling his power, he realizes his stats are almost catching up to the Gluttony King. West Poison making him look more like a true endgame boss every day. Sensing someone watching him, Su Yang glances over with a smirk. He calls out Livia for her peeping and asks what she wants. She peeks out from behind a pillar, quickly stammering that it is nothing. Deep down, she is completely baffled by how fast his power is skyrocketing. Realizing he no longer feels like the weak little ant he used to be, Su Yang finds it highly amusing that even a king of sin is terrified. It is finally time to move to the next phase. A massive hand reaches out from the darkness as Belia is summoned. Bowing and asking her king what tasks he has in store for her, her detailed attribute panel appears, labeling her as the King of Sloth. Belia, a demigod with 300 million health, 332,271 strength, 315,632 spirit, 94,313 speed, and the unique talent trait, Great Sin of Sloth. Her unique power allows her to manifest a domain of sloth around herself, completely neutralizing all equipment, skills, and items within its boundaries. Under the sloth offering, Belia strips 2% of the resistances from any target she kills, presenting it as a tribute to her monarch. Su Yang now understands why she is the top boss of the 600th floor, as her overall stats completely dwarf those of Wrath. He tells Belia that he intends to sacrifice her life. He will grant her a very long slumber in death until he calls her back. Asking if she objects, she agrees without a single second of hesitation. Sloth represents eternal stillness, while death is absolute peace, meaning she is more than willing to offer up her life. With her usual melancholy expression, Belia adds that she willingly obeys her king's command. Su Yang flicks a small sphere of dark energy from his claws, promising her loyal service will not be in vain and telling her to wait for her next reincarnation. The sphere morphs into a dark spear and shoots directly toward her, as the rising dark energy gradually wraps around her body and face, sealing Belia in a black cocoon. The system chimes, confirming he has slain the demigod king of sloth Belia, gaining 181 million experience points and leveling up once again. His current level now sits at 198. A flood of system notifications erupts, revealing that her core grants humans absolute immunity to the corruption of the 600th floor's abyss, while her immutable essence also boosts his health by 50 million points. alongside 50,000 points of physical and magical resistance. On top of that, the silver body of Balia can be handed over to a master craftsman of the appropriate level to forge a legendary divine tier set of armor. He also unlocks Eternal Wall, a demigod forbidden spell that makes him immune to all damage for 1 minute but prevents him from casting skills. Su Yang mutters to himself that if he is not mistaken, these elite rewards were originally meant for dungeon raiders who defeated the Kings of Sin to boost their stats for the final boss fight. But here's the crazy part. Every single reward meant for the key members of the entire Abyss Crusade has ended up stacked on him alone. Staring at the special drop on his system screen, he stands in shock. It is a heaven-defying divine weapon. Su Yang remains completely silent as he receives the notification. He shrugs, realizing this is the 3rd time he has to make a global announcement. He just hopes everyone else's minds do not completely break. The system displays the Rebel Sin divine weapon, the Sin of Sloth. It is described as a unique special artifact dropped after slaying Sloth Lord Belia, representing the rebellion of the 7 deadly sins. This weapon marks the slaying of a monarch and belongs to the Rebel Sin weapon class. Equip restriction: limited solely to the unique demigod rank. It is also restricted by soul imprint, meaning it binds directly to the soul of Sloth Lord Bilia's slayer. It cannot be dropped, traded, or gifted, and can only be wielded by the soul-bound owner. As for combat attributes, it temporarily strips 30% of the target's resistance and instantly drains 20% of their total health. Its Sloth Sin trait creates a sloth domain nearby, completely disabling all skills, gear, or items until his mana is entirely drained. With Sloth's Rebel Punishment, it strips the Sin Monarch of his power, applying a debuff that reduces all stats by 10%. After completing this Grand King Slaying Judgment, the weapon will fade into nothingness, granting the soul-bound user the permanent authority of Sloth forever, reverting to his original form. He looks at the army before him and notes that the traits of the 7 deadly rebel weapons are mostly identical. Their core purpose is to raise a subjugation army with similar godlike powers to crush the Stone Heart. If he can collect all 7 of these rebel weapons, it means he will truly become a one-man army. Next, he maintains his connection to the Abyss demons and sends a command to Sita. He summons Sita and Livia, commanding them to report their progress on gathering Crimson Moon crystals. Instantly, the 2 of them teleport to his side. Livia bows respectfully, announcing she has answered his call. Su Yang then inquires about her progress with the Crimson Moon crystals and the current state of her battles, presenting a pile of crystals stacked like a small mountain. She reports that the Demon Temple has successfully collected 2,310 crystals. All her subjects are more than willing to offer them to him. Su Yang praises her efforts, telling her they did a great job. Overjoyed, she replies that easing her lord's burdens is her absolute highest honor. She then casts a smug glance at the silent Sita nearby. It is now Sita's turn to report, stating she has obeyed his orders and executed the heretic that stepped out from the Scarlet Gate. These 8,000 Crimson Moon crystals are the ultimate spoils of her victory. Countless glowing red crystals spill onto the ground, quickly forming a massive pile. Sita bows low, offering them up, staring at the massive pile that is easily twice the size of her own. Livia panics, questioning how there could be 8,000. Su Yang grips his throne, barely holding back his immense joy. He praises Sita for her exceptional work, proving she truly deserves to lead the 7 sins. Basking in the high praise, Sita lets out a proud huff at her wildly jealous rival. He shoots a stream of primal energy toward them, announcing he is bestowing their promised source power. The energy flows straight into Sita's lower abdomen. The raw power makes them gasp in pleasure, their faces flushing red with gratitude as they thank their lord for his generous gift. Filled with pure ecstasy, a single thought crosses both of their minds. They want their lord to completely fill them with his power as soon as possible. Their intense reaction leaves Su Yang completely speechless, feeling almost muted. Shaking it off, he sweeps up all the newly gathered crystals. With this latest batch, he now has a grand total of 10,310 Crimson Moon crystals. Once the absorption is complete, Su Yang suddenly freezes in shock. Floating right above their heads are numeric values. Livia displays 31,932, while Sita shows 6,210. He wonders if this is the Scarlet Sword's true ability. By boosting his Crimson Moon crystals, is he now able to perceive the power ratings of high-level entities? 31,932 and 6,210. Those are truly staggering stats. Comparing this to the small amount of Crimson Moon crystals needed to wipe out those fools in the Elven Kingdom, the required threshold must be way lower. His anticipation grows by the second. Stepping down from his throne, he begins walking forward, one step at a time. Sita watches him in absolute awe, asking why her king is personally stepping down. Su Yang replies, urging her to come see a gift that would make even the proud king tremble. He places his hand gently on her head, still utterly confused. She asks what he is doing, but Su Yang simply raises a finger to his lips, gesturing for silence. Quiet. Do not move. Suddenly, a violent crimson energy erupts around him. Sita gasps in pure terror, wondering what is happening. Su Yang has now fully confirmed his suspicions. As his crimson madness grows stronger, the dark corruption left behind after intense combat becomes far more severe. Even a powerful being like Sita cannot escape this corruption, forcing her to constantly use her immense strength just to keep it suppressed. He absorbs the crimson madness directly from her body, marveling at the massive volume of energy. He decides to put it to good use. With every movement of his hand dripping with crimson madness, he releases a massive orb overflowing with destructive power. Then, Su Yang tightly clenches his fist, making everything instantly go quiet. The massive orb shatters, raining down countless glowing crystals. Sita stares wide-eyed at the mountain of crystals stacking up before her, utterly shocked that he could transform pure corruption into Crimson Moon crystals. Holding the glowing red crystal nucleus in his hand, he warns her that if she ever gets contaminated again, she shouldn't just endure it, he will help her purify it. Watching Su Yang walk away, she bows her head and replies, "Yes, my king." With a blushing face, Theta quietly whispers that his warmth is her greatest blessing, and serving him is her ultimate honor. Returning to his throne, he now possesses nearly 13,000 red moon crystals. In his grip, the Fei Hong sword crackles with a brilliant and violent surge of lightning. Su Yang glances down at the sword in his hand. Maybe it is finally time to test it out. An announcement echoes through the holy city. The Elf Kingdom delegation has finally arrived, led by their second prince, Andel Severia. He is level 250. A 7th realm, blessed knight. The crowd whispers in utter amazement. It is Gark and Lauren again, along with an elven royal family member, though only 2nd generation. So who cares? Keep it down. They might hear you. Tokugawa quickly steps forward to welcome Gark, bowing as he welcomes the second prince. Andrew does not know him, so Gark introduces the Sakura Kingdom ruler, Tokugawa, who promises that whatever they request, his nation will support them with all their might. That is a reassuring promise. Gark replies, and they definitely will not forget what was promised to Tokugawa during their last meeting. Tokugawa is overjoyed and expresses his deep gratitude, recalling how Long Jia has constantly opposed his Sakura Kingdom since their last encounter. They run rampant just because of their top global rank. But once Gark helps him level up, he vows to repay them tenfold. Tang Zhan glares at them, his killing intent flaring up, which immediately catches Andel's attention while everyone else remains completely still. Gark sneers inwardly at the absolute trash before him, though an insider is better than nothing. While Andrew demands to know if he is Tang Zhan, Tang Jian coldly refuses to even turn around, asking what they want, prompting Andrew to smugly demand that Long Xia get out of the alliance meeting. The Long Xia representatives burn with rage but try to hold back, though the hot-tempered Sanchong immediately points and curses at them, calling him arrogant. Sanchong dares them to repeat those words, introducing himself as Lin Sanchong, the vice leader of the Undying Guild. He is a level 354 9th realm Zodiac warrior. But Gark quickly raises his staff to strike back, angry that a mere human dares to disrespect the second prince. Gark unleashes a massive wave of energy directly at Sanchong, gritting his teeth against the heavy blow. Sanchong struggles as Tang Jian calls out in deep concern for his teammate. After Sanchong takes the direct hit, Tang Zan turns to demand what the Elf Kingdom is trying to pull. Gark explains that he came to show their goodwill toward the alliance, which is why the second prince personally joined the delegation. However, since the person who killed Prince Eric and kidnapped Princess Lilith is from Longsha, they must ask the Longxia representatives to withdraw so the second prince is not reminded of his brother's tragic passing. Andrew directly demands if they are willing to hand over his brother's killer. However, he might show some mercy and spare them from being expelled. Tang Jian immediately sees through their scheme, realizing that while they pretend to expel Longxia, their real goal is to force them to hand over Su Yang. But here's the thing, is dealing with a young man who has only reached his 4th transition truly worth all this trouble? Gark sets a strict condition. The elf delegation will only join the meeting once all Longxia representatives are officially expelled from the Holy City. Meanwhile, back at the Holy City Temple, Ophelia slowly approaches the sacred statue. As silence fills the vast room, she looks up with deep worry in her eyes before raising her staff to cast a powerful holy healing light. Feeling the healing warmth wash over him outside, Sanchong quickly bows toward the temple in deep gratitude to the Grand Priestess. Simultaneously, a sudden burst of energy shoots straight toward Gark, who raises his staff with a look of pure contempt to block the incoming blow. The two clashing forces collide high in the air, triggering a violent and blinding explosion that lights up the entire sky. Amidst the intense heat, the shockwave actually manages to injure Gark, as Ophelia calmly warns him to watch his words and actions while visiting, not wanting to escalate things. Gark quickly apologizes for his recklessness, though he secretly wonders if her power could actually rival the goddess's sacred branch. In fact, she might even be stronger, proving that the temple's deep foundations should never be underestimated. Gark and his team turn to leave, though he warns that the priestess must still handle the upcoming issues properly. Otherwise, the poor second prince might not be able to sign the alliance agreement. Inside the meeting room, Ophelia asks Tang Jian for his thoughts on the elves' demands, and he replies that the core issue is definitely Su Yang. The extreme importance the elves place on the young man is incredibly high, almost incomprehensibly so. In Tang Jian's estimation, a single prince's death alone would never be enough to justify mobilizing such a massive force. Ophelia agrees with his suspicion, admitting she has her own growing theories regarding Su Yang as well. Suddenly, a world announcement flashes across the sky, declaring that the third divine artifact, Sin Reverse, has been claimed, pushing the subjugation progress to 3 out of 7. Tang Zan stands up in utter shock, demanding to know who did it. While Ophelia finally understands the truth, Tang Zan is completely taken aback. He asks if she predicted this. In response, she quietly reveals that the mysterious master is very likely Su Yang. Feeling incredibly tense, Tang Zan cannot believe his own ears. What Ophelia then turns on a screen, replaying all past events. She explains that looking back at all the intelligence they have gathered so far, whether it was the mysterious mind control, the sudden appearance of the King of Original Sin, or the survival of those 2 girls, Su Yang's shadow has always been lingering behind it all. Recalling her visit with a tool, Ophelia notes that they initially suspected Athos was the mastermind. Yet, even after sealing him away, everything has continued to spiral out of control. Furthermore, ever since that battle in the Dragon Spirit realm, there has been zero news about Su Yang. Now, both Asumi Hiko and Lin Na have mysteriously vanished. Is there some hidden connection between them? Honestly, this whole situation makes it pretty impossible not to be deeply suspicious of him. Tang Zhan admits his own prior doubts. But after all, Su Yang is only at the 4th turn. How could he possibly pull off such insane feats? Ophelia asks, what if Su Yang is actually the Lord of the Abyss? He suddenly stands up, slamming his hand on the table. That is absolutely impossible. She simply smiles, calmly explaining that she initially thought the exact same thing. But her subsequent thorough investigation has basically ruled that possibility out completely. Tang Zhan is clearly still struggling to process this. He begs her not to make jokes about such serious matters. Ophelia stands firm. He definitely has a highly complex relationship with the Abyss. In fact, he might even hold the exclusive privilege to summon the King of Original Sin. After all, if someone can just command the Sovereign of Original Sin to kill at will, then obtaining the Rebel Divine Artifact would naturally be a walk in the park. A glowing map suddenly projects onto the conference table. As she continues, since the temple's influence is spreading across the entire world, there should logically be some solid clues left behind somewhere. Yet, despite several Rebel Divine Artifacts being revealed by now, they have not received a single shred of news regarding their locations. Ophelia stands up. Her voice pauses briefly. She then suggests that perhaps the one who obtained the Rebel Divine Artifact is not even in this world, but down in the Abyss. Tang Zhan recalls her previous claim that the Rebel Divine Artifact fell into Su Yang's hands, asking if she based that theory entirely on this single point. But he still does not understand. If she believes Su Yang is not the Lord of the Abyss, then how on earth could he command the King of Original Sin? Ophelia replies that this is currently just her own speculation. The current evidence does not form a perfect logical loop. However, the attitude of the Elven Kingdom somehow confirms her suspicions on a completely different level. Tang Zhan falls silent to process all this, eventually nodding in agreement. She is absolutely correct. They seem to place an incredibly immense amount of importance on Su Yang, as if he holds some vital secret they absolutely must uncover at all costs. He suddenly remembers a crucial detail. It all ties back to the Dragon Spirit realm, and trust me, that is where everything started. She guesses that Su Yang must have obtained some kind of ancient inheritance in the realm. That established a mysterious connection between him and the Dark Abyss, granting him a highly elevated and almost transcendent kind of status. This allowed him to use this identity to control the Sovereign of Original Sin, seize the Rebel Divine Artifact, and manipulate them to attack Tokugawa's group while rescuing the 2 girls who knew his secret. Logically, this makes perfect sense. Tang Zhan sighs, admitting she has a point, especially since he is a survivor of the West Tower attack. But if that is the case, why on earth did he keep them completely in the dark? She believes that he must have some deeply painful reasons, and she sincerely hopes that she can meet with him face to face someday soon. Internally, Ophelia resolves to get clear answers this time. Shifting back to the main topic, she notes that for now, advancing the world quest remains their absolute top priority. If they truly want to conquer the Abyss, the raw power of the Elven Kingdom will be absolutely indispensable. Tang Zhan politely interrupts, telling the High Priestess she does not need to say more as he has already made up his mind. He decides that Longxia will officially withdraw from the Subjugation Alliance this time, though that definitely does not mean they are giving up on the campaign against the Abyss. Instead, he and his elite warriors will continue to relentlessly push themselves to become significantly stronger. Tang Zhan firmly believes that even without any external assistance from outside forces, they can solely rely on their own strength to succeed, to slay the King of Original Sin and reclaim the Rebel Divine Artifact. The proud people of Longxia will simply never choose to back down. Leaving the meeting, he and his men immediately depart. Ophelia watches the departing backs of the Longxia warriors, her heart filled with genuine admiration, reflecting on the indomitable spirit of Longxia. She wishes them great fortune in battle before turning to address the newly arrived Tokugawa. Tang Zhan and his people left. She asks if he will notify the elves now. He quickly responds that he will contact them immediately. Just as the members of the Elven Kingdom arrive at the round table, Andal remarks that he heard the Longxia group has been dealt with, praising the High Priestess for a job well done. Though Ophelia simply asks if they can finally begin, he arrogantly rests his feet on the table, complaining about the endless, annoying meetings, and demanding they just shut up and listen to his terms. Everyone quietly observes that with the Elf Queen away, this brat's true, arrogant nature finally comes to light. Lin Na frowns in deep annoyance at his boastful attitude. Ophelia then steps in and asks the second prince for his conditions. Andal explains that since humans begged the elves for military support, the spoils of war must be split 60-40, heavily favoring the Elven Kingdom. She reluctantly accepts the term, stating they have no objections. His second condition is even worse. He demands 3 out of the 4 remaining sin artifacts for the elves, immediately turning the atmosphere in the room completely tense. Lin Na snaps in disbelief while Buck slams the table, furious at their sheer greed. Those artifacts are key to defeating the final boss. Yet, the elves want them all. But the prince calmly asks what is so outrageous about it. He warns them to remember that 3 of those legendary artifacts are already out there. The prince argues humans basically possess 4 artifacts already, which is a massive win. But Lin Na fires back, calling his logic completely absurd. Even Augustin objects, arguing they do not even know where those 3 artifacts are hidden. But Andal calmly shrugs and declares it is not his problem. He argues that since humans possess them, they should be the ones to go out and search for them. His arrogant attitude leaves the 3 human leaders speechless with anger, while the crowd of spectators starts murmuring that they cannot let the elves take advantage of them. Yet, refusing their terms means losing their aid, especially since even the strongest human teams have failed in the past. Relying on humans alone makes conquering the abyss an impossible task. If this global quest ends in failure, every single one of them will perish. Following a heated and intense debate, the human representatives finally yield to the demands of the Elven Kingdom, with the grand alliance between humans and elves officially established. Their first massive joint campaign to conquer the Dark Abyss is scheduled to begin in 1 month, over in the bustling capital city of Longdu in Longxia. A massive portal stands right at the very center of the crowded streets. As the Elven delegation steps out of the portal, Prince Andal covers his mouth in sheer disbelief at the view. He mutters about the bustling streets being incredibly annoying, just as a little girl points at them and calls out to her mother that they are elves. The girl cheerfully runs up to greet the handsome elven brothers. But Andal and his guard only glare down at her with cold eyes. A sudden blast of energy strikes the child, sending her flying as she spits blood, forcing her terrified mother to rush to her side. The mother desperately demands what they are doing, but the guard coldly replies that he heard Longxia is the land of ultimate etiquette. He snarls at how lowly commoners like them dare to look directly at the second prince. Andal approaches the trembling mother and child, demanding the filthy peasants get on their knees, while a nearby Su Yang silently watches, his face turning completely dark. He tells his companion to move, and when Sita asks where, Su Yang shoulders his Fei Hong sword, declaring they are going to Longdu to slaughter some dogs. Back with Andal, his brutal actions instantly spark furious backlash from the surrounding crowd. Angry citizens yell at the elven snobs for making a scene in Longxia, telling these arrogant dogs that they are the ones who should be kneeling and begging for forgiveness. The prince coldly signals his guard, who sneers in response, calling the angry crowd nothing but weak trash who do not know their place. He swings his blade directly at the speaker, shouting that he will teach these weaklings the true gap in their strength. The arrogant guard boasts, telling the crowd that this is the miserable end of all pathetic insects like them. Watching the bystander fall, the terrified mother tightly shields her daughter, begging the elves to spare them, since her young child is not even level 5 yet and cannot be resurrected. She shuts her eyes and trembles in pure terror as she begs for mercy. But suddenly, a bright flash descends from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous shout calling them impudent. A massive wave of fiery energy crashes down in a violent explosion. Though the mother and child are kept safe inside a protective sphere, Tang Jian orders his troops to evacuate the citizens before turning his furious gaze toward the guard, demanding if he was the one who dared to harm the citizens of Longsha. Despite being covered in bloody wounds, the stubborn guard still dares to talk back. But he is instantly met with a devastating punch of the ultimate destruction fist that threatens to swallow him whole. A torrent of raging flames completely swallows the guard, while another quickly steps in front of Andal, warning the prince to be careful. As the thick smoke and dust slowly settle, a deep, massive crater is revealed carved right into the street. Down in the crater, a faint green glow shines around the fallen guard, while a furious Andal demands if this is how Longxia treats its guests. Tang Jian replies that respect is a two-way street, given only to those who show it. He asks if the prince's actions showed any respect to Longxia. But Andal sneers, claiming etiquette is strictly reserved for interactions among nobles. The arrogant prince asks if Tang Jian really needs to make such a big scene over a few worthless peasants. Tang Jian firmly states that everyone is equal in Longsha. He reminds him that the elves targeted them in the holy city and have now invaded their land without cause. When asked what their true motive is, Andal chuckles mockingly, questioning if Tang Jian is actually trying to put them on trial. He claims that the human youth, Su Yang, has committed 3 crimes. First, he illegally tamed the black dragon without the royal family's permission, harboring malicious intent. Second, he slaughtered Prince Eric along with a group of noble elven geniuses inside the dragon spirit realm. Third, kidnapping the elf princess Lilith. Therefore, Her Great Majesty the Queen has issued a direct order to execute Su Yang. Now you know what we came here for. Do you not? Someone cannot hold back anymore and shouts out how shameless. Taming the black dragon was done through Su Yang's own strength. So why on earth would he need permission from your elf royal family? Why should we show respect? He replies that the black dragon is an evil beast considered a seed of calamity by the royals, to be executed immediately upon discovery. Besides, who the hell are you to think you are worthy of speaking to me? He is left completely speechless. Tang Jian speaks up, saying if you came here looking for Su Yang, you will only return in disappointment since no one currently knows where he is. He declares that they do not need any handovers. They just need to search the entire territory of Longxia, going through it one by one starting from Longdu. Sansung feels that these people are completely looking down on Longsha. How could the glorious capital of Longxia be searched at will by outsiders like you? This kind of action is a blatant insult to an entire nation. He lifts his holy staff, asking if they dare to stand in his way. Let's see if you even have the power to do so. Tang Jian decides to risk it all. Warriors can be killed, but not insulted. So let's fight. With his extreme divinity active, showcasing level 8 divine strength. This ultimate effect quickly helps boost his most outstanding basic attribute tenfold in a very short amount of time. He unleashes a devastating punch packed with extreme power, the Dragon God Ruin Fist. His holy staff successfully disperses that massive surge of energy. He bellows aloud, Goddess protection. He knows that using this move leaves him wide open. Wooden branches immediately erupt from the top of the staff's sacred tree punishment. Sharp wooden branches impale Tang Jian completely. He spits out blood, his body racked with agonizing pain from being pierced. Seeing him collapse, the two nearby rush over, shouting out for Chairman Tang Jian. The enemy warns that the divine weapon's power is far beyond mortal comprehension, so they should just surrender peacefully. Suddenly, black feathers start falling from above, and he looks up. Talk about an entrance. A terrible premonition washes over him as someone appears in the sky. It is Sita, the King of Pride, whose terrifying pressure completely panics everyone below. Andal cowers behind his defensive archmages. They quickly reassure him, telling Prince Andal not to worry because they have the divine weapon, so there is no need to fear her. He secretly recalls the prior intelligence report stating that once the king of original sin descends into this world, her power drops from god rank to demigod rank, since they are both demigods. Combining their forces with the divine weapon's power might actually let them slay the strongest king of original sin right here. Tang Jian is completely shocked to see Sita. Why on earth would she show up here at a time like this? Sansung wonders in curiosity if she came to kill them or those elves over there. He cannot clearly make out the person standing beside Sita. That figure seems to have some mysterious power hiding their identity. Could it possibly be him? It seems all attention is focused on Sita, which works out extremely well for his next move. Su Yang calculates silently, knowing his attack range is narrowed to about 1 meter, and if they are too guarded, it will be hard to avoid missing. This is ideal. He commands her to pull all the elves into the domain while leaving the second prince for him to handle. Sita obeys immediately, stating that she will comply if this is the will of the great sovereign. A growing sphere of darkness expands to cover the central area, deploying her domain. Andel panics, screaming for his archmages and knight commander. He looks around for his guards, but Su Yang suddenly appears in front of him, telling him not to bother because his subordinates are fighting Sita and cannot escape anytime soon. Because he is completely wrapped in a cloak that masks his aura, the prince fails to recognize him. Who are you? I am the second prince of the Elf Kingdom. What do you want? Su Yang charges silently. Andal deploys his shield, yelling for him to stay away. System information shows that the Guardian Shield can withstand a full power attack from anyone below the 8th turn. He channels raw power into his fist to give the prince a little gift. The heavy punch smashes directly into Andal's face, making him spit blood as he flies backward. Agonized groans echo as Su Yang grabs Andal's hair to lift his battered body. Another fist drives straight into his stomach, sending a wave of agonizing pain through his entire system. Completely paralyzed, with no strength left to move, he accepts his fate. Andal begs him to just end it. He states that he will be resurrected in the Elf Temple. Then, the Elf army will flatten the abyss, making sure you all pay. You will never be reborn again. His shaking hand points towards Sansung, promising to report to the Queen to completely wipe out his country and every single one of his men. Hearing this nonsense is incredibly irritating. Su Yang lifts the crimson sword, whispering that it is a shame he will never get that chance. He mentions someone, comparing Andal's situation to his older brother Eric. Realization hits the prince instantly, and before he can speak, the sword swings down. System information indicates that the modification is activated, consuming 250 energy points. The second elf prince, Andel Severia, is now completely erased from existence and exiled into eternal void. Surprised gasps erupt through the crowd instantly. Did that elf really just vanish without even a single trace of his breath remaining? What on earth just happened? Sansung is equally stunned, gritting his teeth in disbelief. He had been so focused on Sita's arrival earlier that he completely ignored this mysterious man. After all, he does not emit even a shred of powerful aura from his body. Could he really be one of the kings of original sin? Nansong looks up, meeting Su Yang's cold, indifferent gaze. Is Zita's barrier actually vanishing? He watches as the fading shield slowly dissolves into nothingness. It looks like the battle is already decided. Zita stands quietly watching from above, clutching her chest and groaning in pain. Kaplan approaches with a loud, mocking laugh, claiming that the strongest king of original sin is nothing more than a joke. Since you are only a demigod, how could you ever be worthy of such a noble, divine spirit weapon? He turns to his side, telling Prince Andal to rest easy because the divine weapon is right here, but then stops, utterly baffled to find the prince gone. Where is Prince Andal? He suddenly freezes as he realizes the prince's presence has completely and utterly vanished. He roars, demanding to know what was done to the second prince. Su Yang just waves with a casual smile. It was only a dog. No need to be so shocked. Su Yang warns him that he is next. Kaplan freezes in silence. But a moment later, he breaks into a cold, menacing laugh that grows louder by the second. Kaplan stares directly at Su Yang with a manic laugh, then abruptly cuts it short, tightly gripping his magic staff and raising it forward. With a wild scream, Kaplan unleashes dark magic streams from his staff, instantly impaling several innocent people nearby. The moment the magic pierces them, their bodies rapidly wither away, leaving behind nothing but dry, hollow skeletons. Kaplan mutters in a dark, low voice that since Prince Andal is already dead, he no longer has to worry about holding back to protect him. He swings his staff high, calling upon the sacred tree sanction as a terrifying wave of power violently erupts. Panicked survivors scream and scatter in chaos. Kaplan roars that he will sacrifice every fool who opposed the holy will, turning them all into mere food for his divine weapon. Sansung frantically helps the wounded while screaming at the crowd to run for their lives. The heavy gloom on Jita's face completely vanishes, replaced by a soft smile and glowing, sharp eyes. She immediately hurls her weapon downward, shouting that their battle is far from over. But Kaplan merely narrows his eyes and coldly tells her she has walked straight into his trap. From the very beginning, she was his only target. He presses his hand to his chest as a blinding light pierces through to release his true authority. Once again, Kaplan raises his magic staff. But this time, the magic erupting is 10 times more devastating. Jita stands frozen, completely caught off guard by the sudden and overwhelming assault. Dozens of dark tentacles surge forward, tightly binding her limbs and locking her in place. She struggles to break free, but violent electrical currents surge through the vines, shocking her with pure agony. Kaplan grins triumphantly, telling the king of original sin to die and become nourishment for the sacred tree. But his gloating is cut short when he spots something fast rushing straight toward him. It is Su Yang, his incredibly sharp gaze locked onto Kaplan like a seasoned hunter tracking his prey. Kaplan glares at him with absolute disdain, mocking his foolishness before casually raising his hand to flick his finger at the boy. As Su Yang charges forward, the surrounding air violently distorts around him. Kaplan fires another magical blast from his staff, but the young warrior effortlessly dodges the strike. Kaplan's magic streams and relentless tentacles follow him closely. Su Yang leaps gracefully into the air, diving headfirst right into the center of the converging energy. He cleanly slices right through the magic, keeping his momentum as he swings his sword straight at Kaplan. Kaplan easily slips to the side to dodge, sporting a highly contemptuous smirk as he whispers "fool." Su Yang merely smirks, thrusting his sword forward and declaring that Kaplan is the real fool here. Magic violently explodes everywhere, the blade whistling through the air like a roaring demon. With his super armor active, he is completely immune to crowd control, while mitigating 50% of all incoming damage. Su Yang drives his blade directly into Kaplan's barrier. Kaplan remains calm, mockingly asking what someone like him could possibly achieve. And just like that, before the words can leave his mouth, he freezes as Su Yang's sword shatters his barrier. Without a single second of hesitation, he lunges forward and snatches the magic staff right out of Kaplan's grip. Su Yang raises it high with a triumphant grin. This trip was definitely worth it. The tentacles binding Sheeta instantly dissolve. She looks around in complete disbelief, wondering if the spirit user has already been defeated. Zeta lands gently right beside Su Yang, quietly whispering to ask what on earth he just did. Su Yang gives her a cold, brief glance, telling her that she doesn't need to know. Our business here is finished. Let's get moving. Zeta stares at Su Yang with wide eyes and blushing cheeks, remembering that Kaplan was only a single step away from reaching godhood. Even she had struggled immensely against him. Yet, as Su Yang turns to walk away, She marvels at how he instantly crushed him. This completely defies all normal logic, leaving her wondering if this is truly the power of Sovereign Su Yang's representative. She realizes she can no longer see through him at all as she slowly follows behind. When a weak, desperate voice suddenly calls out for him to stop, Tang Zan, weakly supported by Sansung, offers his sincere thanks before asking who he truly is, to be capable of commanding the strongest king of original sin. Hearing the question, Su Yang stops in his tracks without turning around, remaining completely silent for several tense seconds. Tang Zan stares wide-eyed at Su Yang's retreating back, his voice stammering as he asks if it is really him. In another realm, a visibly frustrated woman curses under her breath. Have the auras of Andal and Cap Lauren completely vanished? That is absolutely impossible. Queen Creed scowls and screams out, "What on earth just happened?" She sinks back onto her throne, muttering to herself, "Why did they not resurrect at the temple? What is going on there, and where is the rest of the delegation?" A nearby courtier stammers out that they will investigate immediately. Queen Creed just glares, muttering a cold, useless trash, resting her chin in frustration. Queen Creed wonders, could it be like last time, with everyone wiped out by that Su Yang? But how is that possible? Cap Lauren was carrying a divine weapon, so how could a mere human defeat him? Her thoughts are cut short as 3 battered soldiers burst inside, crying out that they have finally returned. Queen Creed casts a freezing gaze on them and demands to know everything. Do not leave out a single word, she commands. The heavily wounded soldiers tremble as they begin to speak. After the Holy Alliance meeting ended, we traveled to the human kingdom of Longsha, where we encountered Setha, alongside a mysterious individual. Even though Lord Cap managed to subdue Setha, that mysterious figure intervened and killed the second prince. As for Lord Cap, he sacrificed our own comrades to unleash the divine weapon's true power. And we have no idea what happened after that. Queen Creed narrows her eyes, repeating a mysterious stranger. The soldier explains that the man used some secret spell to hide his face. Losing all patience, the queen snaps and stands up, shouting for them to stop. Get out of my sight. The terrified soldiers bow their heads, stammering out their compliance. Queen Creed scowls in deep thought. Anyone capable of standing alongside Setha cannot possibly be a weakling. Who on earth could this mysterious figure actually be? She glances over and orders Marita to prepare a petition to the sacred tree for a prophecy. Soon, both the queen and Marita stand together before the massive, ancient trunk. They rest their hands on it. Marita begins to pray with deep sincerity, offering the royal blood of the elves as a sacrifice. She begs the sacred tree for guidance to reveal what happened before Cap Lauren died. Suddenly, the giant tree shakes violently. Is the sacred tree actually trembling? What did its eternal spirit witness suddenly? A massive blast echoes out as a blinding light erupts from the very center of the trunk. The brilliant light spreads through the entire canopy, forming a glowing symbol that illuminates the vast temple. Both of them shield their faces from the glare, squinting hard to witness the sacred prophecy unfold. Just watch this. They gasp in shock as a tall, faceless figure defeating Cap Lauren appears before them. As the vision fades, Queen Creed asks in a quiet whisper if that was indeed the sacred prophecy. Marita nods, confirming that the message is crystal clear. They must hunt down and kill this mysterious man at all costs. Queen Creed falls deep into thought, wondering how they can track someone who has completely hidden his face. Fortunately, the tree has captured his soul signature, creating a unique spiritual imprint. Anyone carrying this mental imprint will immediately sense his presence. No disguise in the world will ever let him hide from them. The queen sighs and turns away, declaring that the will of the sacred tree is their absolute highest priority. She orders them to temporarily set aside their issues with humans and focus all their military strength on the abyss. They must find and execute this mysterious man at once. Marita bows respectfully in agreement as a burning rage consumes Queen Creed. This does not mean she is finished with humanity. However, sooner or later, She will unleash her revenge for Andal and Eric. Meanwhile, Su Yang is admiring his new staff. A divine weapon crafted from the holy branch and blessed by the goddess of nature. The system explains that this weapon was crafted from the first branch to sprout under the blessing of the goddess of nature. It was created to punish those who showed disrespect to the gods. Though it carries a major restriction. Only those with elven royal blood can wield it. Its attributes. It grants a massive plus 5,000 to spirit power. 200% spirit resistance. 1,000% mana recovery speed. And 200% elemental magic damage. Its first trait is the Blessing of the Goddess, which instantly deploys a divine shield to block all incoming damage. While protected by this shield, the user is immune to all mental domain effects or skills below the divine rank. The second trait is Sacred Tree Punishment, which summons thorny branches to pierce targets while draining their strength. It also inflicts a devastating status effect on those open wounds. These sacred spores completely block all healing processes while steadily draining the victim of their strength. Its third effect allows these spores to absorb 1% of the target's health and mana every single second. Finally, the Royal Blood Blessing consumes elven royal blood to heavily boost the staff, coating the thorns with a holy light that grants 50% armor penetration and 50% resistance. Who knows how much time has passed since the battle with Kalen? Dusk has already settled over the land. Looking at the staff, Su Yang marvels at its insane power, realizing why the Elven Kingdom was so proud of it. After all, even Setha was unable to inflict any damage on Kalen. His gaze grows thoughtful. Still, this royal blood limitation is going to be quite a hassle. But if Kalen could use it, then there must be a way. With that, Su Yang stands up. He walks over to ask Lilith. The moment she sees the staff, she gets excited. What a gorgeous staff. But why does it feel so strangely familiar? Su Yang asks in amusement, has she never even seen her own family weapon? Lilith is shocked. Is this the divine weapon of the Elf Kingdom? Where did he steal it from? Su Yang looks at her with a smirk. Steal it. He would never lower himself to do that. He took it straight from them. Lilith cannot help but marvel he actually managed to defeat Kalen. That is absolutely insane. Su Yang holds his head high in pride, trying to keep his cool while asking her how to lift the staff restrictions. Lilith looks back at the staff, remembering an ancient text stating that royal blood is required to activate its true power. She casually runs her finger along the body of the staff, but she accidentally pricks herself on a sharp thorn. Su Yang rushes over to hold her hand, asking if she is okay. But she tells him to just look. Su Yang stares in awe at the drops of blood floating around the thorn. Could this be the effect of the cursed bloodline? To think it could actually corrode a divine weapon like this? Mental power increases by 4,500. Mental resistance is up by 180%. And mana regen surges by 900%. With elemental magic power up by 180%. He smiles bitterly. Even these stats are down 10%. A massive loss. Lilith nervously rubs her hands together. She softly apologizes. But Su Yang gently pats her head. It is fine. He will protect her even without some weapon. Lilith blushes bright red, while Su Yang turns his gaze outside, feeling a sudden wave of tension. As for unlocking the staff, he will just wait until he enslaves the elves and forces them to spill the secret themselves. A few days later, on the 99th floor of the abyss, the silence is shattered by a massive explosion. Through the rubble, monsters roar in absolute agony as a massive stone wall collapses right on top of them. Su Yang stands to the side, coldly slicing down his foes. He is currently level 199, standing amidst the pile of monster corpses. And he lets out a sigh of relief. He is finally close to level 200, which means any target defeated by his flying rainbow sword will no longer grant him any experience points. Otherwise, the experience points from defeating Kalen would have been more than enough. He reviews the notification that just popped up. Now, here's the thing: the Elf Queen is willing to ignore her son's death to form an alliance, meaning she must hold some critical intel. As Su Yang calmly looks at the screen, A shadow suddenly lunges from behind. Moving so silently, it is almost impossible to detect, but Su Yang remains completely unfazed. The moment the monster gets close, he spins around and cuts it right in half. He looks down at the disintegrating monster with a slight smirk. The last one is down. Su Yang has officially hit level 200 and right on cue. The ground begins to violently shake. Boulders crash down from the crumbling walls, putting Su Yang on high alert. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, a system-wide global announcement echoes. The world-class boss, Monarch of Original Sin, has recovered 1/3 of its power. All players must hurry to complete the subjugation quest. Hearing this, Su Yang stands there, lost in deep thought. The Monarch of Original Sin has already regained 1/3 of its full power. Could his rapid leveling be accelerating this world quest? If he keeps powering up this fast, will the boss recover even quicker? He walks and looks around, realizing that for now, the situation is still completely under his control. So, his immediate priority is to head back and complete his 7th job advancement quest. Just how strong will this monarch be at 1/3 power? He cannot help but feel a massive surge of excitement. With a swing of his blade, a spatial rift tears open. He drives his sword straight through, ripping a gaping hole in space. His sword hovers in the center to keep the rift from sealing, allowing Su Yang to quickly leap through into the void. Both the blade and the spatial rift completely vanish. Meanwhile, over at the Long He Hall, Tang Zhan is recovering on a hospital bed with his allies, San Chong and the others. He slowly opens his exhausted eyes. San Chong immediately rushes over to his bedside. He cries out in relief that the guild leader is finally awake. Hearing this, Tang Zhan's daughter, Anne, rushes into the room, calling out for her dad. Tang Zhan asks in a weak voice why she isn't in a dungeon, but Anne just throws her arms around him. She explains through her tears how she rushed back after hearing the bad news. And Tang Zhan gently pats her head to comfort her. He reassures her that he is fine. And as Anne wipes her tears, Tang Zhan turns to San Chong, asking how long he has been out. What about Seda? And that mysterious man Samsung quickly answers, Sir, you have been unconscious for nearly half a day. As for those two, they left right after you passed out, and we simply could not hold them back. Tang Zhan silently recalls the moment he chased after Su Yang, deeply regretting that he could not uncover that mysterious man's true identity. Still, he has a strong gut feeling that the stranger who killed the Laurens is actually the missing Su Yang. A woman carrying a thick folder steps into the room. President, while you were unconscious, 2 very important events took place. Tang Zhan recognizes her immediately. Vice President Chen, please go ahead. The vice president gently adjusts her glasses and slowly begins her report. The Elven royal family suddenly sent a message stating that they will temporarily stop hunting Su Yang, set aside their differences with our Long Xia, and focus all their strength on conquering the abyss. At the same time, a new world announcement was released. The Sovereign of Original Sin has now recovered 1/3 of his power. Her flat voice explains the situation. A group of top experts from the Eagle America Federation, the Sakura Nation, the Bangzi Nation, the North Siberian Plains, and other countries have already arrived in the Elven world and started leveling up to prepare for the upcoming Abyss Crusade. Samsung becomes highly agitated and grumbles loudly, a prince and a minister were just killed, and I was wondering if they would send a massive army. What on earth is happening now? Vice President Chen calmly replies, who knows? Maybe it has something to do with the changes in the Sovereign of Original Sin. Tang Zhan frowns in deep thought. Is that really all? How could the elves pull a complete 180-degree turn like this? It must be directly tied to their own interests. Seeing him remain silent, Vice President Chen speaks up. President, to show their sincerity, the Elven royal family has specially prepared 3 high-level demigod-tier secret realms for us, which is 1 more than what they gave the Eagle America Federation. How should we handle this next? Sir Tangjian remains deep in thought, without answering. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grows tense. After a moment, Samsung speaks first. I am not going. Who needs their charity anyway? I spit on those elven half-breeds. He yells angrily. They are so arrogant. Relying only on their divine artifact while looking down on us. Now that their divine artifact is gone, they crawl back to kiss our feet. President, you must absolutely never agree to their terms. Tang Jian shakes his head and struggles to get out of bed. No, we must prioritize the bigger picture. Get ready. We are going to the elven world. And Anne quickly supports him. Dad, did they not just severely injure you? Tang Jian silently reaches for his coat on the rack and says, our main focus now is the abyss, not the elves. Once the abyss is dealt with, he says as he puts on his coat, in his voice filled with determination, we will come back and settle the score with those elves. Hearing this, the others say no more and accompany him to a half-finished construction site. Looking at the piles of bricks, Tang Jian asks, is this portal still usable? Samsung walks right behind him. The repairs are complete. The tech department has been working very hard on it. Moreover, the repairs on all other public facilities have already been fully arranged. Tang Jian nods gently. And Anne looks around in absolute awe. What a terrifyingly destructive force. Is this really the power of a ninth transition expert? Or is it the might of the elven divine artifact? Tang Jian looks warmly at his daughter and says, speaking of which, I wanted you to meet Su Yang. But who knew he would cause so much chaos? And now he has completely vanished. He did not commit any crimes. It was purely self-defense. Anne quickly walks over to his side. Dad, you really love defending him. Do you not? What special ability does that Su Yang have to make you so obsessed with him? Tang Jian rubs his chin in thought about that. Stroking his chin, he says maybe he could help you wipe out those annoying elves. Anne tosses her hair and walks away, completely indifferent, as if anyone would believe that. Meanwhile, back where Su Yang teleported, he checks his level. Level 200. You have reached the 6th transition limit. The class advancement quest is now being released. 7th transition quest. The upcoming dragon feast of the Great Demon Lord. The Great Demon Lord on the 190th abyssal floor is about to host a grand dragon feast. Please hunt down a blazing sun giant dragon. Retrieve its dragon heart. And prepare for the grand banquet of Archdemon Akma. What a coincidence, the Azure Devouring Dragon Bone Greatsword also requires killing a blazing sun giant dragon before it can unlock its next stage. You could say this is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even so, another worry weighs on him without Bai Ling's help. Finding the location of the giant dragon's secret realm in the mortal realm is impossible, and are the rest of them only found in the Dragon Kingdom. He thinks of the massive stone portal. Besides, the only portal leading to the Dragon Kingdom lies within the Elven realm, meaning he must first pass through the teleportation gate of the mortal realm to get there. After pondering for a while, Su Yang finally comes up with a plan. The guards of the Elven Kingdom are 6th or 7th transition level at best, so they will not be a problem. He stops right there, planning out his next moves. Su Yang looks straight ahead, wearing a highly confident smile. He intends to conquer and enslave the Elven Kingdom in the future anyway, so scoping it out now is just smart. He looks up at the massive black dragon before him. What a shame. He tells the dragon he wanted to buy it a meal, but it is too flashy. If anyone spots you and uncovers his true identity, it will cause endless trouble. So he cannot bring it to the Dragon Kingdom. As the black dragon lowers its head, Su Yang gently rubs its nose to calm it down. But the beast suddenly jerks back and roars, leaving him completely stunned. Suddenly, violent sparks of electricity course through the dragon's massive frame, lighting it up before the entire beast vanishes into thin air. It leaves a sleek dragon tattoo on the back of his right hand, prompting Su Yang to playfully ask if it could always do that. Why did you not say so earlier? He jokes. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark cavern, Su Yang appears in his ultimate boss form. He is the Abyss Demon, Lord of Original Sin, a divine rank boss, with a strength attribute of 723,213, spirit at 543,221, and speed at 434,958, sitting leisurely on his throne. He remarks that his power has shot up tremendously after recovering just 1/3 of his energy. If he ever managed to regain his true peak power, it would be absolutely mind-blowing. But right now, his authority as the Lord of Original Sin is what matters most. The system updates. He can now consume his dark source power to infinitely resurrect the Kings of Sin. Staring at the glowing panel, he realizes he is no longer restricted by cooldowns, needing only enough dark source power to bring back a King of Sin. This is truly a massive shift in his favor. The screen clearly displays the specific costs, showing that Gluttony consumes 1/10 of a dark source power point. Wrath takes 1/7 of a point, and Sloth requires 1/4 of a point. He chuckles softly for the impending battle ahead. This is easily the best news he could have asked for. Su Yang taps the option right in the middle, eager to fulfill his initial promise and summon Samael, the King of Wrath. The system consumes exactly 1/7 of his dark source power to successfully bring back the roaring King of Wrath, Samael. An explosion rocks the cavern as crackling lightning surrounds the throne, and Samael emerges, dropping down onto a single knee. Samael vows eternal loyalty to his lord, and Su Yang nods back. Accepting the demon's absolute pledge, he commands Samael to follow his human proxy, Su Yang, and ruthlessly conquer the Elven Kingdom. Samael looks his lord dead in the eyes, accepting the mandate with a deep growl. A few days later, a massive queue of people wait at the passage connecting the human world and the Elven Kingdom, where a mounted Tokugawa gets abruptly stopped by the guards. The guards demand to know who they are, and Tokugawa explains they are from the Sakura Kingdom, invited directly by Lord Ga to visit the Elven Kingdom. They need to pass to level up, prompting a guard to open his system panel and tell them to wait while he verifies. Tokugawa anxiously tells them to hurry up, feeling increasingly restless as the minutes tick by. Why did the elves suddenly settle their differences with the Dragon Kingdom and invite them to join the Grand Alliance against the Abyss? If things go on like this, his Sakura Kingdom will never surpass the Dragon Kingdom, and he will never get the chance to crush Tangzhan under his boot. Suddenly seeing the soldiers level their spears straight at him, he yells out, asking what they are doing since he is Lord Gay's guest. Ignoring his cries, the soldiers push right past him. They do not care about him, but rather the suspicious figures standing right behind his horse, leaving Tokugawa totally confused. Right behind him stands a hooded Su Yang walking alongside a human form Samael, prompting guards to rush them with spears and demand identification after detecting highly abnormal energy signatures. Samael glances back, asking his proxy for immediate instructions. Su Yang sighs that he initially wanted to blend in quietly, but it seems sneaking past them is not going to be that easy, flashing a highly mischievous grin. He tells Samael that since stealth is off the table, they can just trample straight over them. Samael's red eyes instantly light up. Understood, Lord. Samael instantly explodes back into his massive monster form, letting out a roar that vanishes like the wind. While the stunned guards still look around in complete confusion, the Demon Lord has already materialized right behind them. Deafening sirens suddenly blare across the entire outpost, screaming aloud, frantic warning of imminent danger. Samael glances back as the automated system warnings continue to announce the sudden appearance of a boss. Energy signatures analyze the system confirms a King of Original Sin has arrived. Tokugawa spurs his horse forward, frantically yelling for everyone to run before the crowd descends into pure, screaming panic. They scream, wondering why on earth an Abyss boss is here. But before they can escape, an invisible force slices them in half, spraying blood everywhere. Shouts of sheer agony ring out as a dark blur cuts through their ranks. It is Samael. Despite his massive size, his blinding speed is completely unstoppable, way too fast for the naked eye. Tokugawa and his men run for their lives. His subordinate asks if they should just abandon the others. But Tokugawa snaps back, "Shut up. They are just low-level trash here to grind. So, how could they ever compare to our survival?" Watching them run from afar, Su-yang mutters with pure disgust, "Honestly, you can't blame him for finding their cowardice absolutely shameless." Samael, "Chase those two down." The beast immediately obeys, ignoring the rest, to charge straight at Tokugawa, leaving them shouting, "What?" without a word. Samael slams the soldier's head into the dirt before he can even react, then grabs him and hurls him high into the sky as the soldier screams in terror. Samael opens his massive jaws and swallows him whole, ignoring his desperate cries of "Stop." The Wrath King Samael has slain Dama Betaro, an 8th transition rank at level 276, offering him to the Wrath King. Maximum health increased by 50,000. Su-yang calmly notes the floating notification. 50,000 points is not bad. It all adds up. Samael laughs crazily as he screams, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Samael conjures a spear, throwing it at Tokugawa with his Blood Wrath Fang skill, forcing Tokugawa to raise his hands and summon the Amaterasu shield. The flying spear crashes directly into Tokugawa's shield, grinding to a halt. This supreme defensive barrier can absorb up to 100,000 damage points. But as the two heavy forces collide, the sharp sound of cracking glass rings out. Just a second later, the shield shatters into a million tiny pieces as Samael's spear pierces right through it, seizing his chance. Tokugawa slips right behind Samael to activate his divine power Shadow Divinity. This allows him to warp between shadows for a brief moment, boosting his next surprise attack to deal a massive 400% extra damage, locking his eyes onto Samael. Tokugawa slowly draws his blade to unleash his ultimate move, Cherry Blossom Ruined Moon. He lunges forward, slashing cleanly through Samael's body, thinking he has won. Tokugawa is shocked as Samael lets out a deafening roar, not of pain, but of absolute fury. Cold sweat drips as Tokugawa trembles in pure disbelief. What? Wasting no time, Samael reaches out and crushes Tokugawa in his massive grip, making him scream out in agony. Samael squeezes, forcing blood to pour from Tokugawa's eyes and nose. He then grabs him by the leg, slamming him repeatedly into the ground while screaming, "Kill! Kill!" Su-yang steps up and tells Samael to hold on. He coldly reminds him that they have actual business to attend to, so there is no time to waste here. Though slightly disappointed, Samael quickly obeys. "Understood, my lord." "Your servant understands completely." He tosses Tokugawa high into the air, shredding his body into 100 tiny pieces. Samael has slain Tokugawa, a 9th transition rank at level 302, earning a massive 230,000 health points for Su-yang, who smiles at his screen, counting all the small fry from earlier. His total health has increased by nearly 600,000, with his total health now exceeding 700,000. It is getting pretty ridiculous. Stepping forward, he points at the portal inside the royal city, ordering Samael to punish those who insult their king. Samael obeys, charging straight into the portal. On the other side, inside the Elven Kingdom, a crowd gathers around the gateway. They whisper among themselves, wondering why the visitors to the secret realm have not arrived yet. Who knows? But honestly, those lowly creatures probably do not even deserve to step foot here anyway. Right then, the portal suddenly ripples, prompting someone to shout, "Look, they are finally here," defying all expectations. Samael bursts out with a wild roar. "Slay the traitors who insult the king." The stunned soldiers can only gasp, "What?" staying behind on the other side. Su-yang quietly smiles, hoping the elves will thoroughly enjoy this sudden welcoming gift. With a smug grin, he notes that his soul imprint is just enough to monitor the entire slaughter. Deep inside the palace, royal ministers gather to advise Queen Chris, suggesting they send those humans directly to the dragon territory to wipe out the giant beasts. That way, they can level up without wasting any of our precious elven resources. Absolutely not. If we let humans enter that place and they somehow master the dragon blood strengthening magic, along with the spirit dragon spells, they would pose a massive threat to us, since that rare divine power is far too precious. Seeing Queen Chris remain silent, they quickly continue, arguing that while divine power drops are rare, humans possess an incredibly strong capacity to adapt and learn. But as Queen Chris sits there, lost in thought, none of these details seem to matter to her. The only concern is that mysterious hooded figure. Suddenly, her thoughts are interrupted by a frantic voice, calling out, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. We have a major emergency." A panting guard rushes in to report that a king of sin is currently attacking the barrier gateway. Queen Chris leaps to her feet in absolute shock, shouting in disbelief. "What did you say? A king of sin?" She orders the royal guard to immediately eliminate the heretics. The others quickly bow and obey. Veins bulge on Queen Chris's forehead as she angrily questions why the King of Wrath would ignore humans and attack this specific place. Outside the palace, Samael turns everything into a sea of fire, roaring that all heretics must die. As people scatter in terror from the invading King of Wrath, Samael brutally grabs a screaming soldier and roars, "This is yet another offering for the Lord." Strange beams of light shoot from the palace into the sky as the elite royal guard flies down to confront Samael. Obeying the queen, they vow to slay the King of Wrath. But Samael merely sneers. Do they think mere flies can stop him? One enraged guard charges forward with his sword, shouting that his demigod blade will break his defense. But Samael casually blocks it with a single bare hand. Purely laughable, he roars with absolute fury, gripping the sword, balling his other hand into a massive fist. He drives it straight into the soldier's gut. As the man spits blood in disbelief, Samael roars out, "Who is next?" his massive voice shaking the ground. The remaining guards warn each other to keep their distance, realizing his brutal attacks somehow bypass their physical defense. Casting Starfall, they prepare to strike. But Samael senses a massive buildup of magical energy behind him and halts his charge. 5 royal guards combine their magic, shooting a massive stream of energy at Samael. The blazing fireball speeds towards Samael's back, but he stands completely still, refusing to move. A massive explosion violently rocks the entire area, unleashing a wild, roaring sea of fire. Yet Samael stands in the center, casually blowing away the flames with his power, totally unharmed, unaware of his immunity. The guards celebrate, shouting that the magic is working and to keep blasting him to pieces. As the smoke begins to clear, Samael's towering figure has already vanished entirely, suddenly appearing behind them. He rips them in half, growling that they have officially angered him. Then, without a second thought, he brutally stabs his own sharp claws straight into his chest. Dark blood sprays out as he completely ignores his bleeding wound, ripping out his own heart and baring his razor-sharp teeth. Staring at the beating heart, Samael casually swallows the entire thing raw. Crimson lightning wraps around his body as he roars out the end of wrath. Destroy everything by consuming his own heart. The King of Wrath unleashes a devastating fire that burns all. His attributes skyrocket. His attacks deal massive fire damage, and his health cannot drop below 10% for 3 whole minutes. Samael leaps into the air and casually rips a guard apart with his bare hands. He yells that blasphemers shall face the ultimate judgment of wrath, leaving the surviving soldiers wondering what on earth he is doing. Panic spreads rapidly as they desperately scream to block him from entering the palace. But Samael simply glides past them all, tearing through their lines effortlessly. A slaughter within seconds. Dozens of defenders are left dead or severely wounded by his slashes. Samael continues his relentless charge, glancing at his health bar. The remaining guards yell out in sheer shock. Wait, is his health actually locked? They raise their weapons in sheer panic, realizing they cannot even make a scratch on this absolute monster. This is terrifying switch entirely to crowd control skills to slow down his advance. They scream, "Trap him now." Thick vines sprout to bind Samael's limbs, letting them wrap around him. He merely laughs, calling their attempt to use wood against fire absolute foolishness. With a simple flex, the vines snap instantly. He warns that once his timer runs low, he will burn their life force and swallow this entire city. Queen Chris finally appears, asking if he thinks he can cause chaos. "You are not qualified," closing her eyes. A colossal phantom deity materializes behind her, staring down intensely at Samael. The gigantic deity extends a hand over Samael, completely shattering his powerful magical aura. Samael looks around in utter shock, and the queen coldly commands him to disappear. Engulfed by the overwhelming force, Samael struggles to call out to Su Yang, apologizing for failing to complete his designated mission. The crushing magic of Queen Chris slowly but surely swallows Samael whole, completely unable to resist. His towering figure is slowly pulled into the void, eventually dissolving into nothingness without leaving a single trace. The soldiers immediately drop to their knees, begging for punishment after failing to prevent the King of Wrath's escape. Turning to leave, Queen Chris tells them to rise, saying she cannot blame them. "Clean this place up." "Yes, my queen, soon." A soldier brings Samael's dropped book to Eslian. Without the core sin artifact, this is just a high-grade material. So Eslian warns him to keep it safe and absolutely not throw it away. Deep concern is written all over his face. What did the King of Wrath mean by blaspheming his lord? What was that about? After all, their elf kingdom has never had any contact with the abyss. Meanwhile, deep inside an elven mine, weary workers are busy extracting valuable raw materials from the earth. A guard barks out orders, telling them to move faster and stop dragging their feet. Carl sits on the balcony, watching the chaos below with a glass of wine in his hand. He grumbles that it nearly scared him to death, never expecting the King of Original Sin to suddenly breach the capital. His companion just smiles. He takes a quiet sip, admiring the detailed patterns on his wine glass. He chimes in, "It is truly fortunate. Her Majesty is here to hold the line, or the consequences would have been unthinkable." Hearing this, Carl looks thoughtful and grumbles that it is all because of those incompetent guards. They do nothing but laze around all day, failing to even secure a simple teleportation gate. He looks down at the streets below, where several elven citizens are clutching the coffins of their loved ones and weeping. Carl casually continues, muttering that in the end, those people are just weak peasants. Being protected in a high-class capital and not having their homes completely flattened is already a massive honor. It is just a shame that most of his own assets were destroyed. The guest raises his glass again and asks if Carl has heard about the rumors. Word on the street is that the downtown area has been getting pretty unstable as of late. Carl raises his own glass out of politeness and gives a quick reply. He mentions a rising new faction called the Cult of Original Sin. Unbelievably, they even claim to worship the Lord of Original Sin himself. How utterly foolish. They will surely be purged soon, long before they can cause any real trouble. A maid enters the room to serve them. Hearing Carl, the guest bursts out laughing and raises his cup. He cheers. That is absolutely true. So let us toast to the great Queen Chris. Carl readily agrees. He raises his glass to the queen. The maid hears every single word of their conversation. She shows no outward reaction, only slightly knitting her brows and pressing her lips together. Now we cut to a rundown street in the Elven Kingdom. Inside a desolate, ruined shelter, a small group of people huddles around a campfire for warmth. One of them stands up, venting his anger. Those despicable nobles do not even view us as human beings. Another person in the group raises a hand to agree, quickly chiming in. They fight just to survive. Why do those nobles get a free pass? Right as they are arguing, the maid returns, stepping into the light. She calmly tells them that they are absolutely correct, stepping right into the center of the room. She points out that the royal nobility has committed the 7 deadly sins. Yet, they feel zero guilt. They hide behind the protection of their gods, completely indulging in cruelty, punishment, and wicked pleasures. The girl takes off her wig, letting her beautiful white hair fall free. Her real name is Gloris. Right before their eyes, she reaches up and removes her colored contact lenses, instantly revealing her true, striking eyes. Her eyes are heterochromatic, shining with red and blue. Scratching her head, Gloris declares that if the gods protect such evil people, then those deities are nothing but wicked gods themselves. A male elf steps forward. They cannot live like this anymore. Another rebel approaches Gloris and asks how they can possibly deliver justice and punish those powerful nobles. Gloris stands in the center of the circle. She raises her hands, explaining that the cruel nobles are shielded by evil gods, making them completely untouchable for ordinary citizens. Hearing this, one of them suggests that they must also seek the power of an equally great deity to deliver judgment and strike the nobles down. Gloris nods in agreement, saying that is right. Only the mighty Lord of the Abyss, who commands the original sins, can deliver true, ultimate punishment onto them. The gathered elves break into a panicked murmur, questioning if she really means the Lord of Original Sin. But the king of original sin laid waste to their homeland, meaning the lord of such power must be pure evil. Even if they managed to destroy the corrupt nobles and their wicked gods, what would they even gain? Her voice turns ice cold as she responds. Great trials are always paved with immense suffering. And if they cannot overcome this pain, how can they ever hope to change their destiny? Furthermore, the Lord of Original Sins shoulders all the sins of the world. While calling him evil is a crime, he is actually a benevolent deity. A benevolent deity. They realize it was all just a divine test. With those words, Gloris draws a sharp, gleaming dagger and holds it high. Staring at the fresh blood dripping from her hand, she declares that the blood of kings only leads to sin. Clenching her fist, Gloris looks up with absolute resolve and rallies the crowd, shouting that the wicked gods will pay dearly for their monumental sins. Inspired by her words, every single person in the room stands up. They raise their hands high, chanting together that the blood of kings leads to sin, and the wicked gods must pay for their crimes. Soon after, the crowd disperses, and Gloris quietly departs, clasping both hands over her chest. Gloris tilts her head up and closes her eyes, whispering to the Lord of Original Sin. A soft light begins to emanate from her body as she prays, pleading for him to bring them final salvation. Her shadow shifting on the wall behind her morphs into a different figure, one wearing a majestic, towering crown. The scene cuts to the teleportation gate of the Elven Kingdom, now reduced to a desolate pile of rubble. A cloaked figure perched high above gazes down, noting that everything perfectly matches the memories extracted from Knight Commander Tassi. Although the path between the Elven world and the Dragon Realm is unrestricted, the security remains extremely tight. From high up above, Su Yang frowns as he peers down, silently counting 6, 7, 8. No, there are 2 more scouts hiding in the shadows, making it 9 Tier 6 elves in total. A direct fight is fine, but if they sound the alarm, things will get messy. Decision made. Su Yang stands tall. No more games. It is time for an instant kill. Dark energy wraps completely around Su Yang's body, leaving nothing visible except his cold, piercing eyes. This state is known as his fallen form. Once fully prepared, he vanishes instantly, leaving only a streak of light behind. One of the guards shouts in confusion, asking where the enemy came from. Just as a flash of light strikes them, blood splatters instantly across the ground. Su Yang finally reveals himself, clad in striking blood-red armor with a pair of sharp crimson horns on his head. With the guards eliminated, Su Yang calmly and slowly steps directly into the teleportation portal, consuming the mark. The soul automatically returns upon revival and completely erases all memories of the death. Emerging on the other side, Su Yang takes off his helmet, wondering aloud if this vast land is indeed the kingdom of the giant dragons. Before his eyes lies a breathtakingly magnificent view of a vast, endless sea, where massive dragons soar freely across the bright blue sky. Witnessing this, Su Yang cannot help but praise how incredibly spectacular it is. Right then, the black dragon emerges from the mark on Su Yang's hand in a tiny, miniature form. He looks down at his little companion and smiles, asking if it is excited because it smells the familiar scent of home. With a look of pure satisfaction, the small dragon lets out a soft cry as if in total agreement. Right after, Su Yang extends his arm and loudly calls out for Athos to go ahead, sending the black dragon flying forward as it roars in pure excitement. As the black dragon flies freely across its homeland, Su Yang calls out to it, telling it to search the nearby area for any potential fortunes. Down below, Su Yang already has his sword drawn, instantly subduing a giant red dragon. He stands proudly on its head before leaping down, leaving the red dragon lying obediently flat on the ground. Shortly after, skeletal dragons make their grand entrance, their skeletal bodies completely wrapped in ominous purple flames. As the two beasts look down, Su Yang stands engulfed in a brilliant, bright blue fire. The scene shifts as a bolt of lightning strikes the ground, exploding and tearing a long path through the earth, covered in residual static electricity. Su Yang remarks that the numbing shock actually felt like a pretty decent massage combo. However, it did mess up his hair completely, and he wonders how the beast plans to compensate him for it. Standing right before him is a dark dragon, crackling with intense green electricity, staring down as it demands to know how a mere human managed to show up here. But before it can finish, Su Yang is already charging straight at the dragon with his sword in hand, answering that there is no deep reason other than a quest he has to complete. Suddenly, a set of sharp black claws appears as the black dragon returns, slashing downward to pin the gray dragon to the ground with a mighty roar. Struggling under the weight, the gray dragon demands to know why a proud black dragon would ever submit to a human. Has it completely forgotten the pride of the dragon race? Thick dust fills the air, seizing the perfect opportunity. Su Yang rushes forward, stating that pride is entirely meaningless when dragons are no different from anyone else, simply abusing the weak. He thrusts his sword straight into the dragon's chest, sending blood spraying everywhere as the beast shrieks in agonizing pain. The massive gray dragon collapses heavily, its huge body kicking up dirt and debris everywhere as a fresh gush of blood pours from its mouth. Once the target is dead, Su Yang glances over his shoulder and invites the black dragon to join him for a feast. The two immediately dig in, crouching on the ground to devour the dragon, leaving Su Yang lying flat on his back with a stuffed belly. He lets out a burp. This thunder dragon sure has a massive heart. He can clearly feel his lightning element compatibility and overall power rising significantly, bringing him just a single step away from mastering that lightning forbidden spell, serving as a soft cushion beneath him. The black dragon looks completely blissed out as it lets out a loud burp of its own, resting on its belly. Su Yang notes that this is the 10th one, meaning the devour attribute of his dragon bone greatsword has maxed out once again. To evolve it further, he needs to slay a tier 8 king dragon. Since a demigod rank beast is simply not something he can handle right now, so he needs to take things a bit slow. Resting his head on his hands, Su Yang opens his system panel to check the quest. A 5-star lost hidden quest, the Fallen Holy Dragon. According to the description, these powerful holy dragons possess a unique sacred trait, making them the born rulers of their kind. Furthermore, a young holy dragon once accidentally swallowed an unknown entity, causing it to fall and be permanently exiled by its clan to the wild borderlands. The mission objective is to slay the level 350 fallen sacred dragon, a sun stage beast. Reading through this, Su Yang frowns as a cold bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. Muttering in disbelief that a sacred dragon actually exists here, even the Global Beast Tamer Association database has absolutely no record of it. Yet he is somehow facing one right now. After fully reading the details provided by the system, Su Yang brings up the interface to adjust some settings. Rubbing his chin quite thoughtfully as he speaks, he recalls that even a normal sacred dragon is already at the diamond stage while still a mere hatchling. Going through many growth phases, the beast finally reaches its peak, maturing into a sun stage dragon. Even his black dragon, carrying the bloodline of the ancient devourer, was only at the starlight stage during its youth. Yet this sacred dragon is already at the sun stage, a massive 2 tiers higher than Athos himself. Hearing Su Yang speak, the black dragon standing before him lowers its gaze and lets out a low growl. Seeing this reaction, Su Yang slips his hands into his pockets and looks up to ask if the beast is actually feeling jealous. Prompting the black dragon to bow its head closer, he gently pats its head to comfort it, telling it not to worry because he is not the type to get bored easily. Besides, the system quest specifically requires him to slay this beast. While gently petting his companion, Su Yang narrows his eyes with a trace of sadness, silently wondering if this sacred dragon also fell from grace because it swallowed some bizarre substance. Could it really be that same rotten piece of meat? If that thing could actually drop here, it would be dangerous. Reassuring his companion, Su Yang steps forward and tells it to move out so they can investigate the wasteland. Hearing this, the black dragon eagerly takes off, soaring straight into the sky. Before long, the duo arrives at a desolate, smoke-filled valley. Peering down from above, Su Yang mutters that not even a single blade of grass can survive here, making it a true forbidden zone for life. Squinting through the thick blanket of smoke, his eyes lock onto a massive shape as he realizes the beast has already detected their presence. The black dragon lowers its head closer to the ground to investigate, letting out a warning roar. Kneeling to look below, Su Yang asks what is wrong, noting it is the first time he has ever seen his partner act so tense. He places a hand to his mouth. Lost in thought, Su Yang quickly reasons that against a max-level sun stage sacred dragon, the black dragon might not be able to offer much help, and bringing it along might only end up alerting the enemy. Making up his mind, Su Yang recalls the black dragon, turning it back into a sigil on his hand. He tells the beast to rest for now, promising that he will handle this giant dragon personally. As soon as the words leave his mouth, a terrifying dragon, sporting dozens of sharp horns and glowing crimson eyes, slowly emerges from the thick, swirling mist. This is the level 350 fallen sacred dragon, a sun stage beast. Its terrifying stats show 14 million health, 68,210 strength, 82,021 spirit, and 15,043 agility points. Staring at the massive beast and its statistics, Su Yang frowns and mutters that it is huge, easily more than twice the size of his black dragon. Looking at these overwhelming stats, he wonders if a victory is even possible. Curious, Su Yang decides to pull up his own status window. He stares at the screen and smirks, muttering to himself that with stats like these, he feels more like the actual raid boss, since the dragon's health is nearly 5 times lower than his. His status screen displays his name, Su Yang, with the class Demon Soul Reaper, level 200. His health sits at 74,320,000. Strength at 101,342. Spirit at 67,324. And agility at 41,386. Physical defense is 68,243. Magic defense is 64,432. Plus, his high durability. Closing the menu. Su Yang looks back at the beast and reminds himself that he must always remain cautious. Suddenly, a brilliant purple energy wraps around his back and his left arm, while a radiant golden light surges and swirls around his right hand. He has entered his harvester form, granting him an immense boost to all attributes. This form consumes 20% mana, reduces incoming damage by 80%, but increases consumption by 200%. It drains 1 harvest point per second, out of his current total of 781 points. Behold his fallen state, wielding the power of the 7 deadly sins. Looking down at his arms, Su Yang notes that fighting a higher-level foe requires going all out for a swift victory. These two opposing energies combine to form his dual extreme cultivation technique. For every 10 points of basic strength, his physical damage is boosted by 1.5%, and for every 10 points of basic spirit, his magic damage increases by 1.5%. The Dragon Slayer's heart ignores the giant dragon's talents, boosting damage against Dragonkin by 500%. At this very moment, Lai Yangji's sharp gaze seems to lock right onto Su Yang. Catching sight of him, the beast freezes briefly. But a second later, Lai Yangjie is ready to fight. With a massive roar, it swings its heavy body to launch a strike using its tail. In an instant, Su Yang catches the giant beast's tail, using nothing but his bare hands. He chuckles with glee, shouting out to the dragon, "Hold on tight, you big brute." With those words, Su Yang grabs the tail, leaps high into the sky, and hurls the dragon away. But Li Yangjie lands firmly back on the ground, completely unfazed and totally unharmed. The beast charges forward, jaws wide open as it gathers a surge of purple light to blast Su Yang. This devastating attack is called Death Breath. Facing the beast, Su Yang refuses to back down, raising his hand high to summon Dark Energy Release, second tier forbidden spell. Ashen Flame Prison. A massive, shining chain suddenly manifests in Su Yang's hand. Glowing with brilliant light, he hurls the heavy glowing chain forward, instantly binding the colossal body of Lai Yangji. This skill is called imprisonment. And as soon as the beast is bound, Su Yang leaps onto its head, with a sharp sword in hand and a dark mask covering his face. He looks ready. He swings his blade down hard at the dragon ultimate skill. Ninefold Shield Slaying Slash. The dragon looks back in shock as its health bar rapidly drains from the consecutive hits, losing 1.7 million health with each hit. Talk about badass with his back turned calmly. Su Yang's continuous slashes cause the massive beast to explode. Only now does Su Yang cast a cold, sharp glance backward. He notes that a fallen divine dragon boss like Lai Yangji actually has 14 million health, yet he just completely instant killed it, which proves his damage output is truly quite absurd and terrifying. Next, it's time to trigger the Devour power of Gluttony. With that, Su Yang raises his hand, conjuring a set of glowing, razor-sharp red fangs. Glancing down, he notices the beast still twitching, whispering to himself, "Is it not dead yet?" The next second, Lai Yangjie suddenly soars into the sky, its giant shadow casting darkness below. Su Yang looks up in absolute shock, letting out a startled gasp. The dragon's face has warped completely, leaving only one massive, single eye glaring down. It stares down at Su Yang, unleashing an incredibly horrific and wordless screech. Su Yang tries to check its status window, but every single stat remains completely hidden. This newly born fallen creature's level, race, attributes, health, and spirit are entirely unknown now. The beast's horns have grown incredibly long, with the forehead eye glowing purple amidst a body patched in grotesque green and dark hues. Su Yang can't help but complain it looks way uglier than before, with no stats shown. What on earth is this thing? Leaning down, The giant beast exhales a freezing breath, staring intently at Su Yang before suddenly firing a rapid volley of deadly, sharp projectiles straight toward him. Su Yang barely leaps away in time as the ground explodes, silently marveling at the dragon's insane speed. Suddenly, dark green stone rings appear on the ground, and the dragon's sharp legs erupt from below to completely trap Su Yang with no escape. Instantly bound and unable to move, Su Yang gasps in pure disbelief. What is this? Though pinned down and squeezed tight, Su Yang suddenly dissolves into black smoke, laughing aloud. Instantly, the dragon's limbs snap into pieces, crashing to the floor. Su Yang stands tall, clad in pitch-black robes with his face masked and red horns protruding from his head. Seeing his escape, the dragon opens its maw, unleashing a wave of toxic green fire right at him. Reacting instantly, Su Yang leaps high as the acid flame melts the ground below into a scorched green crater. Charging back at the beast, he frowns and yells, "Is that all you've got? Now it's my turn." With that, he raises his blade, channeling raw power as his eyes ignite with fierce determination. This is his ultimate skill. The powerful slashes of the ninefold shield slaying slash. Vibrant purple slashes bombard the dragon, forcing it to spit up blood, while Su Yang quietly invokes his ashen flame prison. The next second, a massive explosion detonates right where the dragon stands. But as the thick smoke clears, the beast remains completely unscathed. It merely glares down and lets out a low growl. Seeing it unharmed, Su Yang gasps in disbelief. No way. I used a forbidden spell and only took away a quarter of its health. The dragon opens its colossal mouth, discharging bursts of purple lightning while emitting continuous, high-frequency sound waves through the air. Hearing the screech, Su Yang clutches his forehead in pain. What is this noise? It's making my brain panic. Having taken a special attack, his sanity value drops by 10%, reducing both spirit and agility by 10%. Su Yang freezes in shock. What on earth is this? He stands frozen. Isn't a sanity stat actually a trait unique to Cthulhu monsters and legends? Could this mutated dragon be connected to Cthulhu? Seizing the opening, the dragon lunges forward with its sharp legs, striking a heavy blow that sends Su Yang flying back as he barely blocks with his sword. Su Yang glares at the beast. He cannot let this fight drag on. His raw stats are not inferior, but the sanity loss side effects will definitely end up killing him. This battle must be settled before his corrupted state and the Reaper simulation finally run out of time. Su Yang instantly thrusts his hand forward as dark purple flames ignite on his fingertips, determinedly unleashing the gray flame prison once again. Instantly, a massive ring of fire traps the dragon as towering pillars of flame erupt all around its body. The dragon looks up in surprise just as Su Yang charges straight toward the massive beast. He fires off a powerful strike, sending a lightning bolt surging forward, while noting his compatibility with the lightning element is almost complete. Take this. He merges fire and lightning into a violent eruption, triggering the forbidden spell Grey Thunder Devastation, rushing at the beast with electricity crackling in his eyes. He vows to go full firepower and take its life right here. Su Yang unleashes a relentless barrage of strikes, giving the beast zero room to counter before slashing repeatedly and landing back on the ground, gasping heavily the moment he lands. His corrupted Reaper form finally deactivates. Still standing, the system shows the newborn corrupted creature is still holding on to 15% of its health, encouraging himself that it is just a little more. Su Yang braces as the furious dragon charges right back at him. As its jaws swing wide, Su Yang points his blade directly at the dragon. Orange energy wraps around his sword as he notes the beast seems just as eager to finish this final clash in one single blow. Calling on Athos to release the undead bone power, he summons the fearsome black dragon directly into the fray. Towering bone dragons emerge alongside it, backed by countless wailing souls swarming the battlefield. Resting his blade on his shoulder, Su Yang stands completely confident in his upcoming victory. The bone dragons open their massive jaws wide, quickly gathering intense energy into glowing green fireballs. They instantly unleash an earth-shattering blast directly at the enemy, forcing the mutated dragon to cross its sharp horns to create a defensive shield and block the massive strike. Seeing this block, Su Yang pops open a potion bottle and declares that it is finally over. This item is a high-grade mana potion that instantly restores 50% of his total mana pool, despite its 60-second cooldown, fully replenished. Su Yang grips his sword tightly and charges directly at the dragon, delivering a flurry of deep slashes. Dark blood splatters everywhere as the mutated dragon finally collapses heavily onto the hard ground. The system instantly notifies him of the kill, awarding 130 million experience points, 15 million gold, and a weird item called rotten meat of unknown origin, landing safely on the ground. Su Yang finally exhales deeply. Victory is finally his. But it has been a long time since he struggled this hard. Stunned by the disgusting dropped item, he wonders why it had to be this piece of rotten meat. Picking it up while searching through his inventory, he recalls the rotten meat the black dragon ate before and wonders if there is any major difference between these two particular items. Suddenly, both pieces begin to glow brightly and merge together. Su Yang gasps in surprise, wondering what on earth is happening as the pieces of rotten meat seem to resonate. They quickly fuse into one larger chunk of meat, leaving Su Yang quite disappointed as there seems to be no actual change. Wait, what is happening now? Su Yang senses something and looks up. Thick aura continues to gather around him as he senses some powerful presences approaching at an incredibly high speed. Did their clash actually manage to attract a true powerhouse of the Dragon Clan? Su Yang quickly orders Athos to withdraw their forces because it is time to go. Hearing the command, the black dragon spreads its wings and flies off, shortly before a massive golden dragon lands on the empty spot, finding no one. The golden dragon grumbles about being one step too late. Glancing down at the corpse of the beast Su Yang just defeated, the golden dragon mutters how disgusting the creature is and wonders who could have killed it. It figures that the killer must possess incredible strength. But looking around, the golden dragon senses that something is off. Sensing the lingering aura, the golden dragon recognizes the presence but immediately tries to deny the shocking truth in its mind. No. How could this even be possible? The scene shifts to a mysterious figure stepping out from a teleportation portal, spotting a cloaked figure wrapped from head to toe. The guards bark out a demand to know who goes there. It is Su Yang, raising his arm to reveal his dragon mark as he speaks to Athos. The nature of a black dragon in this elven kingdom is a bit unique. So, for now, you should sit this one out and rest. Athos. As soon as those words leave his mouth, a vibrant blue flame erupts behind Su Yang as the black dragon makes its appearance. Su Yang immediately commands them to release all skeletal dragons and target the elven royal capital. Hearing Su Yang's command, the black dragon immediately unleashes the massive skeletal dragons into the sky, emerging with deafening roars. They summon relentless bolts of lightning across the sky as the skeletal beasts instantly launch their assault on the elven capital. Terrified elves flee in absolute panic, screaming at the top of their lungs for someone to save them, urging everyone to run. An elven commander cowers behind a massive boulder while frantically ordering the guardian squad on the outside to block the oncoming beasts, but the frontline soldiers yell back in terror, crying out that this lightning is far too terrifying for them to block. Furious, the commander curses them as useless cowards and orders them to charge forward anyway. One elf collapses to his knees, foaming at the mouth among the corpses of his fallen allies as he screams out in agonizing pain that it hurts too much. Poison, it is poison. Another soldier, his eyes rolling back, grits his teeth and warns everyone to evacuate the poison zone. He urges the mages to quickly purify the air. But right then, a figure plunges from the sky, slicing a skeletal dragon into pieces. The person who just arrived is SLAYER, but as soon as he lands his strike, the skeletal dragon regenerates, piecing its bones back together as SLAYER curses under his breath. These damn undead creatures are practically impossible to kill. Scanning his surroundings, Eslian looks back at his subordinates and concludes that a necromancer must be nearby. Directing this sudden raid, he orders them to search the area and find that bastard immediately, prompting a swift and unified response of "Yes, sir" from his soldiers, watching the absolute chaos unfold from a safe distance. Su Yang calmly evaluates the battlefield. Their reaction speed is pretty impressive, proving they are indeed the elite forces of the Elven royal court. He extends his hand, staring intently at the fading dragon mark on his palm as he observes that its light is dimming, suggesting the black dragon's power is running dry. This initial gift will have to end here. But next time, the effects might just be permanent. Suddenly, Su Yang senses a presence nearby, shifting into a hostile stance to scan the area and knowing someone is there. He immediately spins around to demand who is lurking in the shadows. It is Clarice, who slowly approaches Su Yang and extends her hand to gently assure him that she means absolutely no harm. Glaring at the mysterious girl, Su Yang demands to know her identity, causing Clarice to furrow her brows in response. Studying her reaction, Su Yang silently realizes that he cannot sense even a single shred of her aura. Clarice completely ignores his question, countering with her own query by asking if he indeed came from the demon abyss, surprised that his secret identity has already been compromised. Su Yang furrows his brow in deep suspicion. After a tense moment, he guardedly asks her what of it. At his response, Clarice pulls out a softly glowing object and asks if he can do her a quick favor. Stepping closer to Su Yang, she presents her earnest request, asking him to deliver this letter to the demon abyss. Narrowing his eyes at the glowing item in her hand, Su Yang coldly questions why on earth he should help her. If this turns out to be some elven weapon designed to destroy the demon abyss, he points out that he would become their accomplice. Clarice extends her hand to explain that while she is unsure of his decision, she will simply wait for the next demon if he chooses to decline. Intrigued by her persistence, he speaks up to ask who the intended recipient actually is. Clarice answers him directly, revealing that the recipient is the monarch of original sin, the supreme ruler of the demon abyss. Right behind Clarice, a towering shadow begins to manifest, catching Su Yang's undivided attention as he watches closely. His eyes narrow in defense as he raises his hand, realizing this colossal shadow looks almost identical to the one that appeared behind the Elven Queen. An overwhelming pressure like this surely surpasses the demigod realm, perhaps even reaching the divine tier, making him wonder what her exact connection to the Queen really is. With the massive phantom looming behind her, Clarice calmly asks if he still harbors any doubts about her request. Hearing her words, Su Yang counters by asking why she does not simply travel to the demon abyss herself. Given her immense power, she could easily make the trip. But Clarice just clasps her hands behind her back, wiggles her pointed ears, and speaks. She claims to possess no real power at all, insisting she is merely an ordinary elf. Smirking at her blatant act, Su Yang silently thinks that if she considers herself weak, then Livia of the West Tower and the others must be exceptionally ordinary. Su Yang says absolutely nothing, simply turning to walk away. Clara stands there watching his retreating back, admitting that for some unknown reason, she is unable to leave this place. Because of this, she must rely on others for anything concerning the outside world. It has always been this way, and nothing has changed. Hearing those words, Su Yang halts in his tracks, wondering why she cannot leave a detail that strikes him as incredibly bizarre. The world portal is fully open now, allowing even god-tier beings to pass through easily. Unless some unseen power is keeping her prisoner here, but what kind of force could actually achieve that? Ending his train of thought, Su Yang closes his eyes and agrees, hoping he can truly help her and that she is not deceiving him. Hearing him agree to help, Clarice immediately bows deeply before Su Yang, handing over the delivery item with both hands. She expresses her deepest gratitude. Just then, frantic voices echo from the distance, shouting that the aura is right above them and to hurry up. Hearing the approach, Clarice urgently warns Su Yang that he must leave right away. He glances back, asking what will happen to her. Clarice simply offers a calm, gentle smile, telling him there is no need to worry and urging him to make a swift escape back to the demon realm. With a brief nod, Su Yang bids her a final farewell before vanishing into thin air in an instant. The massive skeletal dragon immediately takes off, soaring straight into the sky. Watching it soar, Clarice whispers to herself about the distant memories the skeletal dragon brings back. Right then, Ashley Ann and her subordinates arrive on the scene, only to find the entire clearing completely empty. The group looks around, demanding to know where everyone went. After all, the aura was clearly coming from this exact spot. Meanwhile, inside the Grand Elf Palace, Marita walks alongside her ruler, addressing her as Her Majesty the Queen. Holding her ornate staff, Queen Grit turns to her advisor, asking if she truly understands the terrifying significance of those skeletal dragons. Marita bows her head in deep respect before answering. The only being capable of commanding the skeletal dragon is the one who once brought sheer disaster and terror to both the elf world and the dragon kingdom. His true name has been lost to history, so both elves and dragons simply refer to him as the Ancient Devourer. Hearing this, Queen Grit clenches her teeth in pure fury, questioning whether that legendary nightmare of old has truly returned to threaten them. The scene shifts to Queen Grit and Marita standing before the magnificent holy tree. Stepping forward with a deep frown, Grit asks Marita how time remains before the god is finally born. Following her up the temple stairs, Marita quickly replies that there are exactly 3 months left. Absorbing the news, the queen stands silently before the holy tree, her mind racing with dark calculations. She recalls how Marita previously connected with the holy tree to uncover why the Lorens and their divine artifacts vanished, alongside a grim prophecy of endless bloodshed. Her ritual had also revealed the exact day of the deity's awakening. Now, the queen reaches one hand toward the bark, while placing her other hand over her heart, tuning into the tree's ancient energy. Grit proudly declares that a true god will arise from this sacred trunk to lead the elves and purge all evil from the dark abyss. A smirk plays on her lips as she notes that for hundreds of years, their god never truly vanished, but simply slept deep within this wood. And once that divine power finally awakens, the elves will reign supreme over all 3 realms. With both the Dragon Kingdom and human lands lacking a god, they will have no choice but to bow down. A twisted smile spreads across the queen's face. Witnessing this, Marita cannot help but ask with deep concern, wondering what the prophecy truly means when it speaks of cleansing the demonic threat. Hearing her advisor's hesitant question, Grit turns around, glaring coldly as she reminds Marita that they both know their god is returning to eliminate the very nightmare that terrified the holy tree and erased the Lorens. Gripping her golden staff tightly in her hand, she paces around, noting that humans stand 0 chance of defeating the Sin Monarch within 3 months, let alone producing a god-rank powerhouse. Staring out over her shining capital city, she confidently declares that their ultimate, long-awaited glory will arrive in exactly 3 months. The Dark Abyss, the Mortal Realm, and even that legendary Ancient Devourer, all of them will tremble before the god's absolute glory. Meanwhile, a glowing teleportation portal opens up in another location. Su Yang runs quickly toward the portal, but noticing the area is completely deserted, a sudden doubt crosses his mind. There were heavily armed guards stationed here earlier, so why have they suddenly vanished without a trace? Could she be the one behind this? With no time to waste, Su Yang steps into the portal without hesitation, reasoning that since it doesn't look like an obvious trap, his priority is simply to escape first. Stepping through the swirling light, Su Yang is instantly transported to his intended destination. But as the light fades, he spots something unexpected and frowns deeply. Stepping out, he finds himself in a completely different city, with military helicopters and countless recording drones filling the sky above. Su Yang covers his eyes to observe. Quickly speaking up, These defense lines only monitor things stopping demons is totally unrealistic. Without him holding back Sith and the others, the human world would have collapsed long ago. With that, Su Yang swiftly vanishes without a sound, arriving right at the demon abyss. In his hand is the sigil Claris asked him to carry before leaving. It suddenly bursts with light. And before he can even react, the sigil slips out of his hand and shoots straight forward. Frowning at this sudden sight, Su Yang bites his lip and wonders why on earth this letter is moving by itself. But Su Yang has no time. Choosing to ignore it, since his class transition quest is far more urgent, he heads to the transition altar, holds up the dragon heart, and tells the system to submit his 7th awakening quest. The system flashes a new notification. The 7th transition quest following the Archdemon Lord Dragon Feast is now fully completed. His life level increases, granting a 50% boost to all basic attributes. Bright glowing light bursts from his back, accompanied by wild, crackling arcs of electricity. The system continues to display his rewards 5,000 free attribute points, and the level cap has officially risen from 200 to 250, consuming 1.3 billion stored experience points. His level instantly jumps to 202, brushing a hand through his hair. Su Yang lets out a soft sigh. 300 million experience points only got him 2 levels, meaning reaching the max cap is going to take a massive amount of time. But going from awakening to level 202 in under a month, that leveling speed is honestly just ridiculous. While he is lost in thought, another notification pops up. Passive skill upgraded strength to spirit conversion rises from 15 to 25%. His spirit to strength conversion also increases from 15% up to 25%. For his extreme dual cultivation passive, every 10 strength points now boost damage to 2.5%. Every 10 spirit points also boost his damage to 2.5%. Level 202. Su Yang, holding the class title of Demon Soul Reaper. Stats: Health, 75.42 million. Strength, 72,134. Spirit, 54,212. Agility, 32,121. With high physical resistance. Seeing his overall stats skyrocket, Su Yang clenches his fist in satisfaction with a proud smile. His damage limit has doubled from 10 times to 20 times, meaning his base stats easily surpass Solar Stage Gluttony. Equipping his gear and going all out might even let him match an 8th transition fighter, giving him a huge burst of confidence. Almost their 8th, then 9th transition. The day he replaces the Monarch of Original Sin is coming. Right then, the system continues to process checking quest items. Verification complete. The hidden quest is successfully resolved. Golden rays of light instantly wash over him with a prompt. The hidden class advancement, Holy Blasphemer, has unlocked. Su Yang looks completely stunned. A hidden class evolution is actually happening right now. The system displays yet another notification: quest items verified, confirming his hidden quest has been successfully finished. Unlocking the Holy Blasphemer class advancement grants him a powerful new skill, the Blasphemous Blade. He can now manipulate the mysterious rotting flesh from his inventory, forging it into a mutated Blasphemous Blade. Sinister red beams of light direct his attention straight to the unknown rotting flesh sitting inside his inventory, while the system continues displaying the details of his brand new weapon. First, a devastating flesh-eating effect that inflicts severe flesh corruption upon his selected target. The victim loses 2% of their total health every single second. Second, a powerful pollution effect that inflicts mental corruption, stripping away 1% of the target's spirit power each second. Followed by a new ability, the Blasphemer form, merging his very soul with the Blasphemous Blade to enter the Blasphemer form. First, his maximum health is doubled. Second, the effects of the weapon double, and any health drain from his target is temporarily reduced without being transferred over. Third, maintaining this form consumes 1% of his spirit power per second, and reaching 0 means he cannot exit this form. Suddenly, a massive skeletal armor manifests, tightly wrapping itself around Su Yang's entire upper body. Pure power radiates from his body as he grips the crimson blasphemous blade, his eyes glowing a deep, menacing red, staring down at the newly forged weapon in his hands. Su Yang examines it closely and whispers to himself. With his current burst strategy, he could probably wipe out 95% of his targets instantly. In comparison, losing 2% health per second is practically nothing, and it even serves to slow down his opponents. But further down the line, once targets become much tankier or develop high special resistances, the sheer power of this percentage-based health drain will truly shine. As Su Yang says this, his expression shifts to something uneasy, a single drop of sweat trickling down his cheek. But as Su Yang explains, the real issue is that it drains his mental energy. If his mental energy drops to zero, it is just like a zeroed sanity stat, turning him into a completely mindless, raving lunatic. This is truly terrifying, meaning this blasphemer form is something he must use with absolute caution. Retracting his skeletal armor and sword, he looks around, wondering which unlucky bastard he should find to test out this new blade. The scene shifts to a dark, gloomy corner of the abyss. Down on the 56th floor, a sinister man pins a half-spider girl by her head, wearing a sickening smirk as he tells her to stay quiet. He orders her to hold still, threatening to kill her if she moves. Despite the threat, the spider girl struggles with all her might, screaming at the perverted creep to let her go. He slams her hard against the wall, his twisted, disgusting expression fully on display. Licking his lips, he mutters that after wandering the abyss for so long, even her spider form is starting to look pretty good. As luck would have it, Su Yang happens to pass by. Witnessing this abuse, he instantly summons his skeletal armor and grips his blade. Su Yang scoffs aloud, saying he never expected the Shiva faction to be this twisted. The man snaps a sharp glare toward Su Yang, but before the creep can even react, the young warrior lunges forward like lightning. In a flash, a sword pierces straight through the Shiva member's shoulder, making him shriek in agony as he spits up blood. With blood splattered across his cheek and his eyes glowing a fierce red, Su Yang coldly tells the man he is going to use him to test out the desecration blade. Looking at the fallen Shiva member, Su Yang tells him to get up and run, giving him exactly 1 minute to escape. The spider girl is absolutely thrilled to see him stepping in to help. Groveling on the ground, the Shiva member looks back at Su Yang, utterly terrified and wondering what kind of monster he is dealing with. Unable to detect even a shred of his presence, without wasting a second, the man scrambles to his feet and bolts, desperately realizing his opponent is far too powerful to fight and running is his only option. As he flees, he frantically chugs healing potions, dropping empty bottles along the way. He frantically mutters while running, trying to figure out what is happening as his health constantly drains and his mental strength plummets. He begs for his healing potions to kick in, wondering how long this bleed debuff lasts and why his mind is being drained. Veins bulge across his face as his eyes roll back, and clutching his head in agony, he screams that his skull feels like it is splitting open. Watching his target from behind, Su Yang observes. He notes that with only 20 seconds left before the man's mental energy hits zero, it is time to see what happens. Right on cue, the Shiva member collapses to the ground. Suddenly, writhing crimson tentacles begin erupting from his wounds, multiplying rapidly as they squirm all over his body, until the Shiva member bizarrely rises back to his feet. His entire body is now completely overrun by countless dark red tentacles. Watching this grotesque transformation unfold from afar alongside the spider girl, Su Yang approaches the writhing beast, carefully studying it before concluding that on top of losing all sanity and going mad, the victim literally turns into a monster. Calling it rather disgusting, he wastes no time and swings his heavy blade, slicing the mutated beast clean in half. Immediately, The remains of the Shiva member melt down into a puddle of dark slime, leaving Su Yang to mutter in confusion at the sight. Usually, when a demon-class professional is killed, do they not simply resurrect back at the demon statue? Could it be that once desecrated, they lose even the right to be resurrected? Su Yang is well aware that in this gamified world, death has long ceased to be the ultimate end of life. When class professionals die, they teleport to the job transition temple to revive. XP and levels are deducted as a penalty. But as for true, permanent death, he has already witnessed it 3 times before. The 2 incinerated by the spirit word flames of Black Dragon Athos were confirmed to have never resurrected, as if erased entirely by the system itself. After leaving the Black Dragon Fortress, he had sealed away the dragon's devastating ability. While this made it harder for the Black Dragon to eliminate pursuing enemies, it also spared him from any unnecessary trouble. After all, he is the only one who has tamed the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon carries him high into the sky as they depart. Duong looks down at the blade in his hand. The true power of this blasphemous weapon lies in its ability to warp the very structure of life using powerful mental curses. This detaches the target from any class system, making actual, permanent destruction a very real possibility. The effect is not as simple or direct as repair, but the Red Moon core is incredibly precious. If he ever faces an opponent he cannot defeat through normal combat, this blasphemous blade will make a fantastic backup option, and it might even open up a chance for dual wielding. Stepping back into his home, he announces his return. Lilith throws her arms around Duong, welcoming him back before asking where he ran off to this time. He smiles and replies that he visited the Dragon Kingdom and even stopped by the Elf Kingdom. She gasps in surprise, asking if he got caught because of how dangerous it was. But Duong reassures her that he stayed completely hidden. Curious, he asks her if there are many silver-haired people back in the elven world. Lilith stops pouring the tea in surprise, admitting she has never met anyone like that, prompting Duong to ask about their eye colors, specifically striking emerald green. She explains that only elves with royal blood possess those unique green eyes. The stronger the royal lineage, the deeper the green, and only the queen or the high priestess could ever display that truly brilliant, deep emerald shade. Duong gets lost in thought, realizing that girl's noble aura definitely points toward a royal bloodline. He glances over at Lilith sitting across from him. Speaking of royalty, Lilith herself is a genuine princess, especially with the flawless elegance she displays while sipping her tea. But the moment he praises her, she spits the tea right back out, yelling that it is too hot, dropping her score from a 10 to a 9. Duong waves goodbye and heads to his room, walking past bowing maids who greet him respectfully in the hallway. Duong walks alone down the quiet, empty hallway. Before stopping in front of an open door, he retrieves a barrier scroll he prepared earlier, which will block anyone with lower mental power than him from entering. He activates the link, and his body slowly begins to fade away. And here is where it gets interesting. Duong links with his abyss demon body sitting on the throne, finally ready to uncover the secrets hidden inside this letter. Glowing streams of light begin to gather, slowly taking the shape of a person. Duong is stunned. Has it actually taken physical form already? The elf bows down in deep respect, calling him the great lord of the abyss who controls original sin, and declaring that he is indeed a true god. He tells her he already knew she was coming, demanding her name and purpose. While privately questioning the whole true god title, she introduces herself as Glorious, a deity acting as a bridge between the human and elven worlds, ruling over growth and nature. Recognizing Severia as the elven royal surname, Duong ponders the name Glorious just as she suddenly begs him to help kill Glorious. Duong gets curious, remembering the phantom in the hidden zone who also mentioned this, based on what was carved on that mysterious stone tablet. He wonders if this elven deity named Glorious actually betrayed him. He clearly recalls that phantom and the last request it made before fading away. She begs for his help, explaining that she has come to ask for his immense power to help her completely destroy another version of herself. Tu Duong is completely stunned by this incredibly sudden request. Glorious explains. She addresses him as the Supreme Lord, stating that as a true god descended from another world, he must surely know that chaos exists alongside order. That chaotic domain belongs to evil deities who bring about disaster, misfortune, and absolute despair. She explains that a corrupt force, known as the Mother Tree, has invaded their sacred tree, and it is currently nurturing another version of her that worships this dark entity. Its goal is to replace her, seize total control over the elven world, and eventually launch invasions into other worlds. That entity's power is growing stronger by the day, and it will soon be birthed by the sacred tree. If this goes unchecked, both the human world and his own abyss will be completely overrun by this god of chaos. So she desperately begs him for his assistance. Tu Duong helplessly pinches the bridge of his nose, realizing that while he suspected she was related to the queen, he never imagined she would actually be a literal deity. Talk of other world connections, evil gods, and the Mother Tree is completely beyond anything he has ever heard of. He wonders how he should even respond to this, forcing himself to stay calm and collected. As long as he keeps his composure and reveals no weaknesses, nobody will catch on. Since she came to him for aid, he holds all the cards and cannot let her control the conversation. Besides, this is actually a perfect opportunity to gather some valuable information. Putting on a deeply majestic front, he coldly announces that he has a single question for her. Tu Duong gets straight to the point, asking Glorious if she has ever met a repairer, leaving her utterly stunned and speechless. Seeing her reaction, he suspiciously asks if she has truly never encountered one. In an instant, the entire atmosphere freezes completely solid. She pleads sincerely, explaining she would never hide anything from the Great Lord. But she genuinely cannot remember how her other self inside that sacred tree was split from her body. Su Yang wonders if her other half stole her memories. Amnesia. That is a pretty clumsy excuse to use. Could a massive conspiracy be hidden in that giant sacred tree? He asks her in a deep voice what she will offer in return. Glory presents a scroll. She offers to sign a divine covenant to become his vassal, managing the elf world on his behalf, and giving him 70% of all faith energy harvested there. This highly generous offer catches Su Yang off guard. Still, standing up, he points out that once he fully recovers, he could easily just conquer her entire world directly. Su Yang demands a real reason to help her. Respectfully, she replies that, as far as she knows, his power is currently in a severely weakened state, holding only a divine spark without the true power of a god. With the Mother Tree's blessing, Glory fears her other self might actually outmatch him. Leaning in extremely close to her face, he asks if she is threatening him, but she denies it in terror. She claims she is only stating objective facts, warning him that if he loses, this entire swamp will be sacrificed to feed the Mother Tree, urging him to think carefully. Annoyed, he wonders if that annoying weakened debuff is really that severe. What does recovering 1/3 of his power actually mean? This is getting pretty tricky. Su Yang asks how much power she has left, and what exactly he needs to do to help her destroy this clone. Glory admits almost all her power was stolen, leaving her with only her basic divine authority. While she cannot wield any physical power right now, she can easily adopt a new identity to secretly build up the original Sin sect inside the elf world. With enough faith energy, he will finally be able to descend directly into the elf world. Once there, she wants him to crush the fake goddess before she fully matures, which Su Yang finds quite amusing and simple. She quickly adds that her fleeting power is fading incredibly fast, begging for his supreme salvation while presenting the glowing divine contract for him to officially sign. Taking the scroll, he readily agrees to her request, making Glory cry tears of joy and thank him for his grand salvation. Unrolling the scroll, Su Yang is amazed that even though it is his very first time seeing a contract between gods, he can instantly feel that this ancient covenant is absolutely real. Is this the power of cosmic laws at work? The contract terms are clearly detailed. It states that she, Glory Severa, willingly becomes the vassal of the monarch of original sin, managing the elf world, offering 70% of its monthly faith energy, and helping him crush the evil god in the sacred tree. Reading through carefully, Su Yang confirms everything matches exactly what she just said. He notices an extra clause stating that as the higher deity, the monarch of original sin can unilaterally void this contract whenever he wants. Talk about showing some real sincerity. Su Yang is confused as to why his own name is missing from the signature line, leaving only a blank colon waiting for him to physically sign. Glory places her hand over her heart, devoutly waiting for this grand moment. The scroll dissolves into glowing particles that swirl around him, locking the covenant in place. He is totally stunned, wondering if his identity as the monarch of original sin caused a bug. Does this mean he gets a free ride? Or are there hidden dangers? Snapping his fingers, he decides this is far too much information to process alone. He summons Sitha, since she is also a god class and should know something. And she appears instantly. Confused, she asks why he needs a godhead, since all divine power comes from him. She honestly does not understand how anyone could have a godhead if they cannot condense one themselves, quickly making up a handy excuse. Su Yang explains that his memories are still a bit messy after waking from his long slumber, apologizing for confusing her. Kneeling in panic, she begs for punishment for her lack of consideration regarding his current state. But he simply orders her to dismiss herself. Once alone, Su Yang lets out a sigh of relief, glad he did not blow his cover. Apparently, god ranks, after 9 transitions, can only barely be considered gods. Even a mighty powerhouse like Sitha is far from being a true god. Realizing Glory was not kidding, he knows they could easily fail in the elf world if they get careless. He quickly conjures a dark sphere of energy, deciding that he has gathered enough intel. He shifts focus to upgrading his sacred artifact of original sin, channeling dark energy directly around a massive throne on the ground. Su Yang commands Mammon, the king of greed, to awaken once more. Evil energy coalesces as Mammon's colossal form takes shape, leaving the demon completely shocked that he has actually been resurrected. Bowing deeply, Mammon praises his lord as the system confirms his resurrection, with health at 120 million, power at 152,271, spirit at 295,632, and agility at 114,313. Resistances. Mammon activates his unique talent, Sin of Greed. By destroying one item in his vault, he can steal an equivalent piece of gear from his target. Su Yang is stunned. As the Sin King of the 200th floor, Mammon is quite a bit weaker than Samael, but his spirit stat is an outstanding 300,000. This stealing power is where things get really interesting. Mammon respectfully asks what his lord commands, promising to do absolutely everything to satisfy his needs. So Su Yang simply orders him to open up his treasure vault. He instantly obeys, and a massive door slowly slides open, casting a brilliant light behind the demon. The demon welcomes Su Yang inside, inviting him to choose whatever he wants. Inside, massive golden mountains of treasure fill the room, sending a brilliant, blinding glow off the ancient walls. As Su Yang walks around, Mammon politely asks what his lord wants. When Mammon offers to guide him through the vault, Su Yang declines, preferring to decide on his own. Su Yang silently notes that almost everything here is Radiant Sun and Bright Moon tier, a massive collection that clearly took the demon an incredibly long time to accumulate. But at this stage, they will not give him any real boost. Then, a glowing compartment on a nearby cabinet catches his eye, making Su Yang wonder what is hidden inside. Mammon quickly brings down the box and opens it, praising Su Yang's incredibly sharp eyes and calling this one of his absolute favorite collectibles in the vault. The system displays a demigod tier item called the Gift of the Void, a true gift from the void itself. Only the eyes of a true god can reveal its shape. It requires 50,000 spirit points to equip, boosts his spirit stat by 8,000, and grants the passive ability to walk through the void. Before attacking, the wearer remains completely invisible, making them impossible to detect by any scanning or sensing skills. This effect fails against targets with base spirit stats over 1.5 times higher, and drains 1,000 mana per second. There is also void concealment. This places the wearer into a pure void state, making them completely invisible, impossible to attack, and immune to all damage below God tier. Though it drains 200,000 mana every second, Su Yang holds the ring, noting that his current base spirit of 54,000 perfectly matches the steep equip requirement. With his current mana pool, he can easily maintain normal stealth for 30 minutes, or force the void state for 8 seconds. It is perfect for both stealth and survival. Mammon flatters him, asking if there is anything else his lord needs. Su Yang coldly refuses, declaring that Mammon's worth has officially run out, before unleashing a destructive red energy blast straight at him. Shocked, Mammon cries out, asking why his lord would kill him again right after bringing him back to life. Holding a glowing sphere, Su Yang tells him to shut up and simply become his power, advising him to return to the dark and wait for the next summon. Mammon immediately obeys, declaring that he will always follow his lord's final will. With that, the glowing sphere slams directly into the demon's body. The system announces that he has defeated the demigod Greed King Mammon, gaining 11.4 billion experience and rising from level 202 to 277. He gets Mammon's flesh and blood essence, which permanently boosts his spirit by 10,000 points. He also gets Mammon's demonic origin, granting immunity to demonic erosion. Finally, Mammon's demonic eye increases his base luck and high-tier equipment drop rates. Su Yang stares at the screen, noting his leveling speed has slowed down. The dropped items are the same 3 old ones, which must be fixed loot from this boss. Staring at the empty screen, he waits anxiously, but nothing else seems to happen. Su Yang is stunned. Is that it? He sighs in disappointment. Since the goddess of luck refused to drop the legendary Sin reverse weapon again, the dark origin power is mostly gone. So Su Yang decides to hold off on reviving more Sin Kings. After all, he still has plenty of other ways to farm experience. Consuming 1/6 of the dark origin power, he executes the level 8 Archdemon in the deepest abyss, gaining 10.6 billion experience and boosting his level from 217 to 227. Now back in the spacious hall, Su Yang takes a slow sip from a wine bottle before pushing himself up to stand, wiping his mouth. He notes that his spirit power has now almost reached 70,000, combined with the boost from his harvester mode. Even a highly powerful 9th turn demigod mage class like Augustin himself might not be able to see through his incredible stealth. He is determined to see where Tokugawa will run this time, since Ato and Amino have already gone ahead of him. It is finally time for Tokugawa to join them. He has absolutely no mercy for those who plot against him and try to stab him in the back. Over in the Sakura Nation, inside his building, Tokugawa slams his hand down in pure rage, cursing in frustration, squeezing his cup until it cracks. He curses the King of Wrath, wondering where on earth that bastard came from, counting his previous deaths. This marks his 4th time dying, causing his level to drop by over 100 levels. He cannot understand why that bastard nation Longxia is allowed to rejoin the coalition against the Abyss. He had done everything in his power to please those elves, all to paint Longxia as a major threat so he could use their power to destroy them. Now, the cup in his hand is completely shattered into tiny pieces. He remembers that when the Elven diplomatic mission was previously attacked in Longxia by West Tower, the elves not only let the grudge slide, but they also ended up providing them with even more high-level secret realms. And, as for Tang Zan, he has not died even once, and is somehow still managing to level up. How is that even fair, suddenly? A loud knock sounds at the door, and a guard calls out with urgent news to report to the Lord Shogun. He barks out a command to enter, prompting the guard to step in and ask if the Shogun is all right. The guard mentions hearing a massive crash from outside, but Tokugawa cuts him off and demands the main report immediately. The guard then reports that urgent news has arrived from the border, where a high-level secret realm has just appeared right between their territory and Longxia. Initial investigations have already confirmed that a powerful demigod boss resides deep inside it. Tokugawa asks impatiently whether this new secret realm is actually located within their own Sakura nation or inside the borders of Longxia. The guard explains that it sits right in the middle, though it leans slightly closer to the Longxia side. He confidently assumes that since all of Longxia's elite fighters are away in the elven world, this realm belongs to them, right at the border between Longxia and the Sakura nation. The boundary barrier is wide open, with two heavily armed factions staring each other down on the bridge. Sparks fly as neither side is willing to back down. Dong Shan, a level 306. 9th turn Feng Shui master from Longxia's Immortal Battlefield faction, steps forward. He asks coldly, demanding to know what those Sakura Nation soldiers think they are doing. Okita Kogoro, a level 285. 8th turn samurai general from the Tokugawa shogunate of the Sakura Nation, snaps back with pure annoyance, asking what he means. He is just here to clear the dungeon. Challenging them, hands on her hips. Anne calls it ridiculous, pointing out that by World Guild rules, this secret realm belongs to Longxia, not their territory. A man sneers, mockingly asking her if she really thinks she has a right to speak there. He calls her a mere brat for interrupting, launching a hidden weapon from his palm, which leaves her completely stunned as it flies toward her. Dongshan intercepts it in time, catching the weapon between two fingers and mockingly asking if attacking a young girl makes him feel like a powerful expert. The attacker clicks his tongue in annoyance and, without arguing further, simply points his thumb downward to show his complete contempt. Suddenly, a terrifying blast of energy pierces straight through his head. Shocked by his sudden collapse, the others shout out, demanding to know if they want to start a full war. He worries that since the old man instantly killed an 8th turn elite, he might actually be a powerful 9th turn expert. Dongshan waves his hand, summoning a glowing energy barrier from the ground right in front of them. He warns them that while he will not interfere with other matters, he will immediately strike down anyone who dares to cross this line. Tokugawa steps forward, greeting Dongshan and noting that it has been a very long time. He guesses that the young lady beside him must be the daughter of God of War Tang Zhan. Lady Tang Anan. Dongshan asks in a cold tone what exactly Shogun Tokugawa is trying to accomplish by bringing such a massive army here. Tokugawa unleashes a terrifyingly powerful aura, roaring at them to get lost, as the resulting shockwave violently blows the surrounding guards away. Someone steps up to shield Tang Anan, telling her to be careful, while Tokugawa boasts that Tang Zhan is not here to save them. He declares that no one in Longxia can stop him, warning them to take the girl and leave, or else he will send them straight to their deaths. He threatens Dongshan, stating that if he does not leave with the young lady immediately, he will be forced to eliminate them both. Dongshan tells Tokugawa that his current level is not enough to scare him, suggesting he send in the 9th turn experts behind him instead. Tokugawa sneers, calling him a dead man talking. Since Tang Zhan is not here today, he wants to see who could possibly stand in his way. Suddenly, a sharp branch pierces right through his chest from behind mid-sentence, leaving Tokugawa completely shocked as he desperately tries to look back and see who did it. He swings his sword in a wild flurry ultimate 19-fold, severing slash deep. Jagged cracks instantly fracture the ground below. Tokugawa looks around in shock. Nobody is there. Clutching his bleeding chest, he realizes it took him a mere half-second to draw his blade. There is absolutely no way anyone could have escaped his deadly sword formation. Not even Tang Zhan could pull that off. So why didn't his strike feel like it connected? Tokugawa demands to know if the assassin was sent by Long Sha. But Dong Shan quickly denies it. That killer's stealth was so flawless, even Dong Shan could not detect them. But a skeptical Tokugawa doubts their claims of innocence. However, despite having such masterclass stealth, the intruder's overall combat strength seems rather weak. Did they really think this tiny scratch could kill Tokugawa? Suddenly, his face grows horribly pale. Something is wrong, his health bar is rapidly dropping. He pulls out a bamboo scroll to trigger full recovery and purification. Tokugawa trembles as the healing completely fails, leaving him to wonder if he's been hit by a forbidden curse. He barks orders at the healers behind him, demanding they spam every recovery and cleanse skill. Instantly, vibrant healing energy envelops his body. They obey immediately. Yet his health continues to drain away without stopping. A pool of blood forms at Tokugawa's feet as he drops to his knees, a grotesque tentacle suddenly bursting from his chest. What kind of horrific curse is this? The dark tentacle expands rapidly, wrapping tightly around him and terrifying the onlookers, backing away in terror. They ask the shogun what is happening to him as he screams in agony. More tentacles sprouting from his face. Evil appendages lash out from his body to attack his own allies. His face covered in writhing feelers as he violently shakes, seeing a squirming flesh whip slide toward her. A terrified girl screams for mercy. Right then, a massive burst of energy pierces Tokugawa's side, triggering a violent explosion that sends shockwaves rippling through the area. Izanagi, a level 309th turn on Myoji, who caused the blast, declares, "This is a forbidden curse, unlike anything he's ever witnessed. Even his highest tier dispel ability is completely useless against this dark rot." Izanagi claims they must kill the shogun first, so that he can resurrect back to normal. Yet a corrupted Tokugawa continues to stand firm. Izanagi orders his men to charge, but more monstrous tendrils whip out from the shogun's body to smash them back. Someone dodges a close call and wraps a heavy rope around Tokugawa to hold him down. While Anne anxiously asks Elder Mo what they should do, he calmly notes that Yinghua is fighting itself, so they should just stand by and watch. Izanagi pulls out a card, summoning his powerful spell, Martial God of the Golden Bell. A massive titan appears and slams down a devastating fist that shatters the earth, scattering broken stone and kickstarting a thick dust storm. Yet even this failed to defeat Tokugawa. Stomping his foot down hard, Tokugawa releases a terrifying wave of explosive, volatile energy. From a distance, a heavy chain flies forward to lock him down. Allies grab the chains, yelling to hold him down while they have the chance. As a swift sword strike cuts through both the binding links and his writhing tentacles, a clean slash opens right across his torso. But the corrupted shogun continues to howl. Thick, dark blood gushes from the wound as Tokugawa melts entirely, turning into a puddle of foul black slime. Everyone stands completely frozen in shock. Okita demands to know why the body dissolved and what on earth is going on. Izanagi admits he has no idea and quickly contacts the Resurrection Temple, only to freeze in sheer terror at their response that the shogun cannot be revived. That should be impossible, unless he was sent to another sanctuary. But they confirm there is absolutely no trace of him anywhere. They all look down at the puddle, their faces pale with dread, staring at the liquefied remains. A terrifying realization hits them. Shogun Tokugawa is truly, permanently dead. Everyone turns their eyes toward the man who proposed the kill. Panicking, Izanagi pleads that he never meant to harm the shogun. They all agreed to his plan, and no one could have anticipated that a simple death would prevent permanent revival. Deflecting the blame, he accuses the Long Zhai players, insisting they must have used some kind of dark, evil magic to curse Shogun Tokugawa. And Anne snaps back in anger, asking what nonsense he is spouting and which of his eyes saw them touch the shogun. They do not even know who that assassin was. But a stubborn Izanagi refuses to listen. He barks that it must be them, since the shogun died right at the border while they were fighting over the secret realm. No amount of denial will save them now. Dongshan keeps his composure, coldly asking Izanagi what he plans to do, with a smug smirk. Izanagi retorts that he has no obligation to tell them. But they will find out soon enough. He withdraws his forces toward Kyoto, leaving Anan with a deep, unsettling feeling of worry. Zong admits to Elder Mo that he has a bad feeling, and the elder agrees that the bastard Izanagi is definitely plotting something. Returning to his residence in central Kyoto, Okita goes to find the man, wondering what his actual plan is. With Tokugawa dead, Okita submits, acknowledging the man as the new shogun and promising to follow his orders from now on. The man points out that Shogun Tokugawa's death is a massive, devastating blow to their beloved Yinghua nation, but he adds that it might deal an even deadlier blow to Longsha, leaving Okita curious as to why. Izanagi raises a crucial point, asking what would happen if Longxia's ability to permanently kill class users is leaked to the public, making them the target of global outrage. After all, who would tolerate people from Longsha holding such a terrifying and dangerous power? He believes that even if their country is incredibly strong, being completely isolated and left helpless by the world will inevitably lead to their total destruction. Okita feels enlightened, realizing how much sense the plan actually makes. For a long time, many nations have deeply feared the Red Moon because, besides the withered crimson, this phenomenon is the only known force that can cause the permanent death of class users. Furthermore, if they can spread rumors that Longxia possesses a power identical to the withered Red Moon, the country will immediately become a target for every nation on Earth, even if there is no concrete proof that they actually did it. The mere suspicion will still weaken Longxia, preventing them from ever regaining their former peak strength. Izanagi reveals his grand plan to broadcast news of Shogun Tokugawa's assassination and permanent death across the entire globe, while also preserving and publicly putting the shogun's remains on display. This shocking display will show the entire world the terrifying, gruesome, and horrific threat that Longxia poses. Izanagi even claims that if Shogun Tokugawa's spirit knew his tragic death would lead to the total destruction of Longxia, he would surely understand and support their ruthless actions. When news of Tokugawa's death officially breaks across the world, it instantly sparks a massive global uproar. Everyone is left completely shell-shocked by the grim news. People everywhere whisper about Tokugawa's bizarre end. And to separate fact from fiction, many seek to gather critical intelligence on the current situation inside Yinghua. Elite class users from various countries have already begun secretly arriving here. Over at the Wu Yun Guild, Wu Yu celebrates those Yinghua devils finally getting what they deserve, while Wu Yun quickly warns her to keep her voice down, and Yu is busy stuffing her face with some delicious odin, prompting an annoyed Rong Sui to scold her for eating non-stop and risking gaining weight. Meanwhile, at Tianji Pavilion, Zhou Tai notes to Jia Yue that everyone seems surprisingly relaxed. When Zhou Tai asks why they had to bring the guild along, the manager calmly explains that given the current high tensions and their unannounced visit, they absolutely must be prepared for anything. Since Wu Yun has the absolute best reputation among all A-rank guilds in Tianling City, having them as bodyguards is their safest option. Wu Yun turns around and politely thanks him for the kind words, promising that his guild will do their absolute best. Ling Er approaches them to ask, mentioning she heard that Su Yang was a member of their guild. She asks how he is doing lately, which catches the members of the Wu Yun Guild completely off guard. An Yu speaks up, admitting she has not seen him since their brief encounter at the dungeon entrance, and has no idea where he went. Wu Yu adds that his name on the roster remains grayed out and completely unreachable, leaving Ling Er looking visibly disappointed as she mutters that it is nothing, handing a skewer to Ling Er. And Yu playfully teases that she definitely smells some juicy gossip. She asks if there is something going on between her and Su Yang, causing a blushing Ling Er to stammer a denial and run away, while An Yu laughingly chases after her. Annoyed, Ling Er grumbles at her to mind her own business. Jia Yue secretly recalls that, ever since her crushing defeat against Su Yang, The young mistress has pushed herself to the absolute limit, taming several powerful giant dragons, all to prepare for their eventual rematch. However, Su Yang mysteriously vanished after the events in the Elf Kingdom, leaving the young mistress constantly anxious and deeply distracted. Now, everyone is asking the exact same question: where on earth is Su Yang? The rising star of Tianling City and peerless genius of Longxia. Breaking the silence, Rong Shui points ahead, announcing their arrival at the funeral hall as An Yu and Ling look over. A grand, solemn funeral is underway, and looking into the coffin, they are shocked to see Tokugawa's lifeless, disfigured body. To be honest, you really can't blame them. Everyone covers their mouths in horror, while Wu Yu admits her eyes in absolute disgust, finding the display incredibly offensive. Ling Wu trembles with rage, while Zhou Tai and his companions are left utterly stunned. Zhou Tai mutters that he has never seen records of such a bizarre death, while Jia Yue suddenly realizes this gruesome scene might be their actual goal. First, they spread malicious rumors, and then they use these shocking place-rel, horrific visuals to sway public opinion and paint Longjia as the ultimate villain. Still, Zhou Tai is skeptical, noting that other world leaders are surely not that easily fooled. Do they really expect anyone to believe the Sakura Nation's one-sided story? If Longxia really had the power to permanently wipe out classes, why would they keep it hidden until now? Jia Yue points out that whatever the truth actually is now, it simply doesn't matter anymore. Instead, the real issue is making other major powers believe that Longxia actually possesses such terrifying strength. If Longxia fails to completely prove its innocence, even a tiny sliver of doubt will spark massive suspicion, leading to joint suppression from all sides. Staging this whole trap while War God Tang is away is a viciously clever plot. Late at night at the morgue, everything goes dead quiet. Inside the room, the chilling silence is heavy, but tucked away in a corner, Izanagi and his crew are busy celebrating. Longxia has suddenly become the target of global hatred, and before long, the whole world will condemn them while the Sakura Nation rises to take their place. A sycophant opposite him eagerly flatters it's all thanks to Lord Izanagi's brilliant scheme. As he is destined to lead the Sakura Nation, he raises his wine glass, draining it completely. He muses that destroying Longxia while wiping out Tokugawa's remaining loyalists is killing two birds with one stone, a plan only a genius like him could devise. Once we slowly chip away at Longxia, ruling the entire world will finally be within our grasp. Suddenly, a panicked subordinate bursts in, screaming that things have gone terribly wrong. Izanagi glares at him, demanding to know why he is panicking, like a headless chicken as the subordinate bows deeply. He stammers that powerful demons have breached the morgue holding the late shogun's body, leaving the entire area in absolute chaos, while begging for immediate orders. The entire banquet table freezes in shock. Izanagi leaps to his feet, barking out a demand to know exactly how many demons have arrived. The messenger stammers that there are only two. Izanagi kicks him hard, snapping that there's no reason to panic, with so many guards stationed there. He asks if they're all just useless trash. But the fallen guard quickly reports that those two demons are terrifyingly powerful. The guard stood absolutely no chance against them, and one of the invaders even sprouted 6 pairs of pitch black wings. 6 pairs of pitch black wings? Could it be the arrogant Sita? The rest of the nobles panic, desperately asking the acting shogun what they should do now. Izanagi's mind starts racing. According to the Holy City, demons lose their edge after leaving the abyss and cannot remain in the mortal realm for long. So, if they simply avoid a direct confrontation, Zeta will eventually be forced to retreat on her own. Still, showing too much weakness right now could completely ruin their future diplomatic standing, especially with the eyes of the entire world on them. He coldly orders that if those demons are trying to inspect the shogun's body, they should let Tokugawa's loyal guards fight to the death and defend their own family honor. The rest will follow him, waiting for the right moment. Someone quietly sighs at how ruthlessly Izanagi is using these demons to purge the Tokugawa remnants. While elsewhere, Suyang has already successfully teleported in, realizing their dirty tricks. Suyang notes that the Sakura nation sure has the nerve to rally the entire world against Longxia. He believes everyone must pay for their own actions, and he has no intention of letting others take credit for his work. At the same time, he won't let Longxia take the fall. Overhead, dragons circle a sky above a ground littered with bodies. Zeta quickly reports back, noting they haven't spotted a single top-tier powerhouse from the Sakura nation. Su Yang snorts that these people are hiding like cowards, which perfectly matches their true nature. Before looking down at a survivor playing dead and telling him to sit up, asking if the guy really thought playing dead would work. The trembling guard begs for his life, as Su Yang asks where their boss is, wondering why they only sent Small Fry to die. He listens as the guard terrifiedly confesses that Izanagi fled and ordered the Tokugawa house to fight, realizing they are just disposable pawns. Su Yang realizes Izanagi is just another self-serving villain. Much like Tokugawa was, he might even be far more insidious and shameless. Leaving Su Yang to wonder how this nation keeps breeding such absolute trash leaders, Su Yang turns to ask if she can sense Izanagi's location. But she shakes her head, unable to detect a thing. It is quite possible that he never personally participated in the abyssal invasion. Su Yang notes, since there is no residual energy to track, he must have stayed far away from the abyss. Su Yang concludes, it looks like they won't be catching the main target today. But even if the cowards are in hiding, there are still crucial things that must be done. Seeing him raise his blade, the guard panics, stuttering to know what Su Yang plans to do to his summoned beast. A sudden spray of fresh blood serves as Su Yang's only answer, as a grotesque red tentacle violently sprouts from the beast. The beast thrashes wildly, with blood dripping from its jaws. While Su Yang coldly reminds the guard to be grateful he spares innocents, though that mercy only extends to humans as grotesque tentacles completely cover the dragon. He looks at his companion and tells her it is time to head back. Zeta tilts her head, wondering if that is really all. Having fully expected him to paint the entire place red, Su Yang quietly explains that these common soldiers have no direct grudge with him, so there is simply no need for it. She asks about the scouting rats hiding in the shadows, wondering if they should just ignore them. But Su Yang already has his own plans. A smirk plays on his lips as he walks away, saying there is no need. Pure nostalgia. Though it has not been long. Why does it feel like forever since their last meeting? Yu Wen's group is hiding behind a nearby wall. She turns back to inform Jia Yue that they have finally left, and the other members collapse onto the ground. They are terrified it scared them half to death, almost getting caught. In that split second, one of them even thought they saw their deceased grandmother. Rong Shui is curious, wondering what on earth these demons are trying to achieve by wreaking havoc in the Sakura nation. Linger speculates that this is only her personal theory, but she fears those demons, especially that masked devil. Their actions toward the Sakura nation are filled with pure rage. It seems the Earth Dragon's condition is almost identical to Tokugawa's, proving he was actually killed by that very demon. Yet the Sakura nation stubbornly claims that Long Jia was responsible. Perhaps that is exactly what angered the demon, making him feel completely insulted, and why he showed up to teach the Sakura nation a harsh lesson. She steps out to block the dragon's path, but the two elders quickly shield her from the front. Zhou Tai believes that while it sounds like an absolute fairy tale, such a thing is not impossible for demons. Jia Yue adds that regardless of the reason, Long Jia's suspicions have been cleared, which is truly great news. They urge the young lady to step back and leave the monster to them. But Linger begins channeling her magic, telling them to stop talking nonsense when there is a powerful enemy right in front of them. She gives the two of them a serious command attack together. They obey immediately. The dragons have completely surrounded them. Meanwhile, near the stairs leading to a secret chamber, Izanagi glares at his screen in pure fury. How did things turn out like this? He frowns deeply, barely holding back his rising anger. His voice is filled with bitter rage, wondering if his plans have been exposed. Why did this happen? Why did that demon have to cause so much trouble? If only he had not intervened, everything would have gone smoothly. But why suddenly? Izanagi feels the icy coldness of a blade pressed against his neck. He turns around and demands to know if Okita has gone mad. Asking what he is doing, looking at the crowd backing Okita up, Izanagi gets a terrible feeling, demanding to know the meaning behind those cold eyes. He reminds him that since the conspiracy has been exposed, the Sakura Nation must explain themselves to the world, especially to Long Jia. As the mastermind and the highest-ranking official in the land, he is the one who must bear the full responsibility. Speak up. Acting shogun. Izanagi absolutely refuses to accept this, questioning why his absolute dominance and lifelong ambition have suddenly crumbled to nothing. After a brutal battle, Luo Linger's team finally manages to take down the giant earth dragon. The mutated beast falls, bringing the news back to Longsha. Before long, every country learns of the Sakura Nation's plot to frame Long Jia. Izanagi is immediately detained as the prime suspect, currently awaiting his trial at the Sacred Temple. The international reputation of the Sakura Nation completely plummets from that moment on. At the same time, everyone realizes that the threat of the Abyss demons is far greater than they ever imagined. The bizarre ability to mutate humans into monsters, completely stripping away their chance at resurrection, is indeed terrifying. Fortunately, the Lord of Sin has not fully recovered, and the demons cannot leave the dark abyss as they please. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because of this, launching an offensive on the abyss quickly becomes a top priority once more. Su Yang leisurely watches the developments unfold, pleased that everything is going exactly as he expected. The Sakura Nation will not be causing any more trouble. He thanks her for gathering the critical information, saying it was incredibly helpful. Bai Ling says gently that she is just happy to be of help to him. She asks how he has been since it has been so long, wondering if the Elven Kingdom is still causing him trouble. He reassures her that his current place is completely safe, and they will never find him, even if they do show up. He is absolutely not afraid of them. Blushing, she softly advises him to remain careful, then asks if he could come back to visit her once the chaos finally quiets down a bit. She mentions having a few things to tell him. Su Yang agrees, making Bai Ling incredibly happy to hear his promise. With their promise sealed, he sits alone in deep thought. Having stayed in the demon abyss for so long, he sometimes acts like a monster, and only these warm bonds remind him that he is still human. From behind, Hiroko calls out to him, asking if Lord Tokugawa is truly dead. Su Yang confirms that it is true, and the man will never be resurrected again. Because of this, no one will give her a hard time, even if she returns. But she asks hesitantly if he really intends to let her leave like that. He surely has to wait until his work here is completely finished first. Right. He asks if she already knows his next move. But Hiroko denies it, claiming she is only making a wild guess. If Sukun prefers to keep it a secret, she will not pry and will patiently wait for the right moment. If by then you still do not want to let me go, I think it is totally fine. What do you think? Su Yang can only offer a forced smile, saying they should talk about it later. He quietly notes that while this girl looks innocent and pure, she is actually quite complex. Meanwhile, the city at night sinks into a deep, desolate silence. Walking quietly down the street, Leah reflects on her time spent living in the demonic abyss. Though the demons have not acted yet, she knows she cannot let her guard down, especially since Su Yang holds a supreme position among them. Does he possess some kind of special item or unique skill to control these terrifying creatures? He is clearly younger than her, yet she cannot read his mind at all, prompting her to find Hiko and plan their next move. At that moment, Hiko sees Su Yang out, asking him to visit more often because she wants to talk to him a lot more. He readily agrees, promising to see her next time, while Leah watches from behind a wall. Shocked by how close the two have suddenly become, she wonders if some unspoken event took place between them during her short absence. Hiko suddenly calls out that Su Yang has left, telling her she can come out, which completely freezes Leah in her tracks. Stepping out, she asks when their relationship developed to this point, but Hiko only innocently replies that she and Su Yang just did a lot of things together. This triggers a major misunderstanding, making Leah wonder if they just finished being intimate. Hiko cheerfully clarifies, explaining that Su Yang said he was exhausted lately, so she simply gave him a gentle shoulder massage. Afterward, they played some poker and discussed beast-taming strategies, with Su Yang sharing some incredibly valuable knowledge with her. Hearing this, Leah is absolutely stunned, realizing that doing many things was actually just harmless activities like that. Deeply relieved, she admits Hiko is not that kind of girl, though it gave her quite a scare, before warning her to stay away from Su Yang, no matter his intentions. Humans and demons are ultimately destined to remain bitter, sworn enemies. She absolutely refuses to let anyone she cares about associate with demons and bring disaster upon the human world. Hiko gently defends him, arguing that Su Yang does not seem bad at all, especially after he risked his life to save them. With a heavy sigh, Leah acknowledges that rescue, but points out that being kept under house arrest like this is simply unacceptable. Walking down the stairs, Hiko counters that Su Yang would not even stop them if they truly decided to leave, leaving Leah highly confused. She casually suggests self-destructing, pointing out they would simply respawn at the class change temple, even if it costs them a few levels. Stunned by this bold suggestion, Leah hesitatingly admits that while it technically works, taking such extreme measures is a bit much. Hiko then explains that she actually chose to stay behind purely because she is highly interested in Su Yang himself. She is deeply curious about how he managed to tame the mighty black dragon and wants to understand him better, especially since they never got to speak properly before. Leah quietly reflects on the rumors of the Asita family heiress possessing an extraordinary mind, realizing they are completely true. Within the terrifying depths of this demonic abyss, she seems to be the only person besides Su Yang who feels absolutely no pressure. Elsewhere, a brutal battle rages as devastating slashes of pure energy rip through the air, sending enemy forces flying in all directions. This overwhelming power is the result of flawless coordination between Su Yang and the Black Dragon, who decides he has leveled up enough today. While mass farming monsters as the monarch of original sin is incredibly satisfying, he knows he must still maintain his sharp combat instincts. Having reached level 245, Su Yang suddenly shudders as sweat breaks out, triggered by a connection to his abyssal demon form. Realizing he is at the bottom of the deep abyss, he wonders why the system summoned him, especially with this intense, restless feeling inside, floating in the air in his powerful demonic form. A bold realization hits him. The perfect time for his true descent has finally arrived. In a matter of just 9 days, the accumulated power of faith has already reached its peak. If this succeeds, it will mark the very first time he unleashes the true, unfathomable power of the monarch of original sin. He genuinely looks forward to it. While in the distant elven kingdom, a majestic voice echoes, stating that all royal blood must end in sin. Any corrupt gods who permit this will face an even harsher punishment. Below, a massive crowd gathers in front of a wooden cross, holding a badly injured prisoner, as onlookers curse the notorious Lauren family. They are infamous for horrific crimes like kidnapping and looting, with their depraved second son known specifically for hunting down and tormenting the weak in the name of original sin and desire. They demand the tools of crime be stripped away, bringing a bloody punishment upon them. Glorious quietly tells herself that they must never allow such vile wickedness to rise within the sacred temple ever again. She never expected things to escalate so rapidly, wondering if this is a blessing or a curse. Though there is no turning back now, someone steps forward to declare the start as a massive magic array activates, anchored by 7 glowing pillars surrounding them. The leader commands them to summon their supreme king using the blood of believers and the power of faith. As they prepare their knives, standing at the center, she absorbs the surging energy of the great Lord of the Abyss, the ultimate monarch who rules over original sin. Hear my summon, and let your glorious light spread across this filthy, polluted world. Yellow mist begins spreading across the dark city, seeping into every corner. In the distance, a massive pillar rises as bystanders watch in pure awe. What is that thing on high alert? They scramble to report it to the queen. Meanwhile, others greedily breathe in the mysterious mist, celebrating that their god is finally about to descend. As the massive gates swing open to reveal pitch-black darkness, the crowd drops to their knees to welcome the Dark Monarch. Long live the Emperor. A red light flashes inside as a sharp claw holding an orb reaches out into the light. Emerging from the abyss is the Demon Lord himself, Su Yang, with dark mist swirling around him to heighten his mystery. Bowing her head, Glorious recalls that his previous spiritual avatar did not possess such an overwhelming, suffocating presence. But right now, even a mere shadow of his clone makes it quite hard for her to breathe. Could this heavy aura be the world itself suppressing the rank of a god? She speaks up, apologizing to the great monarch because the portal of faith can only remain open for a single minute. She thought she had gathered enough divine power, but it was nowhere near sufficient. She begs the great monarch to forgive her sheer ignorance. Looking down at the sprawling city from high above, Su Yang quietly repeats the words, "Only 1 minute." Honestly, he has never unleashed the true power of the monarch of original sin, making this the perfect chance to test it. Seeing him dash forward, Glorious calls out in worry, while Su Yang hovers directly over the center of the vast city. Massive waves of dark energy cause the sky to turn pitch black as the chilling power of the abyss begins to flow. Below, the terrified elves look up at the massive dark sphere, shouting in fear that a demon is launching another surprise attack. He is about to strike, so they must deploy the barrier immediately. While Su Yang continues to concentrate his immense power, the barrier activates just as the sphere of dark energy crashes down, only to be completely shattered in a split second. Notifications flash on screen. You have slain a level 195 elf noble. The endless notifications continue, confirming he has easily slain multiple high-level elf nobles in the massive blast. Several level 200 elf guards are also confirmed dead in the wake of his assault. Su Yang summons his weapon, grasping the crimson sword firmly in his hand. He raises it, unleashing an incredibly oppressive aura. With a wave of his hand, Su Yang commands the giant crimson sword to strike the remaining barrier. Under the sheer force, the shield shatters completely as surrounding buildings collapse, and the ancient tree is sliced clean in half. The ground splits in two. Not going to lie, Su Yang expected resistance, but their defense was far weaker than anticipated. If a mere clone can cause this much devastation, he can only imagine the absolute terror his full, true power would unleash. In the distance, pillars of light shoot into the sky, leaving the other elves to wonder what on earth is happening. Their absolute highest grade sacred barrier was completely shattered with just a single touch. What kind of nightmare is this? And how could their strongest defense be obliterated so easily? Unleashing their magical powers together, they curse the heretic who dared destroy their royal city and injure the sacred tree, swearing he must die today. Release the forbidden spell and kill him. A massive sea of fire rushes towards Su Yang, but a crimson barrier expands around him as he summons his sin. Sloth, the glowing orb in his hand, flashes brilliantly, completely neutralizing the enemy's magic across the entire battlefield. Trapped inside a red barrier, the shocked elves panic. Their forbidden spell is completely neutralized, and even their weapons refuse to respond to their commands. Exhaling a thin trail of mist, Su Yang summons another deadly sin. The elves look up in sheer terror. Completely frozen in place, with dark mist swirling in his eyes, Su Yang summons pride, instantly causing his enemies to cough up blood as he scans the city below. His time is almost up. Just then, Su Yang notices a massive egg resting beneath the roots of the sacred tree. In 3 months, a god will hatch from it, fully inheriting the divine power. Once born, its goal is to invade the abyss and slay the demon lord while he is still in his weakened state. He raises his sword, striking a weakened foe, and end its life right now. He hurls the blade directly toward the sacred tree. While elsewhere, someone coughs up blood from extreme exhaustion. Seeing Gloria's struggle, her follower begs the high priestess to hold on, but she insists she is fine and must continue the ritual. Witnessing the scene, Glorious wonders in disbelief if they succeeded, while Su Yang mutters, questioning if it could really end this easily. As the sword pierces the egg, he suddenly notices that the dark, primal energy attached to the spear has vanished, leaving him utterly confused, shocked to see someone standing right beside the egg. Su Yang wonders when that person arrived, as Marita cradles it with a savage, wicked smile. She mocks that a weak, true god will make the perfect sacrifice for her mother goddess, absorbing its energy as a bright green light envelops her. Marita arrogantly declares that this is her battlefield, and his dark power holds absolutely no meaning here. The egg below cracks. Blazing flames surge as a sinister blade radiates a dark mystery, emerging directly from the broken shell. Marita tightly grips her weapon. Her powerful aura erupts, forcing Su Yang to instantly recognize the legendary sacrilegious blade. Could this bizarre embryo be linked to that rotting flesh? No time to wonder. As she smugly yells out for him to die, she boasts this is the blessing of the mother goddess. A surging wave of green energy flows. With her slash, the powerful arc of energy shoots straight toward him. Su Yang scoffs at her, calling her precious mother goddess nothing more than a parasite. Suddenly, a massive collision shakes the space. A terrifying explosion erupts right where he stands. Even the outer barrier box begins to show visible cracks. Su Yang is stunned by this terrifying level of destruction. Fighting an opponent who is fully fused with a world god on her own home turf is a threat he absolutely cannot underestimate. Marita raises her hand, making a hazy green aura glow, summoning the raw forces of nature from all around. She sends massive, twisting tree roots shooting upward, creating a suffocating wooden cage that completely traps him inside. Marita reveals that she had sensed his presence the very moment he first descended. He might have been incredibly powerful before, but she mocks him for being weak now, asking why he did not stay in the abyss. Yet he dared to interfere with the divine blessing her mother goddess gave her. Once she destroys his projection, she plans to invade the abyss and sacrifice his true body to her great deity. And then, she believes she will claim his divine spark, allowing her to break free from the chains of this world forever. As Marita clenches her fist, the giant wooden cage immediately tightens its grip around Su Yang's body. She hovers high in midair as more deadly roots spread out from the sacred tree, sensing a vile, evil energy. Su Yang is surprised. It seems the inside of this ancient holy tree has already been completely corrupted and decayed by this twisted worship of the mother tree. But thinking she can absorb his divine spark is just pure arrogance. He unleashes the great sin of wrath, sending bursts of dark energy raining down across the entire city. Marita freezes. She raises her blade to block the incoming dark energy as it condenses into a single, devastating blast of power. The explosion erupts, blasting her straight down to the ground, battered and deeply bruised. Marita realizes that even the residual power of a true god is still incredibly tough to handle. While Su Yang regretfully notes that his time has run out today. With his time up, he coldly tells her that she should feel lucky. If he had more time, he would have absolutely ended her life, right here. Marita snaps back with the exact same threat, promising to sacrifice him next time. right as his demonic avatar completely dissolves into the empty sky, coughing up blood. She grudgingly respects the strength of a true god. Even when fighting a mere projection of his power, she must quickly find and devour her other self to fully restore her strength. Chris rushes over to ask what is happening and if she has truly fused with a deity, but Marita simply replies that she had no other choice in this crisis. Raising her hand, Marita commands massive wooden branches to begin repairing the ruined city. Homes are rebuilt to their former state as thick branches wrap around the entire city. An elder marvels at how she restored the capital in an instant. But Marita coldly cuts her off, stating she is simply performing her sacred duty. Marita adds that she must now go and find her lost other half, leaving this entire elf world to remain under the matriarch's absolute rule. The matriarch reflects that even though their original plans shifted, these resurrected gods, even when highly weakened, still possess the power to completely wipe out humanity. But the time is not yet ripe. She reasons they must wait until the abyss demons are fully destroyed before the elves rule all three realms. Far away, a massive explosion erupts with terrifying force. Glorious hangs her head in defeat near her unconscious allies. How did they fail? What on earth did Marita do to the holy tree? Since Marita is likely hunting her down, Glorious knows she absolutely cannot let her succeed. She realizes the Abyss Lord will surely need some time to recover from this brutal fight. To defeat the enemy, she must buy enough time for him to fully heal, as their next attempt absolutely has to succeed. Meanwhile, at the round table meeting, leaders watch the entire dramatic battle unfold on a massive screen, frozen on the exact image of Marita holding her blade. Back in the gloomy depths of the abyss, Su Yang sits on his dark throne, deeply reflecting on everything that just happened. With the elf world god and this mysterious mother goddess, the entire situation has changed. Given Simonak's current power levels, victory is far from guaranteed. Any slip-up could mean absolute disaster. Recovering at a normal rate would take far too long for his new body to reach its true peak state again. During this crucial time, he has three paths ahead of him. The first is to wait for the Sin Sovereign to recover and use absolute power to crush her. But that will take too much time, and the enemy might arrive first. His second path is to level up to Tier 9 quickly and execute the Sin Sovereign. Once he kills the Sin Sovereign, the system will link him with an even stronger, higher tier boss. The Sin Sovereign is a true god, so connecting with an entity ranked even higher would allow him to crush her effortlessly. Beyond that, the third path is to destroy her using the repaired power of the Crimson Rainbow Sword. The catch: it requires a massive amount of Blood Moon cores. He already did the math: 80,000 cores, which is more than double the amount in the West Tower. Where on earth can he find that many? Su Yang reverts to his original form and continues farming monsters to level up. Suddenly, the system chime rings out. You have slain a Tier 8 Great Demon. 860 million experience points acquired. Ping. Level increased. Level 245 has become level 248. He continues to slaughter the monsters like a maniac. Giant beasts collapse as blood sprays from their chests, and his relentless sword strikes carve through the rest. Su Yang pushes forward with everything he has, just 2 levels away from ascending from legendary to godhood. And honestly, this is going to be a massive leap for him. Alongside skyrocketing stats and skills, completing the class change trial will grant him divine power. Glancing at the incoming horde, he realizes that this is still the absolute best way to farm experience. Su Yang smiles in anticipation. Tier 8. Here I come. The bloodbath continues as the system alerts chime once again. You have slain a Tier 8 Great Demon. 790 million experience points acquired. You have slain a Tier 9 Demon King. 2.3 billion experience points acquired. Level 250 reached. The Tier 7 limit is broken, and the Tier 8 class change quest is unlocked. Standing before the statue surrounded by gathering demons, he steps forward and commands Livia, I want to use the class change temple. So clear out all these bystanders. She instantly obeys. Understood. Livia stares at Su Yang in pure shock. In just a few short months, his power has skyrocketed. Surely due to the sovereign's favor. But how could a mere mortal receive such grand favor from the sovereign? Who is he then? His cold voice snaps her back. Request class change. The system verifies his level. Level 250 reached. Tier 7 cap met. Class change unlocked. Please select your next difficulty rank. Su Yang answers casually, 5 stars. Of course. And get this so far. Nobody in the world has ever cleared this Tier 8 5-star trial. Even absolute powerhouses like Tang Zhan and Augustin, who stand at the pinnacle of the world, only cleared the 5-star trial at Tier 7. If he can successfully clear this Tier 8 5-star trial, he will become the first to ever do so in history. A prompt pops up. System notification: Tier 8 5-star Ascension quest initiated. To prove your strength and successfully clear the Tier 8 5-star Ascension, please complete the following prerequisite conditions first. Step 1. Personally defeat a Tier 8 primal demon. Step 2. Personally defeat a Tier 8 class user. He chuckles dryly. Incredible. A Tier 8 Ascension trial that actually has prerequisite requirements. And even these preliminary tasks alone are completely insane. No wonder absolutely nobody in history has ever cleared this. The gap between Tier 7 and Tier 8 is not just a single stage, but a massive suppression spanning everything from life force to raw power. The most critical factor is that Tier 8 class users can actually wield divine power. Because of this, defeating a Tier 8 powerhouse while still at Tier 7 is almost impossible, let alone actually killing one. 5-star difficulty is absolutely brutal. But honestly, this is exactly how you carve a path to godhood. And so, he heads deep into a dark, ruined wasteland, violently slaughtering every monster in his path, clutching his bone dragon sword. Su Yang pushes back a roaring monster, while another shrieks as it swoops down from behind him. Clawed hands lunge forward. Su Yang simply dodges and opens his palm shut up. And be quiet. He grabs its arm with an iron grip. One swift twist, and he completely crushes the entire limb. Blood splatters everywhere. He swings his blade for another clean cut. Su Yang sighs, even he feels helpless under this intense stat suppression, placing his hand over its face. He watches the beast tremble in pure terror. Then he rips its head clean off, wiping the blood from his face. He notes that task 1 is complete. Now, it is time to pay a visit to those fools from the Shiva kingdom. Meanwhile, deep in the shadows, a wet, chewing sound echoes through the dark. Before the giant beast's corpse, a demon sits grumbling that it tastes absolutely terrible, cursing that damn representative who forced him into this miserable state of chewing on gross flesh. What on earth did they do to offend that guy, making him so determined to hunt them all down? If they ever meet again, he vows to tear him to pieces, spitting out the meat. He grumbles that without devouring other demons, he would starve to death out here, but there is simply no other choice. He cannot stay here much longer. The scent of blood will surely attract other demons. So it is finally time to leave. As he stands up, a blade pierces his chest, spraying fresh blood onto the ground. Clutching his wound, he stammers and asks who the attacker is. Drawing his sword, Su Yang mockingly asks if he isn't the very representative the demon was yearning for. As the creature collapses, the demon asks why he would go this far. Since there was never any grudge between them, Su Yang points out it is not his fault, but rather the fault of Athos and Amino. The demon suddenly realizes who he is dealing with. He gasps, recognizing him as Su Yang, the warrior from Longxia who killed the Elven Prince. Su Yang simply gives a cold, dangerous look. Since the demon knows his identity, Su Yang declares there is absolutely no way he can let him live, though he never planned on letting him survive anyway. The terrified demon scrambles to escape, calling Su Yang a monster and begging for help. But the hero coldly snorts, knowing his blasphemous blade has already left its mark. Well, This is awkward, seeing the demon run quite a distance without dropping dead. Su Yang feels a bit embarrassed. Only when the demon shrinks to a tiny dot does Su Yang chase after him, wondering if the blasphemous blade somehow failed to work. Is this guy just lucky? Or does he possess an incredibly high spirit stat? Su Yang delivers a punch straight to his face, yelling for him to stop. The demon stumbles and collapses forward. Without a moment of hesitation, Su Yang plunges his sword directly into the creature's body, wiping the sweat from his brow. He scoffs that there was no way he would let the target escape death. The demon dies in a pathetic and deeply humiliating silent state. The system notifies him that it is scanning compatibility to select the appropriate divinity trial. Successfully finding a match, he is assigned a 5-star 8th transition advancement trial for the death divinity, directing him to a marked location on the map containing a secret realm called the Death Paradise. Rumor has it that cursed phantoms wander through the Death Paradise, and they are completely immortal beings. He must venture deep into the abyss of the Death Paradise to uncover the truth. Completing this trial will grant him the corresponding divine power. Su Yang ponders that this divinity of death is a power tied directly to mortality. Currently, he has already mastered 2 distinct methods to inflict absolute, permanent death within this game world. The Black Dragon Athos possesses the fiery purgatory of annihilation, but this skill binds power to the dragon, making it ineffective against high-tier foes. His other ability is the effect of the Blasphemous Blade, which turns a classed player into a classless one, stripping away their revival rights for permanent death. Su Yang frowns with curiosity, wondering if the enemies in this upcoming trial possess this kind of terrifying power. But since this is an 8th transition quest, the maximum difficulty shouldn't exceed the 9th transition demigod stage. With his remaining energy, it should still be more than enough to land a highly precise and devastating blow. Stepping through the gate, he knows this will be his very first trial on the path to godhood, but he absolutely cannot afford a foolish slip-up right at the beginning. A brilliant, blinding light shines through the gap before the heavy door slams shut with a loud thud. Somewhere else, a tear in space suddenly cracks open, emitting a strange purple glow. A giant cross floating in the sky radiates a mysterious energy, greedily absorbing the surrounding dark mist. A moment later, it vanishes without leaving a single trace. Now, amidst the freezing winds of Siberia, Su Yang trudges through the heavy snow, each step feeling incredibly heavy, finding absolutely no sign of life along the barren trail. Neither beasts nor humans. He wonders if the freezing temperature is simply too extreme. He takes another step forward. His boots sink into the deep snow, kicking it up as he stares curiously at the dark gate ahead. Or is it because of this secret realm, a system warning suddenly pops up, noting this domain lacks the protection of the divine statue. Anyone who dies in this zone cannot be resurrected. Su Yang is taken aback, muttering about the high stakes of this game. Most ordinary players would probably abandon their plans for a 4-star advancement upon seeing such a terrifying condition. But is a guy like him really the type to just back down so easily? Su Yang resolutely steps inside. If he lacks even a shred of courage, how can he ever dream of becoming the strongest player of all? Maintaining his cool composure, mysterious energy swirls around him as he stands before the eerie, desolate graveyard of the Death Paradise, accidentally stepping on a dry branch on the ground. A sharp snap echoes. Su Yang slowly approaches a tree tied with red cloths. The quest requires investigating the truth behind Violet Garden. What does this truth even mean, and does it involve some mysterious elements? Massive hands claw their way out of the ground. Zombies crawl out from the soil, shrieking for blood. Blood. A brilliant light flashes through the gloomy space. Su Yang grips his sword and slices the horde to pieces. Honestly, these walking corpses look straight out of a horror movie. Are we playing a game or watching a thriller here? Right as he finishes them, more rise. He is speechless. Are these things endless? Su Yang quickens his pace to leave. No point tangling with these minions, he needs to find the boss. slaying every undead in his path. He looks back at the horde left far behind. Su Yang sighs in relief. Thankfully, they are not following. He stops. Looking ahead, this must be the boss room. Ahead lies an altar, with a sphere floating in midair, slowly absorbing energy from 4 massive pillars. At the center of the altar stands Violet Garden's level 260 Soul Priest. Su Yang grows vigilant. It is the 8th turn boss. Zaya. Its stats are definitely much stronger than a normal demon in the abyss. Still, taking it down will not be much of a challenge. Yet, considering the quest requirements, it is probably best to observe what he is doing first. Seeing it turn around with glowing red eyes and a black hole face, he is startled. Has it already noticed him? His void-walking state should easily bypass anyone with base, mental strength, and perception levels less than 1.5 times his own. This guy is only an 8th turn. Yet his base mental strength is somehow higher than his own. Raising his cross, the priest mutters an ancient incantation. Strands of power erupt from the altar center, shooting straight towards Su Yang. Snorting coldly, he deflects the flying sword. The priest instantly summons a shield. With a single strike, he slashes the barrier, shouting for it to break. The shield instantly shatters into countless floating fragments. Su Yang stares at his hand in surprise. It is the massive black dragon. Athos, terrified by the sight. The priest completely freezes up. He quickly recites an ancient spell to block a blast of flame from the black dragon. The black dragon looks surprisingly bashful, letting out a very loud gulp. Su Yang realizes his summon really loves that thing. Seeing the priest drop to his knees, he is startled. Wait. What is going on now? Su Yang asks in confusion. Why are you bowing to the black dragon? What on earth is this gem anyway? The priest babbles in ancient tongues, gesturing wildly with body language that leaves him even more clueless. Is that complete gibberish? He watches the dragon raise its head, quickly calling for Athos. Its eyes flare a bright, fiery red. Su Yang can only helplessly put a hand to his forehead. Only now does the priest speak human tongue, asking what is wrong. He glares at him, so you can suddenly speak human language. Looking back, he realizes it is because the dragon ate that orb. Because of that, the dragon can now comprehend other languages, granting him the same ability through their soul contract. He demands to know what is actually going on here. The priest quickly replies, yes. This humble one will not hide anything. The priest then explains that this place once belonged to the Dragon Kingdom of the Deadlands. A spatial anomaly separated it, turning it into a hidden realm in another dimension. Moreover, this territory of the Deadlands once belonged to the legendary ancient Devourer. The priest explains that his black dragon is a descendant of that bloodline. Sensing an unmistakable, incredibly powerful aura radiating from it, Su Yang finally understands. No wonder the priest showed such immense respect to Athos. It turns out he is connected to the ancient Devourer. He inquires further about the gem. The priest confesses everything that soul orb contains the mighty power of the ancient Devourer, used to devour and enslave countless souls. The priest admits he was merely trying to imitate it, relying on a physical medium to utilize soul power. Su Yang falls deep into thought, realizing that everything from the Deadlands and soul devouring to walking corpses and death divinity seems to be interconnected. Raising his hand with the black dragon mark, he demands to enter the deepest part of the realm and orders him to lead the way. The priest kneels in deep reverence, obeying the black dragon's will. Athos carries Su Yang forward as the priest flies behind. Stopping before a massive gate, he announces they have finally arrived. Behind this stone gate lies the ancient guardian, which requires the black dragon bloodline to activate, warning him to be careful. The priest steps back. Su Yang glances at Athos, who growls and places its claws on the gate. Slowly, the massive, heavy gate grinds open before them, taking the lead. He casually steps inside while surveying his new surroundings. Wall lamps flicker to life, illuminating the entire chamber. In the distance, A line of giants stands guard at a doorway, the soulless giant guardians. The priest warns him that these giant stone statues are controlled by pure soul power. Their core is the rune on their forehead, requiring highly precise attacks. The statues begin to move with eerie life, one raising its heavy axe high, ready to swing down. As the axe strikes the black dragon's wing, cracks begin to spread, and a violent explosion lights up the entire area. Su Yang ambushes a giant from behind, yelling out to shatter his foe. The giant stands stunned as he watches the boy close the distance in a flash. Two other giants tremble as they coordinate to surround Su Yang, who mockingly calls it a massive welcome party and tells them to bring it on. He raises the bone dragon sword high, preparing to strike and wipe out the entire group of giants with a single slash. Su Yang orders them to move forward since they have wasted enough time, and the high priest quickly complies. The priest realizes he initially mistook the boy for some lucky kid who contracted with the Great Devourer's descendant. Completely unaware he was a hidden powerhouse, it was a relief he had not forced his hand earlier, or his bones would have been ground to dust by now. Stopping before a beast, the high priest introduces it as the Ancient Devourer, which currently holds a small dagger in its jaws. Su Yang senses something unusual, feeling an abnormal energy from the dagger and realizing it might be the greatest secret of the Paradise of Death. Suddenly, the monster's eyes flare with a blazing, furious fire. It lets out a ground-shaking roar at the intruders, prompting a worried Su Yang to call out for Athos as the beast targets the black dragon. The black dragon prepares to face his worthy opponent. While the worried high priest asks if his master intends to offer any help, Su Yang explains that Athos communicated telepathically, claiming this is an extra trial he must face completely on his own. He refuses to interfere, highly confident he does not need to step in at all, because Athos is far stronger than that mindless, inanimate object. The beast is quickly slammed to the ground and bitten by the black dragon, forcing it to spit the dagger from its jaws. As the spinning blade flies upward, the black dragon catches it with his claws and stabs it deep into his opponent's body. With the job done, he pulls the dagger from the monster's thick hide. The beast's eyes lose all life as its body goes rigid, and the black dragon slams down to shatter it into flying debris. Su Yang praises Athos for a great job, while the item details screen displays an unknown rank. Specifically, the God Hunter dagger is infused with a certain amount of death divinity, once used by the Apostle of Death to hunt down gods. A dual death of both physical body and soul brings about a true, permanent, and silent demise. Its active effect, destined death, consumes a set amount of death divinity to mark a target and temporarily strip away their life divinity protection. Once killed, the target cannot be resurrected under any circumstances. It also features soul extraction, where anyone killed by the God Hunter dagger has their soul converted into pure soul power. Catching the falling dagger, Su Yang realizes this is the exact special power he needs to completely prevent resurrection. Judging by its name, he wonders if he might actually be able to slay a god with this weapon. Deep within the 700th floor of the dark abyss, a holy angel appears and commands the wicked demons of the abyss to receive the sacred purification. A terrified demon recognizes the holy angel, screaming for everyone to flee toward Lord Mogolivia at once. The holy angel reaches out his hand, releasing a sacred light that purifies and burns everything to absolute ash. A blazing wall of fire engulfs the area as countless crisscrossing sword slashes tear through the space. With corpses littering the entire ground, the proud angel stands tall and slams his sacred staff down, shattering the rocky earth around him. Standing fearless on the 700th floor, he watches a massive crater open where his staff struck the ground. A dark figure slowly emerges from the thick, rising smoke. Sita mockingly calls him a mere four-winged angel, her eyes glowing red as she demands to know how he dares stir up trouble in the abyss. He introduces himself as An Feng, a four-winged angel serving in the 3rd Holy Legion. He warns that their monarch has been exposed, and the archangel will soon arrive to cleanse their sins. Mid-sentence, Sita suddenly materializes behind him and delivers a swift strike, instantly slicing off one of Anfeng's wings. Weakened, he retreats to dodge, admitting he was too careless. Though Sita sneers and asks if it would have made any difference, she remarks that even an ant must know its limits, provoking the enraged angel to warn the demon against being too arrogant. Gripping his judgment cross tightly, he watches the holy symbol swell into a massive shield to grant himself solid protection. He then wields his spear of punishment, driving its tip into the center of the giant cross and slamming it down toward Sita. Losing all interest in playing this boring game, she activates the sin of pride to manifest a defensive barrier, while she shields herself. The atmosphere outside the abyss gate grows highly tense as a sudden, bright golden flash completely shocks the guards, as they wonder what it is. A relieved Anfeng is glad he had set up a resurrection statue beforehand. The soldier looks at him, wondering if God finally sent an angel for their salvation. He could feel it in his very bones. He is incredibly powerful, easily eclipsing even High Priestess Femia. Humanity has finally been saved. Meanwhile, Anfeng is deep in thought. He had assumed the monarch of original sin was weak and that her fallen angel powers had drained enough for an easy kill. He never expected her to be this strong. Even worse, the spatial portal summoned by the Silver Cross is still highly unstable. Relying on the Holy Court for backup is out of the question for now. He has to handle this entirely on his own. Holding a talisman-covered box, he commands in the name of the Holy Court for the seal to break, making the binding papers peel away. The box bursts open, unleashing a swarm of crimson demon souls into the air. The guarding soldier freezes in terror, completely shocked by the horrifying sight. Anfeng begins chanting, promising hope in times of despair and divine protection to those gripped by fear, vowing to bring peace amidst calamity and salvation for every sin. He promises to guide the world back to the sacred. Taking flight with a massive sweep of his wings, he looks down and asks if the soldier will become his very first believer. Overcoming his initial terror, the trembling soldier bows and swears absolute, undying loyalty to Lord Anfeng. Satisfied, Anfeng orders him to go and gather more believers. A command the guard eagerly accepts. Meanwhile, over at the giant statue, Su Yang stands in quiet contemplation. He is incredibly curious. With his 8th class transition complete, he wonders if his massive stats would let him take on an entire army alone and survive. His interface flashes, showing Su Yang is now level 305, with over 166,000 strength. His divinity is at 144,000. His agility is over 56,000, alongside massive resistance and recovery attributes. The sudden upgrade catches him off guard. It seems his 8th transition has officially unlocked the system's divinity power. He never expected that both his blasphemous blade and the dark orb would actually carry their own bonus divinity stats. Actually, it looks like the dark orb contains the raw power of the monarch of original sin. Divinity is truly a bizarre force. A flood of alerts fills his vision. He has unlocked Death Divinity, a power transcending world limits. With an intensity of 3 and quantity of 35, this power stems from his Divine Hunt dagger. Next is Blasphemous Divinity, another transcendent power, with an intensity of 5 and infinite quantity, originating directly from his blasphemous blade. Finally, there is Original Sin Divinity, a true divine power with an intensity of 2 and quantity of 5. Coming from the dark orb, Su Yang quietly contemplates. Since both death and blasphemy transcend the very rules of this world, wielding them means his raw authority is actually vastly superior to that of any true god. He is playing on a completely different level. What kind of absurd cosmic rank has he even reached? Hearing someone call him Great Walker, he turns around and asks what she wants, only for Jita to deliver grave news about a 4-winged angel from the Holy Court. She explains that explaining the detailed lore is tedious. But in human terms, the Holy Court is basically heaven, while the Abyss is hell. Naturally, the two factions have been eternal enemies since ancient times. Su Yang nods, finding her simplified explanation much easier to digest. Jita warns him that although she destroyed the portal connecting the Holy Court and the Abyss long ago, they must have used a divine artifact to tear open a brand new rift. While she can easily handle their vanguard force for now, things will quickly spiral out of control if the actual Holy Court army decides to march in. This gives Su Yang pause. From his perspective, seeing the abyssal demons get completely wiped out would normally be a pretty great thing. However, there is a catch. The monarch of original sin cannot be allowed to die by human hands. That kill absolutely has to belong to him. A cold smirk plays on his lips as his plan forms, leaving Zita totally baffled as she asks what he is smiling about, toying with the small blade in his hand. Su Yang replies that it is nothing. He is just feeling restless and wants to find an angel to test his weapon on. He is fully prepared to strike, eager to see if his god-slaying weapon is the real deal by testing it on their vanguard. To prove it,